Hello, everyone. Sorry, my audio is probably going to be quite loud until it adjusts. It takes a little moment to figure out what my volume will be. Hello, everyone. Welcome to ThinkyCon 2025. We're doing it again, year 2. Please tell me if the audio remains way too loud. I'll try and adjust it. But yeah, it does take a second just to figure out exactly like what my peak volume is and adjust everything. Also, let me know if there's any other issues. Yes, people are talking about the ThinkyCon site right now. I've got it up on screen. Hopefully everyone can see this. So yeah, if you go to the Thinky Games website, thinkygames.com, you can click on ThinkyCon up at the top, and you'll end up at this page where you can also watch the stream directly here. I'm not going to click that, otherwise we'll end up with one of those infinity situations. Let's avoid that. It would be appropriate given the music we were just listening to. And apologies for taking the Baba music away from you all. It is Joe from Joe Plays Puzzle Games, and the award-winning YouTube channel. What awards has it won? It's my catchphrase. Oh no, I didn't realize that. Yes, you can get to the ThinkyCon page up in the menu, and from there you can see the schedule for the next 3 days. So this is running from today until Friday. Apologies for folks in like kind of East Asia, like any time zone where it's like currently midnight. Apologies that it's so late for you, but thank you for joining anyway. But also apologies because the times on the website were a bit messed up for you. But hopefully everybody's figured it out. From now, we've got, what is it, like 8 hours of stuff, and then tomorrow another 8 hours at the same time. The schedule is pretty consistent each day. There is a break in the middle of each day. Well, there's 2 breaks in the middle of each day. One at 6 p.m. for me, and then one at 8:30 p.m. They're both 30 minutes long. So you can have a little break, let your mind figure out what was going on in the talks previously. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining. Yeah, apologies that people won't be able to join for the whole thing. The talks will be available on YouTube afterwards. Initially, you'll at the very least be able to watch this stream back if you go to the live tab on our YouTube channel. If you wait another week or so, we'll put edited videos up, like 1 video per talk. We did that for last year as well. So if you want to catch up on last year's talks, you can go and find the playlist. Just go to our YouTube channel, click on playlists. You'll find the ThinkyCon 2024 playlist, and they'll all be there. I did also want to quickly, before we get to the first talk, just make sure anybody that's new here and that doesn't know about Thinky Games and what we do, just wanted to quickly show you the site. We've obviously got lots of stuff on here about ThinkyCon at the moment, but we cover loads of stuff about puzzly problem-solving games. So if that's your kind of thing, you'll probably enjoy what we do. We've got news, we've got reviews, all that kind of stuff. We've got a games database, which is full of amazing games to find and play. We'll show you like what's coming up soon. Puzzle Depot is coming out tomorrow. Holy moly. I've got a list of Thinky Essentials. If you're not even sure what exactly we mean by Thinky Game, looking at our Thinky Essentials could be a good way to understand. There's a bunch of great games in there. You can filter down to different platforms you own and find games that you can play on the platforms that you've got. All sorts of great things. We also run events like ThinkyCon. So this is one of the events that we run, and we're going to try and run it every year if we can. But we also run events like the Thinky Awards, which we've done twice now as well, I think. Is that right? And Thinky Direct, which we did for the first time this year, which was showing exclusive trailers for upcoming games, which is very exciting. So the hope is, I think this is probably the 3 things that we'll do every year. We'll keep trying to do these. So yeah, hopefully we'll be able to continue these. So the other thing I want to quickly mention is for ThinkyCon, we are also doing a game jam. If you head to the ThinkyCon page, there's a section over here with information about it. You can go through to the Join the Game Jam link, which takes you to itch.io where the actual game jam is happening. We have 63 people signed up. And so this is a game jam tied to ThinkyCon. If Basically the point is to try and make a game inspired by the talks at ThinkyCon, which is quite an unusual setup for a jam. I think you'll agree. Also, we are partnered with folks from the Division of Games at the University of Utah and some folks from the University of Minnesota, who are doing some research around how people can use the information they get from ThinkyCon to make games. And so there's an opt-in thing that you can do when you submit your game at the end of it. You can opt in to be part of that research. I think you need to make your game available to them and any materials you've produced in the making of that game, and some information about how the talks inspired you. And there's a $40 gift card on offer. Come to the page and you can find out more about that. Cool. There's people in the chat saying no confounding calendar. I suspect there'll be a confounding calendar this year. Don't you worry about that. I mean, it's not confirmed yet, but we'll wait for the folks who arranged that to confirm that soon, I'm sure. Cool. Alrighty. I think that's pretty much everything I wanted to show. So let's quickly just go over the schedule for today. So beginning with a talk from Fleb. This is a pre-recorded talk. It's one of 2 pre-recorded talks that we have for the entire thing. The rest are all going to be live. We've got Caroline afterwards, Adam, and then we've got the break at 6 o'clock. Then we've got Craig returning from last year with two new friends joining Craig. Jagras talking about making a puzzle game with AI, which is just clickbait. It's rage bait. It's not generative AI like you'd expect. I mean, it says that in the description. That's not a spoiler. Patrick's going to talk about programming in Patrick's Parabox, all sorts of stuff. Vexorian, I've got another break at 8:30. We're joined by a Hollywood screenwriter later. John August is joined with Corey Martin to talk about them making Birdigo. Anastasia, who's a fellow, runs Inkwell Games, which is a fellow Carina Initiatives project, which is great to have her on board as well. John Lee Cooper, Gwen is joining us, and Vipka is joining us about to talk about Nurikabe World, which is a great game. So loads of good stuff. Let's get started. Fleb's talk is a pretty short one, so let me go set that up, and I'll see you in a second.
This all started with this artwork, which I saw online and I wanted to know who made it. So I queued up my favorite search engine and found out the artist's name was Dan Flavin. It turns out he made great looking fluorescent light art, like this, and this, and this. And as I read more about him, I also read about a related artist named Donald Judd. Donald Judd made art like this, and this, and this, and as I was reading about Donald Judd, I saw that he had written a famous essay in 1964 called Specific Objects, and I set out to read it. The essay is not long, it's only about 6 pages, and it mostly seeks to describe commonalities between new art that was being created in the 1960s. This new art, he writes, is not really painting or sculpture, but it has elements of both of those. He writes about how limited painting and sculpture can be, and then he gives a bunch of examples of the new art. Klaus Oldenburg, Frank Stella, John Chamberlain, and even Dan Flavin are mentioned. If you look at all these, they do have a lot in common. Donald Judd writes that they're all three-dimensional, they're all made up of a variety of colors, and they all use unusual materials compared to typical painting and sculpture. But one of the commonalities that Donald Judd hones in on is that they're all singular objects. And I think the best way to see this is by comparing it to other sculptures at the time, like Joseph Cornell's bird boxes, one of which is shown on the right. If you look at these next to each other, you might notice that Cornell's bird box is comprised of a lot of pieces, and the artwork is more about the composition of those pieces and how they relate to each other. But Dan Flavin's work on the left, while it is made of pieces, is less about the arrangement of those pieces and more about how they come together to make a single object. Donald Judd in his essay goes into detail about all of the artists I just listed and why their work fits the new framework, but it struck me as interesting from a game developer's perspective as well. Based on that essay, I made a game called Extra Reality Codebreaker, which was an alternative controller game where the idea was to pass puzzles from the screen onto objects in the real world. There are two knobs. The top knob selects the puzzle, and the bottom knob controls it. You were also given laminated paper objects, sort of like crossword grids, and you had to complete them from the objects on the screen, writing on them using a dry erase marker. A few of the 16 puzzles are shown here. As an example for how the puzzles work, there was a puzzle where you controlled a dot in a race, and you were given this podium object shown on the right. Depending on where you finished, you would get different letters, which you used to fill out the podium object. Then after it was all done, if you followed the path in the race, it would spell out what is left, and looking at the remaining letters would give you the answer word, enter. While this was an attempt at using the ideas in the essay, it didn't engage with those ideas particularly well, because it was more about the individual puzzles than any sort of unified object. But the nice part about trying things is that you can always try again, and over the years I've thought about the ideas from this essay more. And one part from the start of it has really stuck with me. It's from when Donald Judd is critiquing some of the limits of painting, and he writes, "The main thing wrong with painting is that it is a rectangular plane placed flat against the wall. It determines and limits the arrangement of whatever is on or inside of it. As puzzle game developers, we make games on a rectangular plane flat against the wall. If the rectangle of the painting itself is bounding the art, then it's worth thinking about the boundaries and separations that we as puzzle designers make between the solver and the puzzle. In a typical puzzle game, you have the screen, then the game window, then the menu, the world, the level, and finally, the puzzle. Before a player has even begun to play a puzzle, they're 5 degrees separated from it. So maybe it would be an interesting idea and lead to interesting design decisions to reduce this as much as possible and have the menus, worlds, levels, and puzzles all blended together as one object. In my games, I've tried to live up to that ideal. That's why the menus and 20 small mazes are a puzzle, and the mazes are all stacked on top of each other. And why in strange jigsaws, whenever you transition from one area to another, it's a movement in space. Because I'm trying to not provide any separations from the puzzles, but unify them as closely as possible. There are definitely still areas where there are separations. The mazes are bound by frames, and the jigsaws mostly go into rectangles. But I think there's something here. There's so little we know about puzzles, and there's still so much to explore. And you can imagine that there's some way to design them so that they're not bounded. They somehow escape this framing and separation, and are able to exist not as a composition of pieces, but more as a singular thing. It's unclear how to get there, but following an abstract ideal like this has led me to interesting design decisions. And I hope one day I get a chance to play a game where I can confidently say that what I'm playing is a puzzle object, even if I don't know what that means yet.
There we go. Thank you, Fleb, for sending that in. So that is, as I mentioned before, that is one of 2 pre-recorded talks that we've got for the event. The other pre-recorded talk is on Friday. If you're wanting to ask questions to Fleb, I love that talk. It's beautiful. If you want to ask questions, I would suggest joining our Discord. thinkygames.com/Discord is the easiest way to get there. And we're making a thread in... If you go to the ThinkyCon talks channel, there'll be a thread in there for each talk, and you'll be able to ask questions there. All right, okay, folks. So next up, we have our first speaker returning from last time. So let me go set up with Caroline, and I'll be back in just a moment. Alrighty, folks. Hello, hello, hello. Like I said before, I am very happy to have Caroline back to the presentation for us last year as well. So thank you for coming back, Caroline. I'm just going to hand it straight over to you right now. So take it away.
Great. So yes, so my talk is Thinky games are emotional experiences, and designing with those emotions in mind will help you build better games. And I guess it makes sense because I don't have that much time. I guess it makes sense to jump right in and to talk about what my aim is for this presentation, and what I'm trying to achieve and why. I'll start because I find it helpful to revisit what games are exactly, because I think sometimes we lose track of what they are. So I'm paraphrasing a quote about games here from The Art of Game Design, that when we make games, what we're wanting to do is create an experience for someone, but we're not able to craft that experience directly. So instead we craft the thing that makes someone have that experience. And the interesting problem is that that these feelings are subjective. So if I play a game and someone else plays a game, then we both have different experiences and different opinions of that game. And so we're kind of crafting, when we do game design, we're crafting these clunky tools to make people have these experiences. And that's why this is quite a fun topic to talk about, because lots of people can have different opinions that are all valid. So it is quite likely that you'll disagree with something that I'm going to say, and that's fine, because I'll be around in the Discord afterwards to talk a little bit more. But if this is what games are, then Thinky games are no different. And I think there's a bit of a trap that at least I've fallen into, that Thinky games are logical. So it's easy to focus on kind of the logical construction that you're building rather than the player motivation. But the player motivation is, of course, still very important to designing your experience. So we shouldn't lose track of that. And I think this can be a problem, or the fallacy is when you consider it, yes, your kind of thinking mechanics as unemotional or not important. So telling a narrative, for example, alongside some sort of puzzle without thinking about how the puzzle might interact with that experience. And a final thing is decision paralysis. So if everything is fun, then it becomes very difficult to decide what mechanic to include in your game. So I think creating a vocabulary for the effects that these mechanics have is really important to intentionally design our experience. And so this is why I say that thinking about the experiences will make you a better game designer and the impact that they're having. So now we've agreed on the point of the presentation, let's go into the specifics. So I think I start with puzzles, because the Thinky Games website, I think, talks about aha moments, which feels very puzzly. It's also, the definition I'm going to use is a very broad definition, so it will cover maybe all of the presentation if I run out of time. So let's start. So in my definition of a puzzle, we have a setup where we're given incomplete information, and the player has to work out the missing part that's relevant. And the puzzle acts as a kind of test of whether you've understood that information or not. So that's really useful. That's really useful for a game designer, because they know that the player has understood something. And it also means that they're likely to remember it, as opposed to if you just give a player like a long wall of text and expect them to read it. We know that they don't. So some like concrete examples would be, like, I've broadly created these two. These are the two that came to mind, but they're certainly not, they are more of a Venn diagram, I think, than like non-overlapping. So there are spatial puzzles that where you maybe start at one end and you end at another, Portal, for example, or Braid. But there's also space filling ones, like I think Snakebird and Stephen's sausage roll, where you have to bake the sausage on all sides. And I'm also thinking these like physical wooden puzzles that you buy at like the Christmas market. And then there's more detective games that like Outer Wilds and Her Story, and kind of the classic whodunit. And I think crosswords somehow lie in the middle of, like, you need to work out the words that fill in the space, and there's a spatial restriction, but also there's a hint. So yeah, that's why I don't think they're quite non-intersecting. And I'm going to present these two categories kind of together. I think there's important differences between them, but I think there could be interesting overlaps. So that's kind of why I'm broadly considering them together. So since this is a presentation about the emotions that Thinky games produce, let's talk about that. So the prerequisite is trust. A puzzle, you're normally confronted with what looks like something impossible, and you have to believe that it's not, and that the designer has made the puzzle fair. And if you sabotage this, then you kind of lose the player. Like, this isn't something that the puzzle generates, this is something that you need to curate and that you cannot sabotage. The reward is often the highlight, right? This is the moment where you have that revelation where the impossible suddenly seems possible and everything shifts. And this is, it's this overcoming adversity, not just from the player character side, but actually your side, that I think also makes it feel very powerful. And this results in increased confidence and motivation in overcoming the next one, because you've just proven that you can do it. And then the motivation, there's this, I don't think it's just kind of like, am I clever enough to do it? Because I think you get bored after a while, but there's broader curiosity about the world. Like, how much work the player is willing to do depends on whether they think it's worth it, whether they think the information they're going to get out is interesting enough. And so I think this also kind of loops back round. Oops, something went wrong. That the aha moment can also create more curiosity to navigate the world. As a side note, you often find that puzzle games have this kind of mysterious narrative, so that even if the puzzle doesn't curate this curiosity, I think the environment kind of creates it a bit. So in mechanical puzzles, how can the aha moment kind of create more curiosity? And I think it's if the reveal says something meaningful about the game world to the player. And meaningful is a vague word because it can mean a lot of things, but I think a very concrete example is when it empowers the player for the next puzzle. So Portal is a really good example of that, where as you navigate the puzzles, you start to interact with the world in a more sophisticated way. And this creates a really interesting player journey, because you start kind of in this strange world and you don't know what to do, to ending up mastering the world. And that's a very compelling emotional experience. You're not maybe leveling up in the traditional way, but you're leveling up through your understanding of the world and your interactions with it. And so when it falls flat, I've given an example from Braid, because Braid is otherwise a really, it is a really good puzzle game. Like, who am I to critique Braid? But this puzzle in particular falls very flat. This puzzle where you create a clone and an enemy bounces off your clone, and then you bounce off the enemy in order to reach a high place. And I think part of that is not just that it feels a bit like a trick, so it does betray the trust a bit. I think it's also that it's not useful. You know, if this was used elsewhere, I think people would remember this more positively, but it is literally by itself and it has no consequence outside of this puzzle to the rest of the game. And so it doesn't kind of play into that player journey, I think. I think informational puzzles in this regard are kind of more obvious in how they can curate puzzles. The reveal of the puzzle can create more, or stoke more curiosity, because often they're very narrative based. So there's a lot more character development. And if a character you get to see behind the facade, and you get to see that they're more complex, I think that makes for a more compelling story. I think also revealing assumptions about the world that were false that you had, and then thinking about the kind of consequences of that is also very compelling. So I think this one's a bit more clear. I wanted to talk a bit about organizing your puzzles for the emotional journey, because we've talked about the impact of puzzles. And I think you can then, I would say that, you know, the more impactful, you can make more impactful puzzles by making the puzzle overcome more assumptions. But then that also makes the puzzles more difficult. And so you get a more intense reveal. But I don't think you always want to go for like the most intense reveal for every puzzle all the way through. Otherwise, you'd be quite exhausted. And also, if we have this player journey of being more empowered as you go through the game, then it makes sense to have moments where the player can demonstrate, oh, I understand this. This is easy because I did this 3 puzzles back. So to have these like dips and then these intense moments interspersed with easy puzzles, I think makes a lot more sense. And the difficulty of a puzzle doesn't stand by itself. Like you can also use misdirection by how you arrange your puzzles. So in this puzzle, there's a pitfall, there's this crack on the wall to the right of Lara Croft, and she gets like 2 passes. Like I think she gets 1 pass and then it cracks further, and the second time she falls. And here she would fall to her death. But there's one puzzle where it's actually useful to deliberately crack it. And so you're kind of primed to avoid these places, but later there's then this misdirection and you actually find it's a positive thing. And I think that's very satisfying because, again, it kind of increases this sophistication in how you see the levels, right? There's a very clear informational impact and a very clear meaning then to realizing that that thing that you thought was maybe one-dimensional or only negative is actually multifaceted. And then you can use that information going forward. So I think it's very impactful to do that. And then the really interesting question is, what do we do when the player gets stuck? So this section I don't have a lot of answers for, but I think this is where it's really difficult to design puzzle games, because you kind of pick a difficulty, right? And you know, if people find it too easy, well, hopefully something else about the game gets them to keep going. And if they find it too hard, like, I mean, what are you going to do? Like, they might just stop. So that difficulty curve, that difficulty level is really difficult. And it's something that other types of games don't necessarily have as badly. I think there's a really interesting talk about the dynamic difficulty curve of Mario, right? Mario gets harder if you run faster, but we don't have that luxury as puzzle designers. And this problem, I think, is also intensified if we design puzzle games in established puzzle subgenres. So like Soccer Button or these types of block pushing games, because you have a bigger range of player, like game education, right? You might have a wide range from people who like have been playing this for years versus people who have come to it for the first time. And there's nowhere in that space that you can please everyone. Like you can't pick in the middle because you'll please no one. So the kind of smaller also your range is. Like I do wonder about, Portal is a bad example because it's such a brilliant game, but puzzles in kind of new genres or new types of puzzles, I wonder if they have an easier time in that the audience is kind of smaller in its range of game education in that space versus in a more established genre. But it's just a thought. A very obvious example for if they get stuck is just to allow them to skip the puzzle. This doesn't really have any emotional consequence. It's just to stop them avoiding. But I thought it's worth saying that I think it's become more common to like only need to do a few puzzles in order to pass an area, and then so that you can come back to those puzzles later. Maybe when you have more experience, and then the puzzle, maybe that's a way of creating a dynamic difficulty curve. I think this is easier outside of mechanical puzzles and more like in informational puzzles or detective puzzles, is that you can just keep adding information. So like Shadows of Doubt is a detective game, and as you look around the world, more and more clues converge on the guilty suspect. So if you don't get it the first time, you can look for a bit more information. While Outer Wilds, you gather information about the universe, and kind of over time, maybe you missed it the first time, but you get to keep a record of it. And then maybe after you've collected more information, you realize that something's wrong here, or what if this was like this? So I think that's very nice. And this kind of goes into hint systems. So hint systems are really hard to design in this space because I think you need to understand what the assumptions are that the player is struggling with and somehow address them without ruining the reveal. I don't know, even I've never seen it really done properly because it does ultimately, I think, rob us of wrestling with the puzzle if it's too blatant. So it's a really hard problem to solve. And while I don't have solutions, I kind of wanted to throw a few things out there in this genre on this idea, because I couldn't quite make it work in my head. But I was thinking of murder mystery novels, because in murder mystery novels, I don't get I do have to be given the reveal ultimately, and I don't know if that's because of the setup. Like, it's set up so that I'm not supposed to get the reveal, but instead, they set up an intentionally impossible situation, and I need to read to the end to figure out how they did it. But obviously, there is also a game there, because you are trying to work out as you read who did it. So I couldn't quite work out. Yeah, I feel like that's related. And then the other one is a joke, because jokes are kind of like puzzles, except you're not expected to get the answer. Like, I got this, I totally ripped this from Elliot Grant's talk about puzzle designs. This isn't mine. But jokes, jokes are less funny if you get it, I think. And so I wonder if there's a genre that we're missing of funny puzzle games. I mean, they do exist, I guess, like Snakebird and Steven Sausage Roll are quite funny, but yeah, there's something interesting there about like how not to ruin a puzzle, but then why do these land in the way they land? So I have like 5 minutes left, and I'll speak a bit more about automation games rather than just puzzles, because I think they are very different to puzzle games in a very crucial way, is that they have a variable difficulty curve. The problem with puzzles is that it's a fixed difficulty curve. I also like to call automation games idle games, where you decide how long you're willing to wait, which is where the variable difficulty curve comes from. If you want like something super streamlined and like spits out things really fast, then you need to work much harder than if you're willing to kind of let it take some more time. And this incremental, you kind of get this feeling of incremental progress, which I think is unusual for other Thinky type games, because this gets you to hit this kind of flow state, which is very addictive. I think we think of flow as like maybe not super emotional, but actually it's incredibly emotional. It's an incredibly intense, positive, but very tiring experience. And it's something that's quite unusual in video games, that video games can create that emotion so strongly. If you think Tetris is like the classic example for flow. Normally outside of games, you need to be very, very good at something and have worked quite hard in order to hit flow state. And what's interesting about Factorio, I think, is that I mean, I say automation games, I am thinking Factorio because it is such a classic for the genre, is that it's combined with a threat, which feels very against the point of flow, because it interrupts you, right? Like you're working on your base, you're incrementing it, and then suddenly you forgot the pollution cloud got too big, and now you have to defend yourself. And I was talking to a friend about this, who's a physiotherapist, a therapist, sorry, and studying psychology, and she was talking about ADHD and how, I'm not saying anything about diagnosing ADHD for context, but she was saying how some people's motivation are tied to dopamine, and when the dopamine drops, their concentration drops, and the shift in attention would provide that dopamine spike that would re-engage you, which is quite interesting, because also biters are quite, not controversial, but they're very player dictated. I don't think everyone universally likes biters. In fact, I think I know both clans of people who really like it and people who don't. So something that's interesting. And I think that covers everything that I plan to talk about. So I actually do have time for questions.
Thank you so much, Caroline. There's been so much discussion in chat. and a bunch of questions have come through as well, which I will forward on to you. I've also asked Dom Camus, because he asked a question and I was reading it. I was like, I think I maybe get this, but I've asked for a bit of a elaboration on it. So if we get that, we'll ask that question as well. I first off just wanted to mention that I love the point about trust in the designer of the game at the beginning of your talk. That's a common thing that goes wrong with the game, is like you lose trust immediately, and and it's hard for a designer to regain that trust. I don't know if do you have any thoughts on regaining trust in that kind of
No.
situation?
I also should give credit again to Elliot Grant because I did watch his 30 puzzle tips for designers. As
Yeah,
part
it's
of
very good
this
talk. Yeah.
And yeah, and I got that from him. So no, I think it's lost. I think that's the problem. It's lost, and that's why.
Yeah, that is a problem. Okay, so we also had some questions from Plush Lola in the chat. So the first question was, do you think game designers don't consider emotions enough? And maybe in particular about Thinky game designers?
I don't. I'm reluctant to say anything about other people. I can only say that I didn't in the past, and so this is quite a personal talk where I think I made bad games because I didn't think enough about the mechanics that I was bringing in. And I think I said at the start that I had this indecisiveness about what mechanics to bring in. Specifically, I wanted to make a game kind of like a love story type game, and I just couldn't. I was trying a bunch of things and nothing stuck because I couldn't quite like commit to an emotion, I think. So yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. So Plush Lola's second question was around, you were talking about being stuck in a puzzle and around whether that feeling, that emotion is necessarily a bad thing. Can't a puzzle be too hard intentionally for a unique emotional experience that a regular puzzle cannot give? Do you have thoughts on that?
I think it's difficult with Google is the problem, that there's like a threshold that most people are willing to hit, and then they'll just Google it. And once they Google it, then you're no longer someone in a game, you're someone on the couch on your phone. And so true. I do think there are people that enjoy that. I don't think it's the majority of people though.
Yeah, that question also reminds me of sometimes an experience I've had in games is you get to a puzzle and it looks scary, and you get the kind of horror game feeling, like emotion from a puzzle, even though there's no gore or anything like that. It's just a scary looking puzzle. But yeah, you're right that ultimately there is a limit to how far somebody will go with a very difficult puzzle.
There is also a game, I can't remember the name annoyingly, but I know it's kind of an open world-ish puzzle game. And they tell you if it's possible, because there's a risk you might go there ahead of time before it's possible.
Yeah.
But they do make the point of telling you
when I believe that happens in Superland a bit. So in Superland, you encounter characters that tell you like this puzzle's not possible. I think there might be a few games that do that. Okay, so question from Dom, and I got an elaboration, so we'll see if we can interpret it. If we adopt this emotion-centered description of games and puzzles, how do we approach modeling the emotional responses of the subset of players who, if asked, would not agree with that model? In particular, how do we avoid apparently dismissing their claims about their own lived experience? And then the elaboration is, that's because I asked, do you have an example of the kind of disagreement a player might have about how you're modeling their emotional experiences? And Dom has replied, players who would claim they solve puzzles only for the technical challenge and experience no emotional response other than being happy when they win. Okay, so I guess, yeah, it's about like if your model of the emotions that the player might experience doesn't match up with what particular players might experience.
I mean, I think I struggled with the beginning slides of this talk because I wasn't sure if I was going to get a question from someone who just disagreed with the premise of my talk. So it's not, I feel like I'm talking about a player that, like, it's difficult to talk about a theoretical player because I'd like to talk to the person directly and be like, is that really your experience? Like you say it is, but what are your favorite games? Like, do you, I don't know, like, do you prefer to solve like kind of random objects detached from everything, or do you prefer it when it's contextualized? Like it doesn't ring true with my experiences. I'm struggling to take that perspective seriously, but I don't know if that's fair. Like I probably need to talk to a person that feels that way and like understand that perspective, because it just doesn't ring true with my perspective.
Yeah, I guess it's interesting as well because like to some degree when we design games, we're designing a game for ourselves, and in the hopes that there are other people out there that also feel a similar way about the game. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think we'll leave the questions there unless anything comes through very quickly. I don't think I missed any. Oh, I wanted to quickly mention. You mentioned murder mystery books. There's a kind of subgenre that's come out of Japan. I think they're called honkaku books. Is that correct? Somebody can correct me. But I don't know if you've heard of them, but they're like effectively murder mystery books that are intended to be solved by the person reading it. Like it's meant to be fair, so they're not concealing like the mystery or anything. So have you encountered those?
I mean, so Adventure X did an interesting talk. I can't remember the person,
Hmm.
but she talked about how Sherlock Holmes and some of these stories from the West went to Japan and influenced the detective genre, and now they're producing like Ace Attorney games and also like obviously novels and stuff, and how they were culturally different. But I don't remember that aspect of her talk, although she said everything was logically present. But then you'd get these very weird scenarios, she said at the end, where like someone had shot a gun by dropping a tissue, and like you would have known, but like it's really convoluted.
Yeah, sometimes they are just like so convoluted that you couldn't really actually figure it out. Okay, cool. So we'll leave things there. Thank you again, Caroline. And we'll go set up for the next presentation. So see you all in a moment.
Thank you so much.
3, 2, 1. Here we go. Hey, Adam, thank you for joining us. This is going to be the last talk before our first break, so very excited for it. Basically, Adam's joining us from Thinky. Adam also makes lots of small games, and this talk is about all those small games, basically. So over to you, Adam.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Hi. This talk is called CorgiSpace, or Short Legs on Purpose, or my approach to making small games. My name is Adam Saltzman, and I work on pretty big games at Thinky normally. Some of those are pictured here, but for the past year or so, I have been making new web games again. Some I used to do a long time ago, and I've been having a super good time getting back into it lately. But it's been different than it was last time I used to do this, which was like 15 years ago or something. All of these games have been made in short amounts of free time. That part is not super different, but I have released and been really pleased with the vast majority of the games that I started, and that part is really different. I think I've only shelved maybe 2 or 3 of these little projects as they got started. I have been having a super good time using my free time to do this, which is a little different than it used to be as well. And I think might be actually really important. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what I've been up to and what I've been thinking about. So starting new games sometimes can be really fun. For example, you start making it and it doesn't turn out how you want. So maybe you throw it away and start over, or you start questioning yourself and your abilities. There is somehow you can have both a blank page problem of like, how do I even get started? But you can also have I took way too many notes and now this project is kind of overspec'd and I'm intimidated problem. Sometimes you have what I would call bad heuristics, meaning you're not sure what to try next or what will help most to make your design better. Or there's like a version of that that's like more unclear creative direction. Either the project is too familiar or it's too confusing or something. Maybe, ironically, you have received too much advice. You know that you have to start small already and fail fast and iterate and find the fun and kill your darlings, but don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Anyway, and then sometimes you just end up spending 2 days setting up Project Boilerplate and now the game jam is over or something, right? So then you go kind of into a doom spiral. Maybe you have a vague sort of generalized sense of despair. Maybe you just like quit making small games for a decade and grieve your early creative death, et cetera, et cetera. So this all has been leading me to think that unfun process might be an existential threat. And I've got a quote here from Patricia Highsmith, who wrote The Talented Mr. Ripley and Strangers on a Train, amongst other things that I really love. And part of this, though, is a bunch of other convictions that I have. One is you need to make more than one game in order to get good at making games. I guess, unless you make Balatro, but most of the time you need to make more than one game in order to get good at making games. And I think process, the way you do this, if that is riddled with these sad, kind of desperate, boring tasks, that's kind of a puritanical threat to your work. And that a fun game idea, I think, is more likely to die from bad process than from being a bad idea. And I think a designer is more likely to give up on a project because of bad process than from having a bad idea. So I want to talk about, I guess, partly, how to make games better, how to have more fun doing it, because I think that might be really important. And part 1 of this talk is going to be talking about doing things that are easy and not obvious. Part 2 of this talk is going to be about separating ideas from formulas, and how you can use that to have more fun while you work and work a little more quickly, maybe. And part 3 is going to be about noticing. So part 1, this partly comes from a place of believing that game development dogma is rooted very much in things that are both hard and obvious. And I think this is a trickle-down effect from solving problems with money. But I also think none of us have any money, so that might be a stupid way to work. And it's also kind of boring and miserable. So I want to talk a little bit about kind of doing the opposite of that. I say how to do easy things, though. This is going to be a common theme in this talk, is the English language slightly failing me when I try to talk about kind of complex abstract concepts. But here I do want to clarify, how to do easy things doesn't necessarily mean it's absolutely zero effort or it was trivial to think of, but it does mean going with the grain. For example, I think dev tools kind of have a grain to them that you can work with. And I think your brain has a grain that you can work with also. And predominantly when I say doing easy things, I am thinking about and referring to working with the grain of your dev tools and working with the grain of your brain. Sometimes it's also just really trivially easy to do too, but this is the main thing. When I say dev tools have a grain, what I'm talking about is dev tools have default behaviors, things that are easy to set up, things that are robust, things that are reliable, and other things maybe not so much, right? And here, so working with the grain of your tool means doing what comes natural to that tool. But this is not always what the tool says is correct or good to do with it. Marketing materials and tutorials often do not know the real grain of a tool. So going with the grain of the tool means that you have to know that stuff. You need to be, as you're using your tools, noticing what is actually easy, what is actually reliable. And I think this is kind of true of your brain also. I think it has default behaviors and things that are easier for it to do than others. And working with the grain means doing what comes natural to your brain in this case. This is not always what your self says is correct or good to do either. I think game devs and artists of all types often do not know the full grain of their brain yet. We're always learning things about that. So going with the grain of your brain still means that it's okay and maybe actually really good for you to embrace your predilections and probably be aware of what they are, but don't be afraid of them. Notice what actually comes naturally to you as an artist or a creator. Notice what things actually come from or through you, and use those things. So for me, that means I am making games often out of the tile map feature in the Pico 8 tool, and I'm drawing a lot of science fiction crates. And yes, I'm aware that people have done pixel art crate-based games in the past, but I think what I'm doing with them is a little different, partly because of the way that I am using this tool and the way I think about these things while I work with them. So that's, in terms of when we talk about easy and not obvious, that's what I mean by easy. You're leaning into the things that you and your tool want to do anyway. In terms of not obvious, there's a couple of things here. One is you can definitely curate a stronger sense of what kinds of things are obvious by just playing games. You can be playing those games and noticing what do they have in common, what kinds of things are kind of the default way of solving a problem or introducing something about a design, what's kind of industry standard. And then, you can simply not do those things. But maybe more importantly, you can use easy things, easy meaning with the grain, right? You can use easy things as prompts for things that are not obvious. So for example, getting character movement working is can be kind of difficult to do in the game engine. But teleporting from point to point in a game might be relatively easy to do. You don't need a physics engine to do that. And you might be able to ask yourself, hey, is teleporting how this kind of game normally handles movement? If not, then this is something that would qualify as an easy and not obvious thing to do. And you can try it because it's really easy to try. And when you try it, you can see if it works. It doesn't mean it's going to work. It might be a complete failure and not useful to you, but you can try it and you can notice things, right? And so I think one of the ways that you do these non-obvious things when you're doing your game design is by kind of being committed to this idea of going with the grain of the tool and going with the grain of your brain. And yeah, but why not just do the obvious thing anyways, though? It's easier, right? You don't have to think so hard or something. But I think there's a definite risk that as a creator, you'll get bored making that project and maybe quit making it. There's definitely a risk that players will get bored of playing it and maybe quit partway through. There is a very high risk that somebody with much more money than you already did it better than this anyways. And it is, it's probably really hard to do. The obvious things are very often huge amounts of work that you may not even be able to afford to do in the first place. Yeah, right. I mean, yes, sure. Having levels is too obvious. Yes, it is okay to put levels in your game. The utility here, the tool, the thing that can benefit you maybe is how to make a game that usually has levels not have them anymore. That might be an interesting design prompt. Cranking out a ton of levels might be a ton of work. It might be easy and not obvious to just not have levels. But if it's a game that needs to have game stuff in it, that's completely fine, obviously. So yeah, this first thing, this part one is very much about going with the grain. I think a couple other things I wanted to add about this is I don't think this is a thing you can rush, really. Figuring out the easy thing that goes with the grain sometimes requires a little bit of stewing on it, or a little bit of marination time, or reflection time. Like, these things have to sit. You need to be able to digest these things a little bit to see what you can do often. But I think the odds that this makes what you're doing more fun to do, and designers having more fun means more games might get finished, and maybe even more than one game gets actually finished. I think those chances just go up when you're approaching things this way. Anyway, so that's part one. We're going to come back to that. We're going to mention more about that as we go. But for now, I would like to start digging into part two, separating our ideas from our formulas. And one small warning: the goal for this section is not to memorize binary noun labels that make all our problems go away, but we are going to be using language as best we can to kind of fence in something that I think is a little messy, but I think has been really, really a big part of my process, and this pattern of taking new ideas to completion without having to bail partway through. Okay. So scenario: you're making a game and you have an idea, which can be anything. Maybe you've got dog walking, but with some Balatro stuff, or you want to make a space station sim, or you want to make Tetris again or something. And you're good at prototyping. You get things up and running pretty quickly, and right away, like always, there's problems with the prototype or this first draft. Either it's not fun, or it's kind of confusing to play, or it doesn't look very good, or whatever. Or maybe it's too hard to make level 2, or it's too hard. It's really intimidating to think about the 17 more levels that you'll have to make after this, or whatever. And I think you're at an inflection point here where whatever idea you had got you so pumped up that but now you're running into a problem. So I think these ideas that whatever this thing is that you started with, if that made you sit down at a computer, or at your card game supplies or whatever, and actually get something working, I default to assuming that something in there is powerful. Something about that idea is good and special. Something about that idea was like demanding your attention. I think it's sort of silly to discount that or discard that, but I think it's equally silly to expect that your first draft or your first kind of like way of formulating that idea, the idea that like that's never going to be great on the first try. So I think like partly what we're going to be pushing for here is how do we hang on to that, energetic, powerful, but confusing thing and refine it and improve it. So concrete example, game I made over the past year is a cute puzzle game called Dust Bunny. And when I started working on Dust Bunny, I had a good idea for a new game based on vacuuming the house. So basically over the summer, I was cleaning the house and I noticed that the vacuum cleaner getting stuck under the table was pretty gamey. It can only enter the space under the table from certain directions. The vacuum's kind of a weird shape to begin with. Has weird movement restrictions, but as long as you get everything under the table clean, you got the job done. And that starts to feel like kind of a easy but not obvious game idea in a way. So what I have at this point in terms of ideas and formulas is this kind of idea formula glob. I'm thinking, this could be a little Sokoban game. And Dust Bunny is a funny name for a game like this. And, the idea and the formula are kind of jumbled up right now. That's both inevitable and fine. And, but I'm thinking ahead. I'm thinking I want to do something easy and not obvious. Let's do another Pico 8 tile map game. That's easy for me to do. And let's do something that I'm interested in, like cute bunnies. And maybe I'll start with something kind of a classic puzzle script mechanic of as you move around in this game, you kind of glom onto the tiles around you and you get bigger. But I'll do an easy but not obvious tweak here, which is I will ban all smart person game mechanics from this game. So there will be no tiles you step onto that allow you to scoot your blob around. There will be no tiles that modify, like there's no smart stuff, only levels, only picking up tiles. And I'll also start with this easy but not obvious win condition of just touch all the dirty tiles. That'll be a level. There's not going to be a get to the exit tile mechanic. It'll just be this other thing. And then, but to maybe have support like a level select replay system, I can just give the player like a score, like how efficiently can you move around this level, and fewest moves to kind of tidy up all the dirt or whatever. And it's easy for me at this point, without really having made anything yet, to imagine this is gonna be one way of engaging with this idea of the vacuum is stuck under the table. So first draft, I get this working pretty quickly, like an hour, something like that. That's promising. That's an indication that maybe I am doing something easy, which is great. And picking up tiles feels pretty good right away. The art kind of has a cute vibe and palette right away. It's really easy to set up that efficiency scoring mechanic, which also, it turns out, as a player is really obnoxious right away. It's like that's not a fun way to play these levels. It feels really bad. And now my plans for having a cool level select screen and a replay feature are completely invalidated and undermined. So that's going away. But the first few levels that I made are pretty fun. It's fun to find fun angles. I'm noticing at this point that maybe like some levels look easy but are hard. And vice versa. So I'm kind of responding to that, leaning into that. Can I do more levels that feel like that? That's kind of cool. But also I'm running out of level ideas like really fast. Like this base set of mechanics Partly because we started out with this easy but not obvious thing of ban all smart puzzle game mechanics. There's not a lot of levels to make. And yes, we're in CorgiSpace. We want our games to have short legs, but these legs are like pretty short. So we're back here. We're in our scenario with this, right? We've got this kind of like, I've got this idea that I like, vacuum kind of stuck under the tables that feels like a puzzle game. And I have a game that's not even a Sokoban really, and has no replay value and has almost no levels in it. And so then I'm at the inflection point. Do I bail on this thing, or do I try to figure out a better way to formulate this idea? And I think at this point, you do want to trust. Like, I sat down and made a prototype. That means something about the vacuum getting stuck under the tables is good, and I should pursue it. And it's absurd to pretend that this very first formulation, this first formula, this first draft of that idea is somehow going to be perfect. But there's this big question of like, how do we change that formula to make a good game? So slight tangent, but when I'm saying formula, right, I want to like elaborate on this just real quick. Formulas are sort of like, in this sense, like a vehicle for delivering an idea, or something that an idea has imprinted on, so that when someone else sees it, they can sort of maybe see some of the things that your idea was inspiring or whatever. But formulas are plagued by so many things: anxiety, dogma about certain ways of working, bugs and glitches and unexpected obstacles. I think they tend to be kind of slippery and unpredictable, frog-like, I would say, in general. Formulas are kind of constantly in danger of becoming too slow and or too expensive. This can be really bad because you will get skittish about modifying that formula in the ways it needs to be modified because you've invested so much in it. And they're just kind of not trustworthy. Like, formulas are easily confused for ideas, and formulas are always infecting your ideas, which it turns out you need, but you still need to be aware of. And in a lot of ways, I think these formulas, a series of formulas, are like your co-designer. They're another source of input on what you're doing with your design. And ultimately, the formula is also the final product. You don't get to ship an idea. You only get to ship a formula. Ideas are harder to pin down, but I think there are patterns. Ideas you start work on are like 1,000 times as important as ones you don't. It doesn't matter how big your notepad, how big your game ideas.txt file is. The ones you actually start are more important, period. It's a measure of the energy that they have or what they do to your brain, I think. I think ideas tend to be relatively simple. Ideas in this context tend to be simple. They've got maybe one or two basic parts. I think they tend to arrive with some kind of like barnacles or fog or clutter that need to be stripped away. So essentially like formula baggage that we want to work on kind of breaking off of there so the idea can make our formulas better. Ideas tend to be things that you notice more than things that you invent. And I think they tend to be more in the realm of play and playfulness ultimately, where formulas are more in the realm of games. And my most spurious subjective claim is that ideas have heart feel and formulas have brain feel. And I won't be defining that any further. Right. So Vampire Survivors meets Balatro is more of a formula than an idea in this model. RTS with crafting and persistent blah, blah, something or other, also a formula, right? And honestly, almost everything you start with is going to be kind of a formula. But I think if you actually start that project, that means there's an idea in there somewhere. heart feel is the thing that makes you open a new project tab. So if you have started working on Vampire Survivors meets Balatro, the hottest new game of 2026, let's say, you're starting with some kind of formula idea glob thing that almost definitely has an idea in it, but the idea isn't the formula of Vampire Survivors meets Balatro. It's something else. So like, what do you notice about your plan, your formula for this Vampire Survivors meets Balatro game? Like things that I would notice, Vampire Survivors and Balatro both have this aesthetic of game breaking in their design and their mechanics. They're kind of not what they seem at first in different ways. And the great thing though, is that that's probably not what you noticed. You probably noticed something else because we are not the same person. And I think that is super important. So your job here is you are trying to kind of like dig up this beating heart thing in the middle of this glob, find that idea in there, because that thing needs love and protection and nurturing. And that's the thing that will show you how to get the formulas right. And the way that you extract that is by formulating. Like this series of formulas is an active process. This is like a verb. Okay, back to Dust Bunny. The idea of Dust Bunny, I think, is vacuum is stuck under the tables. To me, that has good heart feel. I'm drawn to that thing, and I think the formula actually has good brain feel too. The levels that I have are good. There's just I don't have enough stuff to make enough of it, and here the temptation is resort to something that is hard to do and relatively obvious to do. So again, go back to some kind of smart person game mechanics or something like that. But I want to do something easy and not obvious. And this is where the third grain comes in. We're not limited to just our dev tools and our own brain. Your game has a grain too. Your game already has default behaviors. It already has things that are easier to do in it. And working with the grain of the game means doing what comes natural to this game as this thing that's its own entity now already. And this is not always what the formula says is correct or good to do. Formulas can be very misleading about the grain of your game. So what do you notice about this game? What does the game seem to notice about itself that you could use to kind of elevate that formula or find the next interesting formula thing to try? So for Dust Bunny, this was relatively straightforward. What Dust Bunny needed was more dust and more bunnies. So instead of just collecting white orbs that clean up dust, you can collect pink orbs that leave trails of dust. You can also pick up little orbs that are partly pink, which will, if any dust touches them, they will turn into pink orbs. And ultimately made a pink bunny that leaves dust trails behind itself. And this ended up working really well. They tripled the number of puzzles that were in the game very quickly and easily, and ended up with this funny kind of like narrative where you start with, narrative is maybe a heavy term for this, but you start with this very clean, tidy bunny, and by the end of the game, it's this kind of like messy pink bunny. And we get to do a joke about that with the game over screen, right? The thing I wanted to call out before I move on to next things, though, is there may be a temptation to simply skip to this step. Just come up with the right game in the first place. The programming equivalent of, you simply don't write bugs in the first place or whatever. But you can't consult the game grain if there's no game. Games emerge from previous formulas and the way those formulas refined your ideas and from the way you noticed things in them, and the real easy, not obvious things to do here that guide you toward a very cool formula depend on the grain of the game. So you have to make something first in order to be able to do this thing this way. But it's not just Dust Bunny. I've made 15 games in the last year, and I've made a few other games before that. So, Cannonball started with this idea formula glob that was based on Super Mario Brothers speedruns, which are basically a one-button runner. And because you're always holding run and right, and you just tap jump at the right time. And that felt like that could be a whole arcade game almost. The first formula was not very good. It had kind of a charge jump, and I didn't like how the endless design was playing out. The game was ending itself, and it had an asymptote that was a problem. And so I worked on refining, what's really important about this idea formula. What's the real thing? And the real thing is like, I want to be running so fast that I'm almost falling over, like you do in a dream sometimes. That would be cool to capture in a dinky little pixel art arcade game somehow. And so started leaning into things that accentuated that were really easy to set up. So the game doesn't have an ending still, because that's hard work, but it has a way to slow yourself down without getting game over. And it has windows that kind of are small targets to hit, but emphasize that kind of like feeling of velocity and being barely in control. One of the games from the last year that I think turned out really good is this game Dust Settlers. And it started out with just really wanting to riff on this old indie arcade game called Block Sum. The first formula was not just not fun to play, it was actually mathematically impossible. The code had to just be ejected and restarted. But that helped me figure out that actually the thing that I thought was the main thing going on was not as important. The thing that I really liked about Block Sum is this way that combos stave off the end of the world in a way. There's this kind of like almost there last few seconds time dilation feeling that's really, really cool. And I really just wanted to make an arcade game that had that thing going on. And that made it really easy to know that it was okay to simplify other aspects of the design, notice other things that were happening, and lean into that feeling more specifically. Another one of the games, Mole Mole, I think turned out good. All I had was this, this thought that what if you made a Sokoban game where you also had bombs? That's fun because you get to cheat at Sokoban now, but also if the bomb makes a diamond shape, maybe it could carve out new Sokoban blocks at the margins. That could be kind of cool. But first formula, very similar to Dust Bunny, is just like, this isn't enough. This isn't really a whole game in the way that I wanted it to be, or at the scale that I can make it. The thing that I started to notice while I was playing that first formula, though, is this game felt more like bomb diffusing than bomb blowing up. It felt like bombs were tricky to use. You had to use them really carefully. That kind of led naturally to finding the right obstacles for finishing this game up, which are dirt and water, it turns out. And so background to Dust Bunny, just to recap, we started out with glomming stuff to clean dust and score by moves, but we didn't have enough levels, or the scoring was not fun, and we were able to refine that idea to be to acknowledge the like good heart feel of the vacuum stuck onto the table, and we were able to look at the grain of that game and realize what we really need here is dust blobs, partly dust blobs, the Dusty Bunny, et cetera, et cetera. So when I say you need to separate your ideas from your formulas, it's not exactly, again, that we are just labeling things to be a certain thing. We're using this as almost like a diagnostic framework. We want to acknowledge that by necessity, formulas and ideas are kind of intertwined, but that the formula might need to be discarded entirely in order to keep pushing that idea forward. But the idea probably doesn't need to be discarded. So we're going to be brushing off that idea. We're going to be clarifying it. We're trying to make it simple. We're trying to make it powerful. And an idea that's so good that you actually start making something, that I think deserves trust and love from you. But but you will have to kind of go find the idea inside that glob. And the way you do that is this active process of formulating, of creating a series of formulas so that those are participating in how you do this design. And, usual disclaimers, reminders, formula is a minefield of temptations with no power steering or GPS. That's a mixed metaphor, but we'll go with it. The slow, expensive formula is an existential threat, and you have to recognize that. And if you spot a formula kind of masquerading as an idea, you have to call that bluff. You're going to be looking for these opportunities to kind of like guide and improve these formulas by doing the easy, not obvious things. Those in turn are going to be strengthening your idea. This is the way in which we make the idea simple and powerful, is by noticing the great things that are emerging from those formulas and then building off of those things as we go. I've been saying notice a lot throughout this talk, and that's not a coincidence. It's something I think is super important, and it is the thing that I have been centering in the middle of this semi-neurotic design process. And I think noticing for me starts with a reveal. And I love a good reveal. I think a good twist has nothing on a good reveal. Like, the moment in a book where you realize a little thing. It can be really small. It can be you didn't realize whose point of view the first two paragraphs were from, or something like that, until the third paragraph, let's say. That's a classic John Gardner trick, right? When you go through a door in a Doom level or in a Dark Souls catacomb, you just pass through the door and it kind of like goes over you and reveals the room to you, right? Or, little things like the feeling of like, oh, it was right in front of me the whole time. Why didn't I see that? Classic movie making stuff of like, why is the director, the cinematographer showing me this character this way I don't understand yet? And now I'm starting to get that sensibility or that sense. And, this is a thing that is in the reveal is in puzzle games and action games and story games. And it's in food, it's in everything that I like and enjoy. And I think it's really important and kind of beautiful. So, for a while there, it was kind of like, oh, so as a game designer, this is what I do. Maybe I'm a revealatician now, or like I'm a revealologist. But that ultimately kind of got me thinking about like, maybe the reveal isn't the bottom of this. I mean, there's like is there a layer under the reveal? Is a reveal really just one way of creating conditions under which noticing can happen? And what if noticing is the important thing about what's going on here? And that got me thinking about a bunch of other things. So, when the painter is painting, they're looking at their painting while they paint, and they're noticing what the paint does. And they're looking at their painting, partly because the audience will be looking at the painting and they'll be noticing, but also the painter is reacting to what they see and what they're noticing in the painting. And the musician is playing and listening, and they are noticing the sounds, and they're listening partly because the audience will be listening and they're reacting to what they notice in it. They're writing with the piece, and the author is writing and reading partly because the audience will be, but also they're reacting to what they notice in the words. They're writing with the piece. And I think when we're doing it right, I think the game designer is implementing and playing. And they're playing partly because the audience will be playing, but also They are reacting to what they notice in the playing, and they're designing with the game. And I don't think it's a coincidence that if you sat down and tried to make a list of the most beautiful games, almost none of them are made by game designers. Tetris, Dota, career game designers, professional trained game designers, right? Tetris, Dota, Counter-Strike, poker, soccer, Go, chess, Balatro, Katamari, Eco, if you want, Donkey Kong, it can't be a coincidence, right? And I don't think ideas are things that you come up with, these idea formula globs that strike you. I think they tend to be things that you notice more than things you invent. And the easy and not obvious things that make those formulas so potent or interesting or fun or powerful to people, I think those tend to be things that you notice more than things that you, invent or come up with too. So everybody say hi to Steggy. This is my corgi. Basically, what if game design is best understood in retrospect as something that happened? Maybe we can understand it as like an accumulation of noticings or a record of reactions to playing, where each choice you make is based on the last, and it's kind of like mutating and procedural, like a program. You assert something, your project refutes it or yes ands it, and you react, and then it reacts, and it's almost like it's like conversational or epistolary. There's a correspondence between you and a thing that didn't exist yet, but all the audience is going to find is that final formula, and it's in a bottle on a beach somewhere, and all that we're hoping is that they will pick it up and that they will be noticing stuff in it too. And I think I've run out of things a little earlier than I planned, but basically that's how I've been approaching my game making this year. It's been really fun, and I think it's pretty important to have fun when you're doing this. And I've got my favorite Patricia Highsmith quote up here again. Otherwise, yeah, I think that's everything. Thank you for letting me up here to holler about this.
Thank you so much, Adam. That was wonderful. Fantastic talk. We got a whole bunch of questions, so it's all right that you finished a little bit earlier because we can skip through these questions.
Thank you, question askers.
Another one just came through as well, so make sure not to miss that. Okay, so Dom Camus asked a little bit earlier, the vacuum stuck under table idea is what I call a top-down idea. Does this CorgiSpace approach also work for bottom-up ideas, like mechanical first?
I would say yes, but I would say partly because ultimately, and I think one of the tricky things about the sequence in which I present the ideas is we obviously land in a space where we're kind of like designing from the middle out. I think they're the most common thing if you sit down and actually start making a game is that you have some top down and some bottom up that seem compatible. And you have this mix, you have this little sandwich of things, and that's the thing that gets you started. You have enough bottom up to program something, and you have enough top down to feel excited about it. And then what we're doing throughout that process is those things are talking to each other. Maybe you don't even know what the top down is. You're starting from the bottom up. I promise there is a top down something in there if you've started. I 100% believe that. But do you know what that is yet? Do you have a really solid grasp of what that is yet? Who knows? And likewise, I think top down, you can be really, really excited, but your ability to press keys and start writing code and see what happens is going to depend, I think, disproportionately on having some sense of a bottom up idea of how to evaluate that. So I think my worldview has ended up being that I don't really think there's such a thing as a true top down only or bottom up only approach. I think you might be a little more top heavy or leaning one way or the other or something, but I think both things are in play. And I think working in a way that, tries to acknowledge that, or tries to look for those opportunities to take things that are cool about your bottom up feeling and let that influence or engage with your top down heart feel stuff. And then that top down heart feel getting clarified and being a stronger signal means you can modify the bottom up kind of game mechanics things to, embrace that or embellish that or take that even farther. Like that interplay between these two things is the thing that I love about this process and that I find really enjoyable about this process. I don't know. I think if someone came in with evidence that this was not true, and many people do pure top down or bottom up, I would relinquish my position immediately. But I think my predilection or my bias is that I think it's more likely that we're all going into the start of these projects with this strong mix of top and bottom down inspirations or ideas, and we're excited about the fact that they have a connection to begin with. But if we get, we might confuse the likely flaws with our first draft of our bottom-up mechanical plans for deep flaws in our top-down idea that got us really excited. And that's the thing that I want to keep an eye out for when I'm working, at least.
Great answer. Thank you. Very in-depth. I'm trying to keep an eye on all the questions that are coming through, and we'll go through in order, and we'll see how many we can get done before we get to 6 o'clock my time. And also apologies. There's a cat behind me getting hungry, and so if you can hear meowing, that's why. I'll mute myself when you're answering the questions. Okay. So next question. Was from so there were a couple of questions related to just trying to understand. There's a lot of discussion in the chat about your ideas formula model for thinking about things, and so this wasn't phrased as a question exactly, but from Gawain in the chat, they said, it seems to me that the idea is the core theme / crucial mechanic that defines the game. The formula is how that idea is conveyed to the player. And then another comment from Dan, comparison to jokes. Idea is the premise of a joke while the formula is the setup and delivery. Do those kinds of ways of thinking of it match with your thoughts?
Yeah, I think those are both pretty reasonable assessments or summaries. Like, for example, I heard, I was listening to an interview with the American comedian Nate Bargatze recently, and he was talking about something really a lot like this. He was talking about having, he knew he wanted to do a joke about never buying milk unless he was in a relationship with someone. But he knew that and he had that little kernel of thing. That thing had good heart feel, but the brain feel was just essentially, he wasn't using those words, but in my terminology, the brain feel was wrong every time he tried it. And he eventually found a place inside of another joke structure where that was appropriate and worked or whatever. And it was very much like a thing of trying to figure out, how does this core idea make it out to the world? But in a way, it's like, and the wrinkles that I want to add, or the things that I think are interesting to think about, are, the first draft of this talk specifically talked about a formula as a vehicle for an idea, but I don't think I really believe that. I do think it's more like an imprint. The formula can't carry the idea. The formula is just itself. It can only carry itself. That's where you get Duchamp's transference and stuff, right? A formula is an artifact that goes out, and it's its own thing. It simply can't have your idea in it, but your idea can shape it. So I think it's a funny back and it's the back and forth is the thing that I keep wanting to stress the more I think about this and the more I talk about this, because, I think one of the reasons that I've been able to finish so many of these games and be so happy with the designs is I'm not being sort of prudish about the inviolability of the idea. There's something in the idea that has me excited. Will it end up being the thing that's the most important in this game? Maybe not. The game that I released last week started with an idea about hourglasses that would decay your inventory, and it ended up being about a little guy making stew, right? And I immediately started a new prototype about hourglasses decaying your inventory. So there's an attentiveness and an alertness and this kind of like designing with your game as it emerges, and not feeling bad about if the game that's emerging doesn't work with that idea anymore. Okay, the idea gets set aside. It needs a different formula. But if this formula is turning out cool, what's the idea in there? The back and forth, the process of it is the thing that I'm most invested in. So I think it's helpful to be able to, again, like diagnostically separate ideas from formulas. I would just be hesitant about sort of like getting too binary or too discriminatory or trying to arrange them in a hierarchy, because I think they're both so important and they inform each other, and the idea means so much to you, but the formula is the only thing that goes out the door. So it's thinking about those things, looking for what that is in your work. That would be the thing that I would emphasize, I think.
Great, thank you so much. So I hope you're okay with a bunch more questions. Is that all right with you? They keep coming in.
Yeah,
we probably won't be able to get through all of them. But then we'll take them to Discord afterwards or something. So the next question was from Plush Lola, and I think a few people were wondering this. You referred to like smart person game mechanics or smart game mechanics a few times. They were hoping for some elaboration on that. And they also asked specifically what makes the pink stuff in Dust Bunnies not a smart person mechanic to you.
That is fair. And I don't know that I'm going to have a super good answer for this, but I think I associate... I'm associating smart person mechanics with like some of my all-time favorite games. I'm playing Spooky Express by Alan Hazelden and crew right now, and Zachtronics games are, I think, a good example of what I would say are smart person mechanics. They're my all-time actual favorite games to sit and play. But they definitely require a certain amount of like alertness or like a commitment to a certain level of cognitive something.
Thinkiness?
Yes, yeah, I think so. Like they're really like quite thinky.
Yeah.
And I think I know that for me as a designer, I don't have as much to bring to the table for that kind of play. But one of the reasons that I love them and play them so much is I feel like those games function so much in the realm of noticing. They're just doing it in a way that's kind of out of my reach. Love to play them, know that I will struggle to do that. But because I love to play them, I do feel this temptation to start working that into my designs, even though I know that it will be a struggle for me to take that to a level where it stands up with those games or where it feels like those games. So I mostly call it out in this talk because it's been a thing that's helped me kind of like stay on track, even though I think some of the games that I've been making do have a lot of emergent complexity. There's one game where I thought the top scores were going to be around 450, but people have figured out these demonic workaround systems to get scores up in the 800s. So like I adore systems that have that kind of complexity. I personally struggle to work in that space often, and I am trying to focus on, being in a space where not just my taste, but the things that I have a natural affinity for are centered as well, I guess.
This probably goes against the part of the premise of the talk, but I would love to see what happens when you make a game and you just go full smart person mechanics and see what happens. So if you want to do it as a one-off, go for it.
There's a really extreme risk that I simply will not finish it because I will confuse myself so much.
I mean, I guess that's what you were saying. That would be like going against the grain, basically, and it would be harder to finish.
It does, yeah. It goes against my grain, even though it is so complementary to my taste, and that's a thing that has been helpful to me to acknowledge in my work. Certainly,
right. That makes sense. That's great. So next question, we'll do a couple more, maybe. Sorry, folks, we won't get to all of them. There have been a lot. So from Vida, there's a question: do ideas always have a feeling/vibe you want players to experience? Is it helpful to add detail to the idea, or is it more helpful to rework the formula?
So to the second part, the short answer is both. I think you're constantly in a process of refining the idea and refining the formula, and the big thing that's helpful to me is to just know or remember or care that the idea is real and does exist and probably shouldn't be entirely discarded, whereas the formulas, I think, are more likely to need to be discarded or to be super misleading or something like that. But in terms of, it's an interesting question, I think, to decide whether or not the idea is a thing that I want a player to experience or not. And my inclination is maybe counterintuitively to say that that's not actually what I want the player to experience exactly, but I really, really like the idea that the player is noticing the same kinds of things that I'm noticing. And I'm usually, when I'm doing like level design, for example, I am trying to create scenarios where they see the same things. So, for example, I don't actually hope that when people play Dust Bunny, they go, this is just like vacuuming the house. I love this. Like, that's not what I'm going for. But what I do hope they're going for is that they get to go on this little noticing journey that's similar to the one I went on when I was kind of like following the inspiration of vacuuming, which is, look at this funny implication for level design. Look at this funny implication for level design. What if you switch these things around? Why is it harder to see that this could fit through here instead of this fitting through there? Like, why are we like this? I do want the player to catch as much of that as possible, but that feels a little more second order or consequential to me. Like, I don't need them to go, vacuuming, this is so pure. But I do want them to go like, wow, it looks like it should be able to fit, but it doesn't. Why is it doing that? I do want the player to catch those. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's where my head is at for sure.
Yeah, it was great. Thank you. So I think we'll take one last question, and just to mix it up, I'll pick somebody we haven't had a question from so far. So Feverish asked, how do you know if a game has too much heart feel versus too much brain feel? Is it some sort of balance? What ratio would you give it? Do you think about that?
I don't think that's ever crossed my mind before. I think interesting. I don't think I experience it that way, but I think partly for all the reasons I've been discussing, and but partly like I think it's similar to the last question in a lot of ways. Like, I think the heart feel versus the brain feel are, for me, are a developer designer facing distinction, because the player again, my worldview is the player does not get to have the idea. That simply doesn't go to them. It's not how this works. The formula goes to them. The only thing they get is the thing that for you was on the brain feel side of things, and your heart feel is guiding what you do with that. And at that point, that goes to a complete stranger. And again, like for me, I hope that they are noticing the things that I noticed or feeling the things that I was feeling when I was navigating that formula, when I was navigating the creation of that artifact that is being, transferred to, again, a complete stranger. But I don't get to send them the idea. So I don't know if they get to have any sense of heart feel or brain feel as a player. As a designer, I think I definitely find myself in places where I have a prototype that has quite a bit of brain feel, but no heart feel. And in that situation, I end up dropping it generally. That's the pattern for me. I was working on a game where you have to navigate these labyrinths using chess pieces. And as you capture chess pieces, that gives you your next chess piece move, which had like really good brain feel and absolutely no heart feel. And that is sitting on my laptop completely undeveloped at the moment. There's just no energy behind it. But when there's too much heart feel in a game, which is a lot of the examples that I use in the talk, it usually just means that I'm in the middle of this process and I need more formula there. I need a little more brain feel to kind of like hold all that stuff from the heart feel or make this string of noticings that I think somebody else would also get a kick out of or whatever.
Fantastic, thank you. I think we will wrap it up there. These cats are now getting so hungry they're climbing on top of me. So I think we should go and sort that out. Thank you, Adam, so much for that presentation and for answering all those questions. There are a bunch more. If folks want to ask those questions, please go to the Discord. Just a reminder, thinkygames.com/Discord is how you can get there, and there are threads per talk. You should be able to find it, and I'm sure Adam will be around to answer any more questions. Yeah. Great. So thank you, Adam. If you want to drop out now, that's great. And I'll just wrap up and head into the break with everybody. So yeah, thank you again, Adam.
Awesome. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks. Okie dokie, folks. So we are going to head into the break right now. And it's a 30-minute break. We'll get set up for the next talk at the end of it. So see you in 30 minutes. I'll go feed these cats. I love how he's just climbed straight on my shoulders. He likes to do that. Yeah, and I will see you in 30 minutes. Oh, just a quick reminder, if you're watching on, well, of course you're watching on YouTube. Everybody's watching on YouTube. But YouTube can kind of fall behind, especially if there was buffering or anything. So if you want to make sure you're in sync with what's actually happening live, make sure to, like when you view the playback bar thing, you can press on the text that says live and it will jump you to the beginning, sorry, to the end, or you can just drag the thing all the way along and it should sync you up. So yes, see you all in 30 minutes. All right, goodbye. All right, hello everybody. We are back. Apologies for the slight delay there. Just getting some stuff sorted out. We are now joined. There's so many people on the screen right now. We're joined by so many folks. So Craig, you may remember from last year. There's going to be a bit of a follow-up to last year's presentation, but also a follow-up to some other research that Craig has been doing in the meantime. And he's joined by Zach and Nassim here. I'll let them introduce themselves, but I'll hand it over to you now, Craig.
Perfect. Thanks, Joe. And I just wanted to take a second too to thank Joe and the rest of the Thinky Games crew for like running this again. It's amazing. I love doing research with this community. It is just a real treat. So thank you. So as mentioned, I'm Craig G. Anderson. Joined with two students that work closely with me. Nassim Eshkarf and Zach Carpenter. But who even are we? So I'm an assistant professor in games at the University of Utah. Yes, I still can't believe they let me do this. Nassim is a PhD student in educational psychology in the University of Minnesota, and Zach is a PhD candidate in EdPsych at the University of Minnesota. But what even is this do? So as Joe mentioned, last year Professor David Valina and I presented some work where we were showing off how we have been using puzzle games, Baba Is You in particular, to investigate how players solve problems. So we looked at things like when are they noticing deviations from their plans, from the way they think about the mechanics, when are they revising those actions, and when are they giving sort of causal explanations? They're saying out loud, oh, it's because of this. This is why I'm hitting this problem. We looked a lot at how to give effective hints while people are playing puzzle games in a way that is not giving up the answer, still lets the player maintain a lot of the autonomy and hold on to that very important aha moment of solving the puzzle themselves, but making sure that they don't get hard stuck, that they get onto a path where they can explore more. For that, we looked at things like, what are their distal goals, the overall goal of the level? What are their proximal goals? How are they trying to accomplish it? What are their goal strategies? Like, what is the actual series of events they're taking to do these things? And then their understanding of what the mechanics of the game even do. What even is this research that we're working on now? So we are working in Baba Is You then and now again. RV was kind enough to work closely with us, especially in the beginning of this research, and let us have a version of Baba Is You that actually tracks what the player is doing, their log data basically. So we have millions of lines of people playing Baba Is You, and we get to look through it and look for patterns and see how people are approaching solving problems. So really, that was that first study. We were looking at how do people solve problems in puzzle games, Baba Is You in particular. Our current research is taking a slightly different approach. So we found out all these wonderful things about how people solve problems in puzzle games, and now we wanted to turn around and talk to the puzzle game developers. We wanted to figure out how do puzzle game developers create these spaces where people are making or solving problems in these wonderful playful spaces. So a quick overview of what we're going to talk about before I hand it off to the talented students working on this project. We basically are taking two different approaches. So we're going to call them track 1 and track 2. In track 1, and Nassim will get into this in much more detail soon, we basically use the level editor of Baba Is You to create 3 alternative versions of the first 7 levels. So when the player is just learning what even is Baba Is You, what are the basic concepts that we're trying to learn to prepare to go on to the next part of the game. And basically, we use all that data that we pull, video data of them playing, we get them to talk out loud, and the log data that we pull out, and we start to look at group comparisons. Are there differences between the players who go through these 3 different ways to learn how to play? The second track, which Zach will get into in more detail, is looking a lot more at when we sat down with 20 puzzle game developers, many who are here at ThinkyCon giving talks. We just asked them questions about how do you design these things, and sat down with them with a specific game that they developed and walked through the design choices that they made in each of those parts. So I will pass it off to Nassim, who is going to lead us through our first track. And stop sharing.
Thank you, Craig. Hey everyone, I'm going to talk about the onboarding track. And let me start with a question. What's the best way to teach game mechanics? Do we tell them exactly what to do, show them the path, or let them figure it out through failure? We tested all 3 approaches. Let me show you exactly what we did. This is the same level called Out of Reach, designed 3 different ways plus the original version. In Baba is You, rules are physical objects. You can make rock is push to make rock pushable, or change flag is win to rock is win when the flag is unreachable. In the original version, as you can see, we didn't have any modification. This is what player normally experience, and this is our baseline. And this is the tutorialized version. Basically, maximum hand holding. Pop-up text say, push this block here. Arrow point to important object, and summary screen after each level show you a summary of what you learn. It's like having a teacher over your shoulder. And safe problem solving. We redesigned level to be fail-proof. Block of wrong path, remove objects that cause dead ends, and made solution visually obvious, like bowling with bumpers. It's like you will success no matter what. And the increase in pass, we made failure more likely. Basically, extra walls to bump into, easy way to get stuck, and obvious solution that don't work based on productive failure. Struggle first, learn deeper. We recruit 122 players for 3-session study over 10 days. Let me walk you through the structure. For the first session, each player played their assigned versions of the introductory levels: original, tutorialized, safe problem solving, or increasing pass. This is where they experience the different onboarding approaches. And right after that, they took our 12-question quiz and complete surveys about their experiences. And 3 days after that, the second sessions, in this session now, everyone played the same new levels. No more modifications. We are looking for carryover effects from their different onboarding experiences. And a week after that, for the third session, again, everyone plays on identical new levels, then complete final surveys about difficulty, enjoyment, and curiosity. This design let us see both immediate effects, how they perform during different onboarding, and lasting effects, whether those differences persist when everyone faced the same challenges. We collect multiple types of data to understand how players learn. The behavioral log data capture every action when players create or break rules, use undos, or restart levels, start, quit levels, or even complete it. We gave everyone a 12-question quiz after the first session, which was our onboarding session, to test if they understood the mechanics. We also surveyed them about their experience, how engaged they were, how difficult they found it, and their curiosity and enjoyment. And we record Think Aloud session to hear their problem-solving process in real time. We wanted to understand 3 things. Did players actually learn the game mechanics? How did they problem solve differently? And what was their experience? Here's our most surprising findings. The safe problem solving groups, where we remove all frustration points, scored significantly lower on the quiz than every other groups. They had the smoothest experience, but the poorest understanding of the game mechanics. Looking at the problem-solving behavior during the first session, which was the onboarding session, we see clear differences. The safe problem-solving group had the lowest undo rate compared to increase impasse. This shows safe problem-solving players weren't struggling or experimenting as much. And rule manipulation rates were more similar across groups, suggesting all players were engaging with the core mechanics, just with different level of trial and error. And players accurately perceive the difficulty differences. Increase impasse groups rate their experience as most difficult and safe problem solving as easiest. They felt the difference we designed. Let's step back and look at the full picture. This table shows how each approach performed across all our measures. Safe problem solving had the lowest difficulty, but also poorest learning, and the only group with decreased curiosity. Increased impasse had the highest difficulty, but maintained both good learning and stable enjoyment. The tutorial group learned well, but still saw enjoyment drop. This suggests that productive struggle the increased impasse approach might be sweet spot for both learning and engagement. I'm going to pass it to Zach to talk about the second track.
Okay, so hopefully everyone can see that. And okay, now we come to track 2 of our research project, which is all about some interviews with puzzle game developers. And as Craig kind of mentioned initially, we really wanted to build off our prior work in trying to deeply understand how developers are going about designing puzzle games. We have some understanding from our prior work about how players are problem solving and learning in Baba Is You, but we don't have a deep understanding of how these spaces are being designed. So we went into this project asking ourselves a bunch of questions. How do devs think about onboarding new players to their games? How do they think about failure, difficulty, and challenges in their games? How do they design for it? Overall, we really wanted to understand what is kind of the overall design process. How do they pull off the feat of designing these magical spaces for players? And how even can we bring these perspectives together to inform game and even broader learning design? So we took these broader questions with us as we began the study by reaching out to puzzle game developers that we connected with at the last ThinkyCon. And we worked with these devs to schedule 2-hour interview. The first hour really focused in on asking devs about their design philosophy, how they onboard players, how they design for challenge, and other questions that get at their overall design process. And then the second hour, as Craig also alluded to earlier, really focused on walking through a game that they created and asking questions about why they made certain design decisions. For example, an overall question that was asked here was, talk me through the design of these early levels. And of course, some other questions that asked about specific moments in their games and why they decided to design a thing a certain way. So in all, we interviewed 20 game developers, and we have the automatically generated Zoom transcripts, the video data, of course, from these Zoom meetings, and this kind of represents our data for the study. So we're still in the process of analyzing track 2, but so far, this kind of analysis process has fallen into two larger buckets. The first bucket is really more of a deductive approach. In other words, it's kind of top down. This means that we're kind of starting with some kind of theory, hypothesis, or framework, and we let this theory or hypothesis or framework guide the analysis that we're doing. In our case, we explicitly wanted to build off of a researcher named G and his research work, where he laid out some design principles that games embody and what makes them so good for learning. And then the second bucket is more of an inductive approach. And this means more bottom up. We start with the data and we really try and let the data speak for itself and generate themes by staying grounded in the data. So let's focus first on this top deductive approach, starting with an overview of G's principles. I won't get into the nitty-gritty for the sake of time, but broadly, G's goal in putting forward these principles was really to get education researchers and educators in general to think more deeply about how games are designed and what they're doing to capture players and teach them the underlying rules of often an entirely new system that they never encountered before so quickly and effectively. So G came up with a set of 13 principles, and he grouped them under the kind of these three broader categories, which he called empowered learners, problem solving, and understanding. And under each one of these broader categories, we have certain principles like customize and co-design under empowered learners, pleasantly frustrating, and sandboxes under problem solving, and system thinking and meaning as action image under understanding. And all of these are described as something that games are doing that fuel learning and what makes games, as G calls them, learning machines. So with this kind of framework in the forefront of our minds, we began to look at the data in a multi-step process. So step one being, we have 4 researchers on the team at this time, and we divided up the interviews amongst all the researchers. So about 5 interviews each and about 10 hours of video data. And then after that, going to step 2, we started looking at the data through the lens of G's principles. So what that looked like is, I have, for example, 4 quotes here. Let's say researcher 1 came across this top quote while listening to interview 13. This researcher would go through G's principles and make an argument for categorizing it within a certain principle. So for example, maybe this researcher decides the first quote here should go under fish tank, because it seems like when the Gev is talking about the player only seeing one penguin at a time, an example very specific to their game, they're really talking about stripping down the mechanics for that player, which is what a fish tank is all about. Then this process would kind of continue, and maybe researcher 2 notices that this quote is a sandbox, or talking about a sandbox principle, because the dev is talking about creating spaces where the player cannot fail for a tutorial. And then again, maybe this one is just in time and on demand because it talks about hints and giving the player the right amount of information and helping them. And then finally, maybe this last one is cycles of expertise, because it talks about new challenges that give the player an opportunity to discover new things about a mechanic they did not know before. So each researcher went through this process for their interviews of categorizing quotes, and we ended up with a spreadsheet filled with quotes for each of the 13 principles. And then we engaged in a kind of final step to kind of derive some themes from what we were seeing in the data. So step 3 involved one researcher looking at all the quotes under a certain principle, let's say sandboxes. This researcher would come up with themes that they thought best captured the data, and then they would pull in the supporting quotes for that theme. And then all 4 researchers would meet together to talk about the themes that the other researcher had came up with individually. And then after this, we would go through this pretty long and intense process of arguing for what we were seeing in the data. And then eventually out of that came themes for each of these broader 13 design principles. And how many themes exactly? 110 different themes. So there's a lot of nuance and a lot of richness and a lot of creativity that these devs are talking about. Of course, I'm not going to go into all 110 themes, but just to briefly give you an idea of what it looks like and what we found, I wanted to present an example. So the overall principle of pleasantly frustrating, we had themes such as prioritizing interesting over difficult, encouraging deep thinking, considering difficulty across all the levels, even including optional levels, and then finally getting stuck but not hard stuck, which Craig also mentioned earlier. And diving into this theme a little bit more, we can see that these are all the quotes from the developers that we ended up arguing that support this theme. And so we can see that even more specifically, Dev 18 talks about good challenge and bad challenge, good thinking and bad thinking, and good stuck and bad stuck. And this dev really emphasizes players not spending too much time on a particular thing being a marker of stuck but not hard stuck. And then Dev 13 is also echoes the idea in saying that they do not want players to be stuck for too long. And then Dev 6 kind of continues to emphasize the temporary nature of the word stuck, kind of overall showing that developers are trying to ensure that the challenges of their puzzles are not so high that they feel impossible. That is, they want their players to get stuck, but not hard stuck. Then, so we're currently working on writing up this paper that discusses this work, and overall this deductive process resulted in a wide range of themes for each principle, and we view this as really awesome because it provides an empirical validation of G's principles. Like, this is something that game designers are really talking about, and it also provides a lot of nuance and extends G's principles in new ways, and hopefully can serve as a launching pad for design work in games and even broader education. So with that kind of checked off, we're going to talk a little bit more about the inductive approach that we took in another kind of analysis. So in this approach, we started with 3 researchers. For this particular analysis, we were interested in how designers are thinking about difficulty and designing challenge. So we focused on questions related to this, like how do you conceptualize failure in your puzzles, and how do you design failure or design puzzles to be the right level of challenge. Then each individual researcher kind of went through all the 20 interviews with these questions in mind, and tried to gather the responses to these questions and categorize them into themes individually. And then one researcher kind of brought all these themes that these researchers had kind of noticed in the data into converging themes that we are going to present soon. And then this resulted in an unknown number of themes because we're still kind of doing this analysis, but also wanted to share some highlights here. So in response to the question about designing the right level of challenge, many designers talked about how their goal is to design challenge in a way where it creates that moment of insight where the solution clicks into place after some level of effort. And that is what some people call the aha moment. For example, Dev 2 talks about how good difficulties where players have an aha moment even every 15 minutes. And Dev 9 continues by talking about how making puzzles too easy will actually deprive players from arriving at that aha moment. Then another theme when it comes to Dev's perspectives on failure is that true failure is when players disengage from the game entirely. And many devs bring this away from the player and think about how they can have designed the game differently. As Dev 4 talks about, but in this case I failed. It was not the player who failed. Then both Dev 1 and 12 talk about how failure is stopping playing the game and not coming back. I think this is a super interesting perspective because it's different from how we typically talk about failure in research, in a way that failure in research is mostly centered on the person doing the task, not who's designing the task. So I really love this kind of perspective. And then, so this is the more inductive approach that we took, and we think that these themes will hopefully give us a good idea of how devs are thinking about designing challenge in their games, which is a central issue for engagement and learning, right? If you design something that's too hard, people won't want to play it because they're not making any progress. But then if you design something too easy, people get bored and also don't want to play or engage in that thing. So this is how we've been looking at the interviews so far. But of course, there's still a lot of things to think about and work through and kind of consolidate when going through the richness of these interviews. Some of the things that we've been thinking about, for example, is how might these themes influence actual design, whether that be game design or the design of classroom or other learning environments. We also have developers, as we've mentioned, talking about specific games and their games. So we could look at these discussions more closely to see how folks' design philosophy actually manifests in practice. There's also the matter of this being a particular context, right? A specific puzzle game, Baba Is You. So one thing to think about is what new insights might be possible if we study different types of games in a similar way. So I think overall, there's a lot of exciting insights from this work with game developers, and it was a real privilege I never interviewed them personally, but I watched a lot of their video to kind of learn from them in that kind of way, and lots of exciting places to go in the near future. And so with that, I'm going to hand it back over to Craig.
Okay, sorry, I just need to pull up the slides again. There we go. I think that should be correct. Okay, I'm assuming everything is working well, so I'm just going to jump in. So we're going to end earlier than we anticipated, but that leaves lots of time for questions, which is why I stopped answering them in the chat, even though I wanted to. But we can have some great conversations about what this research even means. Like, why do we even do this kind of research? So to summarize the findings that we went over, so in that first track, when we're comparing these different onboarding approaches, it was really surprising to us too, that the tutorialized version, where you're just telling the player, here's how you get through the level, here's what these mechanics do, was as high on the quiz as the original game and the increased impasse group. We figured there'd be more of a split in how people were learning. We weren't surprised that the safe problem solving group was scoring lower, largely because we thought that we were taking away a lot of the thinking that they need to do. Even though we're showing them how the puzzle works, or the mechanic works, and how to solve the puzzle visually, or very visually intuitively, which matches that kind of tutorial where we're telling them in text how it works. It seems that even just reading through the text and then completing the puzzle yourself in the way that it's instructing actually does help a lot. It actually helps them figure these things out. Mind you, then we see differences in how they rate the difficulty and engagement and enjoyment. And a note that I'll put on sort of the conversation that's been happening around our finding on how, the enjoyment sort of dropped for all the groups except for the increased impasse group. It's more of a leveling out effect. The increased impasse group actually rated the first part of the study the least enjoyable. It was still enjoyable, but lower than everybody else. And basically, when everyone got to the next area, the lake, if you're familiar with Baba Is You, that's when players all rated the level of enjoyment the same. So we see, and the difficulty of those later levels the same. And those ones were unmodified. So we basically see that a drop in their enjoyment that matches the drop in how they're rating the difficulty. So starting the levels off very easy, we saw some players saying they enjoyed it a bit more, even though the safe problem solving group showed signs that they didn't understand the mechanics as well. And then as the game progresses and gets more difficult, unsurprisingly, we see a drop in that enjoyment and in how much they're enjoying the game, which I don't think that's surprising either. Sometimes when the game gets harder, players might have less fun doing it, especially if they had a lesser understanding of how the mechanics work in the first place. So I also want to point out that we expected to find a lot more differences in just our straight comparisons between these groups, finding differences in how they navigate the game after they leave their modified sections, but we didn't. We found that they're all pretty similar when they get into the next area. There are some sort of indications that there are sort of differences sort of embedded that are hidden in there, but there are other factors, we think, that are masking that. So what we are planning to do, what we're already doing next and publishing at, which one is it? Digra, yeah, hopefully pretty soon, is looking at the these differences, but through the lens of game experience. So, or sorry, how much they play video games. So we, as part of our survey, we gave them a question and asked how many hours on average per week do you play video games, and how many years have you been doing this? And we use that as a rough gauge, not a tally of the number of hours, but a rough gauge of how experienced are players in video games broadly, not necessarily just puzzle games. And we find that that has a really big impact on how they are answering these questions of how hard it was, how enjoyable it was it, and to the point where if they have high game experience, they might go up. If they have sort of the mid of the pack, they stay flat. And if they have less game experience, they go down in some of these variables. It is a very stark difference to see them lay out like that. So we're really excited to lay in more factors into how we're looking at all of this data to see what are the things besides the way they learned how to play the game, the early mechanics, what else is influencing their answers and how they go about playing the game. As for our second track, we are really just starting to dig into these interviews. I know lots of them are at ThinkyCon right now listening. I can't thank y'all enough for sitting down for those interviews. It was so much fun just to chat with y'all, and it's been really informative, and we're going to be going through those answers for a long time. So as Zach was saying, our first approach was to look at these answers through the lens of sort of game-based learning principles, and we were really struck at how similar game developers talk about creating their games in ways that learning scientists talk about how players learn to play through early parts of the game, or the entire game, really. But we were also very surprised to see, when we're talking specifically to puzzle game designers, it also changes the perspective a lot. That as puzzle game designers, you have a different way of thinking about how players should be learning the mechanics of the game and how to how to progress. As Zach was going over a little bit, we learned a lot about how there's a tension between teaching the player how to solve puzzles and making sure that you're still obscuring the solution to those puzzles, having just enough information for them that they can figure it out themselves. Where my hunch is that a lot of other genres don't do that. They just want you to know how to play so you can go have fun playing whatever genre of game it is. In puzzle games, it is much less attractive. It's much less value to have the players simply know the solutions right from the start. You want them to get in the habit of figuring it out for themselves. And that is a very different approach than a lot of game developers who focus more on other genres take to their games. And that's just a really fascinating thing to us. Likewise, challenging failure, because of that different approach, also just becomes different. It's very different from how we think about failure in particular. We won't get too far into the findings. We're getting ready to write them up. Well, partially writing them up already for a different conference to present. And one of the biggest stark differences that came to my mind was how the focus for what we think of failure in puzzle games is nowhere near touching when you do something wrong, right? Even in obviously, like if you walk into an object, the water in the level we shut off, that sink, and you disappear. An observer might call that failure. They might say, "Oh, you failed. You messed up." both players and developers don't think that as failure at all. And particularly for the puzzle game community, it is nowhere near. That is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to figure out how the mechanics work, and most often through tinkering, through playing around with it, so that you understand how the mechanics work, the systems underlying it, and you can build an understanding to progress further and further. Which is just something I wanted to like land on for when we're doing these interviews with y'all. It really struck me how in line puzzle game developers are with learning science principles and thinking about failure in these positive sort of ways, failure, quote unquote. It really struck me too, and it's not surprising when I sat down and started to really think about it, because that is what puzzle games are. Puzzle games are a fun way to learn a cool mechanic and the system that developers build around it to teach the player what it does. And I just absolutely love that about puzzle games and y'all in the puzzle game development world. And we think that this research is important for us to present to our other game scholar nerds, right? Like we of course love to like in academia talk back and forth to each other about the cool stuff that we're researching, but I'm super excited to be more ingrained in the Thinky game community, because it's important, I think, for us to share these understandings with y'all, with puzzle game developers, to try to help get your insights really, so we can understand better, and also to make sure that the community is understanding what we're learning too, which hopefully helps make better games, helps give better perspectives on what's important in puzzle games and why most you all take the approach that you do. Just understanding that, I think, is really helpful. And in the first track, we saw that how players learn the mechanics of your game is actually really important, and also isn't. I want to really underline that while we did see that drop in the quiz for the safe problem solving group, when we looked at the data afterwards, it washes out pretty quick. And to me, the biggest difference between the 4 different approaches, including RV's original approach, which is also very hard, like to start, if I was you, is hard until you get it, right? But you can say that about every puzzle game, I guess. But to me, the big difference between those 4 versions is just how you want the game to feel. Do you want your player to feel like that they can get through the early parts quickly, grab onto the mechanics, and then start ramping up the difficulty? Do you want them to start the game feeling like, oh, I'm going to need to put in effort, I'm going to need to think really hard about these mechanics? And it kind of sets the tone, right? So the different approaches, I think, I wouldn't just, basically what I'm saying, I wouldn't discard the safe problem solving approach. It still can have its utility in a game if that's the kind of feel that you want your players to have, if you want them to not to have to work too hard. And on the other side of that coin, it's also important to know that they can come out the other end of that with a lower understanding of what the mechanics do. But maybe you can use that to your advantage. We also talked a lot about how developers think about development, and this is what I was saying before, is like it's very in line with these game-based learning principles, and the more that in the community we can share this kind of research and understandings, I think the better game developers, like most of you, will be able to utilize them and to lean into them and have fun playing around with them. And also not, like, there are also ways that I think that games, puzzle games in particular, break some of those rules and break some of the things that we as games researchers, especially in game-based learning environments, like think about why they're put together the way that they're put together. So it is all food for thought more than anything else, right? I really want to emphasize that we're not coming into the Thinky Games community and telling you what the best way to do this is. We're trying to come into the Thinky Games community and learn from you, and to distill all of that into what we think is important and hopefully is useful for the community. Another reason why we do this research, and this is a bit of a shameless plug, but we're doing more of this. We're doing, and why we're tapped into the communities, we're doing more research at this conference. If you haven't already seen the post about it, during the game jam at the end of the conference, we're collecting data from that, because we really want to see how talks like this, talks like the ones that you're going to be listening to and watching throughout the rest of the conference, how does that influence the way that you approach making your games? So just quickly let you know, if you're interested in doing that, you sign up when you're handing in your game. You do not need to sign up for the study to participate in the game jam at all. You really just let us look at your game, any game design docs that you put together or that you have created through that, and then we ask you to complete a short 2-question survey, and as a thank you, we'll send you a $40 USD gift card voucher per group submission. We can't give $40 for the 10 people in your group if you have that many, but that would just be break our bank. But if you want, or if you have any questions, feel free to DM me on Discord, or you can chat about it in the Game Jam chat thread. Well, thank you all very much, and we would love to answer any of your questions.
Perfect. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you to all three of you. And thanks for reminding everybody about the jam as well. If people haven't seen that, they can head to the ThinkyCon page on the Thinky Games website, and there's a link through to the jam from there where they can find more information. And as you said, they can find you on Discord as well and just message you. You'll be around for sure. So a bunch of questions did also come through, so we'll try and get to those as many as we can. So the first question I picked up was from Safrona. Do you think players were less likely to quit or give a negative opinion because it was a study? Like, is it possible the enjoyment change results may have been different otherwise? I guess that's a big question that always plagues researchers, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, Joe. Like that's something we think about a lot as games researchers, because it's hard to tackle it. And it's a good point. We do try to mitigate that as well as we can by letting participants know they can quit anytime they want. In our study in particular, except for the first 7 levels, they could skip levels all they wanted. They had free will to play whatever they wanted or however they wanted. But we do still recognize that simply watching them play has some impact on how they play.
Great, thank you. So the next one wasn't actually a question, but it's a suggestion, maybe for Zach. Next year, I think this came from Sylvia from the Startup team, or somebody from the Startup team, saying we'd love to see all 110 themes. That could be a talk for next time. 110 themes of Thinky game development. You up for that?
Yeah, I originally had like a slide just with like, it was so tiny text, and like I was just gonna flash it up there so people could like look at it in all its glory, but I decided otherwise.
Probably sensible, but yeah, it could be fun to see what they were all like. That actually connects to a question that I wanted to ask. Sorry, I'll try and get to the other questions as well, which is, so there's your research and there's also some of the other research that you're talking about. If a Thinky developer is interested in that research, I think sometimes that world can seem a bit like you have to go to like what are the different like research sites where you can start searching for papers and stuff? Like I would feel like there's a bit of a wall there. What's your recommendation? I don't know who wants to take this, but for trying to get access to some of that research.
Yeah, I'll jump in as the one who ends up leading these projects for our group, and like trying to tackle that problem is there's actually fewer walls than you might think.
Mm-hmm.
We actually, on the research side, always feel like that there are walls to industry people,
Right.
and we absolutely love like working with devs closely, and especially like you heard me gush about, doing all these interviews. We just absolutely love it, and I'll just plug again. I'll be on Discord. I'm not on the Thinky Games Discord just for this conference. I've been on it for a long time now. And if ever you're curious about the game research or what we do or the papers we write, like reach out. We love sharing this stuff.
Amazing, thank you. So next question that we got in the chat was from Indiana Jonas, not to be confused with Indiana Jones. I tend to think that a solution shouldn't be hard to put into place once you have thought of the right answer. I think that idea is connected to this idea. Like sometimes people describe puzzles as like having like more work than they have the thinking part of it. So it's like actually doing the answer is harder than the solving of the puzzle in the first place. So then the question is that something you talked about with devs or learned something about? Yeah, so I guess that's related to the interviews with developers.
Yeah, I think we didn't ask that directly, right? It's really hard to like anticipate the questions you want to ask. After that you find out afterwards, you're just like, shoot, why didn't we ask about this? But I think the thing I would say about that is what we learned mostly is puzzle game development is about leading players to answers.
Mm-hmm.
When I play Dungeons and Dragons and I'm the dungeon master, I have to get out of my head that it's me versus them. It's trying to craft an experience for them, and I think there is a playful little game in game development of making puzzles where you are kind of playfully keeping the answer away from the player just enough that they're curious and they're very excited to find the answer, and then you craft the experience for them to find the answer. And you all do it incredibly well.
Great, thank you. So I think the next question might be good for Nassim because it's related to the different groups and how they respond to different kinds of puzzles that you designed. Basically, the question is, were there people in the tutorial group who ignored the tutorial? So this would be for the more tutorialized implementation of the level, who ignored the tutorial signs and tried to experiment on their own. Was that something that was observed at all?
Of course, there was some player just ignore those, but most of the people, the design was a kind of that you cannot ignore. Even if you just ignore it, you are seeing it.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, but we had some player they ignored, and they were curious, of course, to just test other things. But
and I guess even if there are some players that ignore it, you're still getting data about the group as a whole.
True.
And what happens when they do see that tutorial, even if they're not following it, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe Zach and Craig will also just observe some people may ignore.
Yeah, I was going to jump in and say that people, the way we design, so a lot of times the level would start with the character next to a sign. And as soon as you're adjacent to the sign, the text would pop up.
Mm-hmm.
There's also those other signs that tell the player what to do, where they'd have to orient themselves in a specific way for the text to come up. And even in some cases, when they were placed right next to the sign, I'd watch some players who would blatantly ignore the text. There's also other players who get confused by the text. They're like, I don't know what that means. I'm just going to do this other thing that I think is going to work.
Interesting.
And then the transition also is interesting from having the signs to not having the signs, right? In the second and third session, some players I can remember saying like, what happened to my signs? Like, I miss my signs. So there's that kind of reaction as well. There's a lot of even variation, how they're reacting, how they're interacting with the
I think
tutorials.
that's the tricky thing with game design, is that you are designing for all the possible ways that different players could respond to what you're doing, and that can be a extremely complicated space. Cool. So next question was from Plush Lola. The question was, are you familiar with the work of Rafe Costa? And if so, what do you think about it?
I'm terrible with names,
Okay.
but yes. It's ringing a bell, but I need to go back and look at it to give you all my opinions.
Okay, well then maybe it's just further reading. Zach or Nassim, either of you, like?
Yeah, it's not ringing a bell for me.
Okay,
I don't know.
well, there we go. We've got something to research afterwards. Great, and then I think that was it actually. So that wraps up the questions that I've seen. Sorry if I missed any questions. Once again, please head over to the Discord, and you can ask any further questions there. Also, if you have any questions about the jam, Craig will be there to answer those as well. Yeah, so the Discord is thinkygames.com/Discord if you're not there already. Yeah, thank you, all three of you. Thanks for joining. We're going to go set up for the next talk now. But yeah, another round of applause for the folks who've joined us. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks, everyone.
Thank
Thanks.
you, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. Once again, we are now joined by Jagriff. Apparently, there's no right pronunciation of the name. And yeah, so we finally got to talk with the title that it's like rage bait title, which yeah, I guess you'll learn more about. So over to you, Jagriff.
Yeah, thank you, Joe, and yeah, thank you for Thinky Games for having me here. I'm really pleased to be part of such a fabulous lineup. So yeah, my talk is titled Making a Puzzle Game with AI. This is, I guess, an attempt to fight back against this buzzword of AI just only meaning generative AI, which of course, has a lot of negative connotations on, the world. So really what it's about is making a game with a solver. So I'm a little bit older now, so I feel like I can say back in my day, a solver, a specific solver for a particular type of game is a type of AI. And that's, I took a couple AI classes in college. We studied things like constraint satisfaction problems and, search algorithms on graphs that are typically used in solvers. And so this talk is mostly going to be about that. If you want to implement your solver with an LLM, I guess you can do that, but it's not really about LLMs or generative AI at all. So we're really looking at sort of a black box system that solves puzzles. So some background on me. I released a puzzle game this year called Gen 2 Rescue. I developed this game I guess I started it almost 3 years ago. This is my first game dev experience, my first puzzle design experience ever. And I actually approached it with like more of an academic background. So I actually wrote the solver like very early on, like probably December of 3 years ago when I started the project sometime in November. So it was there basically from the beginning. I didn't really have ideas of what to do with it. I was just curious, like, oh, can I solve my, can I have a program solve my game? That would be fun. So just a little bit of background about Gen 2 Rescue. This is going to be most of the examples today. I have some other games as well. So it has a few properties that make it hard to have a solver. For instance, it's multi-agent. So I don't just have a single character moving in 4 directions. I could have multiple characters and each one can move in 4 directions, up to like a branching factor of like 16. So quite a bit more than, a traditional like Sokoban-esque game. There are also just a lot of mechanics. And that's actually something that I use the solver for a lot, as we'll get into. So that was a big benefit, but it made it hard to write the solver because there's just so many interactions between all these different mechanics, including meta mechanics. And there's this nested world system. And there's a lot of puzzles. I have marked here because, of course, there's unmarked puzzles like the puzzle of reaching the next puzzle and things like that. So yeah, we'll see more with Gen 2 Rescue. But first, I want to start off with this idea that, this is kind of how I think about puzzle games, or at least how I thought about them 3 years ago, is that a puzzle should be hard for a computer, but easy for a human. And this is relatively speaking. Of course, we want to impose some challenges in our game. We don't want it to be too easy. But the idea is that a puzzle isn't meant to be brute forced, and that's essentially what a computer does. And so you want enough complexity there that the brute forcing process is kind of hard. But you want to lead the player to the solution, with some logical insights, with some intuition that they've learned through the course of playing the game, where that's able to guide them to solve their puzzles. And that's kind of a uniquely human process. And so, in a sense, we want our humans to be able to, guide themselves through the puzzle, but we don't want them to brute force their way through the puzzle like a computer does. So we want the puzzles not to really be amenable to be solved by a computer. I have this slide here because it's kind of contrary to the rest of the talk. So if this is our goal, how could a computer, ever be helpful for, designing an experience like this? And it is. It's sometimes there's some aspects of it where it is useful. There's plenty of aspects where it's completely useless and maybe even harmful. But it's still a tool in your tool belt as a developer that, might be something worth looking into. So some assumptions up front. So Gen 2 Rescue is a stateful puzzle game. So what this means to me is that the game's entire logic is built around this thing called the move function. And this move function will take in a before state, so the current state of the puzzle. It'll take in a move, like in this instance, I'm going to move the red penguin left. And then given that, it's going to output a resulting state or an after state. In case you're confused about the movement here, this penguin has a spring item. Gen 2 Rescue is like ice physics. So that, again, works to how things interact because you have cascading behavior. So when you move left, the penguin slides all the way to the left and hits the wall. But then the spring item makes it bounce one extra tile away from the wall. So it'll go hit this wall, bounce back, and end up here. So probably a little unintuitive until you see it actually animate in game. But so this is our move function, and this move function will support any valid state of the game and any valid move. Now, this is a little restrictive. Actually, it's quite restrictive. There's a whole other class of games that you can classify as a constraint satisfaction problem, CSPs, that I have down here. And solvers for these games are actually a lot more useful because you get more than just this begin state and after state. You get all of these like intermediate deductions that the player can make. If you think of like Sudoku, you constrain every tile, every square, by which numbers it can be. And getting that information as a developer gives you a lot more insight actually into like the intermediate puzzle solving process. But gladly, I don't have to go into that because there's a talk on day 2 about CSPs. That's not what Gen 2 Rescue, I didn't model Gen 2 Rescue as a CSP, so I'm going to talk about what I'm familiar with. But keep in mind, this is more restrictive than it has to be. And then to restrict things even further, I'm going to assume that my solver only gives like a single answer. It only gives an optimal solution. Here, optimal means just the fewest number of moves. So it doesn't give like every possible solution. It doesn't define the entire state graph of the puzzle. And this is a restriction that's also kind of limiting. For Gen 2 Rescue, it was necessary just because the state spaces get too large. I can't explore the entire state space. So I use a graph-based solver. I use an A-star solver. And so A-star kind of somewhat intelligently looks at like the most promising states first and stops once it finds a solution. If you have a game with smaller state graphs, you could probably get away with BFS, breadth first search, and then you essentially can look at every possible state and you can get a lot more information from that, and it's probably more useful. But even with this limitation of only getting a single solution, there's still a lot we can do. And then just to highlight this example, I have here, so the red penguin can move down and then move left to reach its goal. Or it could move left and then down. And there's actually a couple other ways you can solve this in 2 moves as well. But we only get one of them. So yeah, you can see how that might be a limitation of usefulness. So when I first, introduced this talk and people got past the, kind of clickbait or rage bait title, a lot of the discussion I saw was actually about how this could be used for puzzle design. Because, as puzzle game developers, that's what we think about a lot. And to be honest, it's pretty limited. I mean, part of this is limited by the the previous 2 assumption slides I just had. But even then, the design, like full puzzle design, is not something you can solve with the solver. The solver is great for quickly finding kind of obvious errors that might have taken a human by hand 5 minutes to figure out, whereas the solver can tell you that, oh, there's a cheese right here, and it can tell you that in 2 seconds. That can be quite useful. But this isn't really, this is just a very, very, very small part of puzzle design. I mean, unintended solutions are, typically bad. That's why they're unintended. But, that's a very small problem in a whole host of problems that you have when you face puzzle design. And so there's a lot here. I'm probably not going to touch on everything in the slide because I already know I'm going to go over if I do. So the main things I want to highlight here is that a solver is typically doing a brute force approach. So it's trial and error, which is the exact opposite of how humans are going to solve the puzzle. We don't want humans to do trial and error. We want them to logically step their way through the puzzle and make reasonable deductions to guide them through their puzzle. And part of that is the solver only focuses on the solution. And part of this is a restriction I imposed. But if you only know about the solution, that's just a very small part of the puzzle. I think a lot of times the quality of a puzzle isn't on how cool the solution is or how interesting the solution is. It's also how well handled all of the impossible paths end up. If you have a puzzle where a player can get stuck in an impossible state and there's no like rejector on the puzzle to tell the player to look somewhere else, or ideally if they're in an impossible state, they can see some aspect of the puzzle and say, oh, this idea is never going to work because of blank reason. If you don't have that, then that's really lowers the puzzle quality, because then the player kind of gets a tendency to just get stuck in a trial and error process. And so proving that you're in an impossible state with a solver is really just saying we're in an impossible state because we tried everything and nothing works, which is not a satisfying answer. So overall, of all the uses for the solver, design is maybe barely in my top 3. It's definitely not number 1. It has some uses, and it's great for quickly prototyping and quickly iterating on things, and so that you can focus more on building that path of deductions for the player. But you still have to put in the hard work for all of that, right? It's just a kind of a sniff test at the very beginning to make sure that there isn't anything, obviously problematic with the puzzle. So what is more important? Some more important uses. So one of these is experimentation. So this is something that you do without a solver all the time when you're making puzzles. And so I already introduced how the spring works. So here's this is something that could reasonably be a very first or second spring puzzle in the game. And I have a video here, so let me see if that works. Great. So the player is going to try to move down, and the spring prevents them from doing so. So they have to take the long way around and go all the way around, and they're seeing how the spring is consistently bouncing them off of walls. And that's great, kind of confirms what we designed the puzzle to do. Let's run the solver. Let's see what the solver says. Solver solved our puzzle in 1 move. And we'll see that again. They just move up, and the spring bounces off the wall that the penguin is next to. Let me go back to the previous slide with the still image. So the penguin just moves up, bounces off of this adjacent wall, and wins the puzzle in 1 move. So this is kind of showing 2 different use cases of the solver. One is finding those unintended solutions that I talked about on the previous slide. And it's great to be able to do that very quickly. And then this one is kind of a more obvious situation of it, but you can imagine a much more complicated puzzle where those solutions aren't so easy to spot. But then I think the more interesting aspect here is that the solver just taught me something about my own game. And I did mention earlier that I built the solver very early on. I built the solver and built the spring as like sort of my first things I did in the game. And when I designed the spring, the idea was, in a sliding puzzle game, it's easy to get next to walls. It's hard to get away from walls. So let me kind of reverse that on itself by having the spring item. I did not anticipate this, emergent use of the spring of bouncing off of an adjacent wall. It's, it's kind of simple and it's super fundamental. But it's not what I initially thought that we would be doing with the spring. Although if you've played Gen 2 Rescue, you know that 90% of spring puzzles involve this at some point. And so here's an example where my creation my creation made a discovery for me. And this is what I love about puzzle games, is that you can define a set of rules for your game, and you go experimenting and you find new things. And sometimes the solver can help you do that. And that's kind of the main use I got out of the puzzle solver. And so another example of that is, early on, it didn't have a complete idea of what the game would be. I was thinking that maybe I would have like a puzzle rush mode. Like, you have a chess puzzle rush where you just get thrown, puzzle after puzzle after puzzle, and you have to solve them, and they get harder as you go. And then I transformed this idea into a roguelike where you could get power-ups and, all this stuff. So this led me down the path of generating puzzles. And my random generator was not sophisticated at all. It was just randomly throwing stuff down on a puzzle. So I would then run the solver on these typically terrible puzzles to find ones that were actually solvable. And I was doing this every night. I would get about 100,000 a night. I did this for months and months, not just for roguelike mode. I'll get into some other uses. And I would basically, every morning, I'd get some output that looked like this to see all the puzzles that were generated and some errors. Come back to the errors. Now, the main thing, or I guess the first aspect of this that I really enjoyed was I got to actually play my own game. Like, the reason I decided to make the game that I decided to make is because I wanted to play it. But it's a puzzle game. I can't play my own puzzle game. I already know all the solutions. So I kind of trolled myself. Like, I made the game I wanted to make, but now I can't play it. But now with the system, I'm actually able to play my own game. The puzzles aren't great. They're randomly generated. I can guarantee that there is a solution. I can't guarantee that it's anything interesting. But it was still fun, and it still actually added a lot to the development of the game. I got to interact, with the UI of the game, a lot more as I was playing it as a player would and less as a designer would. I got to see a lot of terrible ideas, which is great. You can see, some aspects of the game that maybe you hadn't thought about, some ideas that don't work. And then you also can see some good ideas. Like, by and large, the puzzles were terrible. But sometimes the terrible puzzle might have a unique, interesting idea in it that I hadn't considered. And of course, I couldn't just slap that puzzle into the game for a few reasons. But one of the reasons being it was a terrible puzzle. But that unique idea, I could then build, by hand, a puzzle that explores that idea, and maybe takes it a little bit further in subsequent puzzles. And so then, apart from all this playtesting, the errors are actually probably the most important thing about this solver. So it would find errors. So this is great for I guess 2 reasons, and they're pretty much the same reason. So it's bug hunting. So I built my move function. I mentioned this game is a complicated game. There's multiple agents moving independently. There's sliding movement, which can already kind of have cascading effects. And there's a ton of items and other mechanics that interact in interesting ways. And you have all these things that how can I guarantee that this game is bug-free? Maybe I can guarantee that the puzzles in the game are bug-free, but I want to ship a puzzle editor. So I'd have to guarantee that like everything a player might do is bug-free. And so that's when I started really ramping up this like overnight generation of puzzles. And these errors, so just basic sanity checks. So after every move, we'd see if we have 2 penguins on a tile. Now, Baba Is You is my favorite game, but I didn't want 2 penguins to be on the same tile. So so that was something that was flagged as an error. Any kind of disagreement, like a tile thinks there's a penguin on it, but the penguin doesn't think it's on that tile or something like that, that would be flagged as an error. And then also anytime there is a move where there is some kind of arbitrary priority assignment, essentially meaning that if you take a puzzle and you completely mirror it and do the opposite move, like instead of moving left, you move right, you should end up with a mirrored result. Anytime you didn't, there was some kind of arbitrary priority based on the implementation that was at play. And so I wanted to go ahead and investigate those. So this was great because I found so many bugs this way. I fixed the bugs, and not only that, most of the bugs were really just edge cases that I hadn't thought about. They were parts of the code where I made an assumption that, oh, this would never happen. And then the solver's like, LOL, yes, it's happening right here. And so then I have to go back in and investigate how I want this to behave. And usually answering those questions comes up with, something interesting that I could then make a puzzle about. And I think I can attribute this as a big factor in how many ideas that are in Gentoo Rescue. So, I can't speak for players, but a lot of the reviews have said that the game is very dense in ideas. Like it just explores a lot of crazy, unique ideas. And of course, I came up with a lot of them myself, my own experimentation. But this whole bug detection process found so many more, and this was probably the most valuable aspect of the solver. Then there's also regression testing. I'm probably going to skip this slide because I do not want to run out of time. So let's go into some other uses of a solver that aren't in Gentoo Rescue. So one that I found very interesting is a Croquet Conundrum. Came out last year. It's a free game on itch. Definitely recommend anyone to check it out if you haven't seen it before. This has a hint system that's pretty interesting. So on any puzzle at any time, you can pull up a hint and you can ask the game, am I in an impossible state? Can I solve it from here? And it's just a yes or no question, and there you go. And then also it can answer the question of how close have I been? If you're kind of stuck on a puzzle and you're like, I just want to see how close, the closest I've been before, you can click this button, it'll show you, and it'll even let you load that state. So sort of return to the closest you've been to a solution. And as someone who did a manual hint system where I actually had to go and write content for every single of those 300 plus puzzles, this is a kind of a dream come true situation where you can define a system that then just works for every puzzle. And I can't speak to like how effective this hint system is or anything, but it's definitely a very interesting idea. And just the idea of being able to have a general system that just works is great. And Croquet Conundrum is a relatively small game. There's a limited number of moves. A small game, a small number of tiles per puzzle, and there's also a limited number of moves. So it's able to run a solver in real time. If I wanted to do something like this for Gentoo Rescue, it probably just wouldn't work. The state spaces are too big. I can't run a solver in real time. And even storing the state space ahead of time is not something I could probably do. It would just be too big. But this might be a good idea for a jam game. As something that could be interesting. And as another game worth mentioning on the topic of solvers is Veggie Quest. So this is a game that it kind of reverses the whole process. So as a player, you're not solving puzzles that the designer built. Instead, the designer built these situations where you would then have to create a puzzle, and then there's the AI solver that solves the puzzle you just created. And your goal is to create a puzzle that is basically takes the solver as long as possible. It has to be a solvable puzzle, so it can't be impossible. But then you want to basically make the AI use as many moves as possible. And so, of course, this game, it's entirely built around a solver, and it's a very interesting idea of kind of, reversing the whole process. We always joke that making a puzzle game is a puzzle game, and this kind of takes that idea to the extreme. Something I don't have an exact example for, I don't know if any game does this. I have one example that kind of does it, is dynamic visuals and music. So if you're building a game, you want to give players, interesting experiences, and one of the ways to do that is to have everything ramp up as they get close to a solution. So here's Tetris Effect. This is a game in 2018, a great example if you're looking into dynamic visuals or music. And so what this game does is basically it's Tetris, and your goal for a certain level is to form a certain number of lines. And so at the very beginning of the puzzle, when you haven't formed any lines, it's pretty plain looking. You have basically a solid black background. The music is just a very slow, maybe a slow rhythm, or just like pads in the background or something, kind of quiet and calm. But as you get further and further and form more lines, as you get closer to losing, the visual effects and the audio just both ramp up. The music, you have a beat get a little bit more quick, a little quicker, a little louder. The chorus picks up. There's vocals, and then the visual effects you can kind of see. It's hard to see with the still image, but the visual effects, also ramp up with particle effects everywhere, and it's just a beautiful game. And it's a very satisfying experience to go from this kind of dull initial state into this, crazy state, because you're satisfied, you're beating the level, but then everything else is ramping up with your excitement and with your satisfaction. Now, one game that does do this in the puzzle world with a solver is Can of Wormholes. So it does it a very small amount, but Can of Wormholes has a solver, and I talked to the developer. They built the solver for a lot of the reasons I did, or I guess not reasons I did, but they used it for ways I did of just being paranoid about finding cheeses. But then they used it in their game, actually running it in real time. They didn't run the full solver. They'd only looked like 4 moves ahead. And if they look 4 moves ahead and you're always stuck, then that's how they decide to display the, like impossible state screen, undo or reset. They play like a dissonant sound to kind of get that feedback. But then if they look 4 moves ahead and see that you're going to solve it in 4 moves, then it plays a positive, a positive sound effect, and it just adds to the satisfaction of solving a puzzle. You're stuck on a hard puzzle for a long time. You're getting close. You see the solution. You start getting there, and then you hear the chime, and it's like, yes, this is it. And so I'd be curious to see if a puzzle game could take this to a little bit more extreme. Of course, there's the problem of players just brute forcing their way, doing like a hot and cold game, looking for a solution based on the special effects that appear. But I think for some games that could be interesting still. And then another thing you could use a solver for is state space analysis. I probably shouldn't spend too long here. I don't have time. But if your solver doesn't just give you a single path like mine does, but instead gives you the entire state space, then that could be something that you could use to analyze puzzles. You can abstract away all the details of your puzzle game and just look at state spaces and try to find a correlation between interesting puzzles and their graphs, their state graphs. So for instance, if you have like a cut edge or a cut vertice, so this is just like an edge or a vertice where you have like 2 separate graphs that are separated, but then the player has to go through a single bridge to go from one section to another. That usually represents that there's some key insight the player has to make. And so maybe you look for graphs, you look for puzzles that have this type of graph. And probably isn't going to do the full job for you, but it might do more than the solver that I have does. And by the way, this visualization is from a YouTube channel called Steven's State Space, about Steven's sausage roll, exploring the state spaces of that. A lot of great visualizations and videos there. I definitely recommend checking it out. So with all that said, what's the catch? I've kind of sold all these different ways we can use a solver, maybe some ideas that no one's done yet, but is it still worth it? And the answer is, it really depends. It's not feasible for all puzzle games. You really do need a systemic game. You can't build 17 different solvers if you have so many different types of puzzles in your game. Some games just might be too complex. Like Chinsu Rescue is kind of on the border of that. It's on the boundary of it. Something like Baba Is You I mean, you probably could build a solver for the game, but it would just be crazy complex. It might be so slow. I don't know if that would be as useful. It's hard to build. It's hard to maintain. You're going to have bugs with your solver that you then have to look for and test for and then fix. And, it's just adding a lot more work. And it's not always useful. So in instance, in Gen 2 Rescue, there's a lot of meta stuff. And while I could use the solver to do some like sanity checks on the meta stuff, it didn't automatically run on the meta stuff. I kind of had to do some, trickery by hand for that. And if your game has like extra meta layers or something like that, then you either have to beef up your solver or, you're just not going to be able to use it for some aspects of your game. And then it might bring limitations. If your puzzles are really big, if you have more than a single agent, if some types of mechanics aren't going to mesh well with a solver, tile overlap issues. This is about the idea that if there's only like 8 different types of tiles, you can efficiently describe your state space. And a lot of these graph solvers are very memory intensive. So these kind of design or implementation concerns come up, and they can limit your design really. And then there's design pitfalls that I've kind of already touched on, that it's not going to do most of the design work for you. It's going to do very little. And it could even give you overconfidence and tunnel vision you into the solution. And those are also, of course, not good. So that is all. Shameless plug. If you ever need to reach out to me and ask me any questions, my DMs are open on Discord. You can find me on Twitch, Blue Sky, X. I have like 20 followers and rarely post there, but I am there. And then Gen 2 Rescue is also on sale now and bundled with a few other games that I highly recommend. And thank you.
Great, thank you. Yes, everybody go buy Gen 2 Rescue right now. We did get a few questions through. We don't have much time, so I'm just going to ask a couple of them. And apologies to everybody else, but we can take the questions to Discord as per usual. I'm going to be a little bit selective about which questions I ask as well. So Aspion was asking, how were you calculating difficulty for the randomly generated puzzles?
That's a good question. So for the solver, it looks at a certain number of states. Where was it? I just passed it. Yeah, so here. So it was just counting how many states that the solver had to go through. Mm-hmm. So it's not necessarily a one-to-one and something that the player would perceive as difficult. Sure. But it was fairly close. So
state space size, basically.
Not the state space size, because it didn't explore the entire state space, but this was the size of the solution. Like the state space that it had built up to the point where it finds a solution.
Got it. Cool. Awesome. Thank you. And then this question from Plush Lola I thought was interesting as well and it's connected to something I was wondering about. So presumably you played through a whole bunch of those randomly generated puzzles to try and find the interesting things. Plush Lola was asking, do you think it's possible to use the solver to identify different interactions and linchpins in puzzles? Perhaps using state space patterns. So like the solver itself is identifying like this puzzle. It's got something interesting about it.
Yeah, definitely. That's something, I didn't do for Gen 2 Rescue, but you definitely could do that. It would be a lot more sophisticated of a solver. I know 14 Minesweeper variants is something I haven't talked about here because it's not a graph-based solver, but they did that actually in their game, where they identify, sort of interesting mechanics or like gauging the right difficulty level of a puzzle based on the solver.
Mm-hmm. I just want to shout out Connexita's talk from last year as well, the Microbound 1 talk, because that also was talking about state spaces as well. I think one of the interesting things from that is like seeing like how the structure of the state space is kind of represents the linchpin of the puzzle in some way. And so, it seems like you could easily identify, or not easily, but you could, in theory, identify those kinds of patterns and to find those linchpins. So we'll leave it there. Sorry, folks. There are lots more questions. Please take them to Discord, thinkygames.com/Discord if you're not there already. There is a thread already set up, so you can ask Jagriff any remaining questions. Thank you, Jagriff, and we'll set up for the next talk. All right.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. That was a very quick setup. Patrick joined very quickly and got set up immediately. It's a lightning talk, so I guess that is the point. Patrick Trainer here is going to talk about the programming of Patrick's Parabox. So over to you, Patrick.
Hi, all. Thanks so much for having me here at ThinkyCon. I'd like to share with you a few interesting programming things from the development of Patrick's Parabox. This is a lightning talk. It'll be very quick, so let's jump right in. A quick refresher, Parabox is a Sokoban game with the twist that boxes can contain other boxes, and you can push them into and out of each other, nesting them in whatever configuration you want to. And also, some boxes can contain themselves directly. And the Sokoban logic, so for example, I can keep exiting here as many times as I want to, but the entering and exiting logic stays the same. The data structure under the hood here is, instead of having one two-dimensional array, we're going to have one two-dimensional array for every box in the game. So I can enter, push boxes into, and they will end up shifting between the arrays. And so basically, we have a 2D array of pointers to 2D arrays. And the Sokoban logic is not too complicated to imagine here. Like these spots link up to each other. And likewise, for these recursive levels, it's the same data structure, except that this number 1 here kind of refers to itself. But the Sokoban logic of these spots at the edges and adjacents linking up to each other is the same here. Okay, so that's our data structure under the hood. But how would we render a scene like this kind of as displayed? Well, what I came up with is let's render everything in screen coordinates. So starting with this black rectangle as our screen, let's compute this green square where we're going to draw. Everything is going to be drawn in reference to this green square in screen coordinates. This is our ultimate frame of reference. It's our ultimate anchor. I have a function draw block, which draws a specific block and all its children at any given rectangle, like so. And then when we get down to a child that has other blocks, well, we can compute that rectangle and then call draw block again, just on a smaller rectangle. And that will eventually call draw block again at a smaller rectangle, so on and so forth, and we stop until we reach size of 1 or 2 pixels. Okay, but how would we render, that's all good, but how would we render all this stuff outside, these kind of like big objects over here? Well, let's start all over, and now let's pretend the screen is this really small area. Instead of rendering it this green square like normal, first we're going to move the square out to the parent level. Compute where that square would be in the parent. And this is a rectangle that's much bigger than our screen can hold. And in fact, we're going to do this 3 times, going out to the parent of the parent. So it's a really big rectangle. And as we draw this to the screen, most of this doesn't end up on the screen, but eventually it will recurse back down to our starting square. And this will recurse back down and everything will work out. And that's how we get these nice big objects. I'll show you another level here. Here's another recursive level with a block that contains itself. And as I push it, I can push this into the green box. But notice as I push it in, we see it kind of shrink down in this nice animation. But also observe the edges of the screen here. We see the same kind of squishing happening of the world outside of us. And it's like really trippy. So how do we do that? Well, let's walk through the same algorithm. Again, as long as we keep everything relative to this anchor point, we'll see that everything will kind of work out because all the blocks are relatively positioned. So first we draw a block here. Then this will recursively call draw block here on the green block. And then normally we would draw the blue block here at its real position, except all we're going to do is shift it down and shrink it, or to grow it out So it's a translation and scale offset. And then call draw block there. And then this recurses inwards and it works out fine. And then likewise, for our initial step of going out to 3 parents, as long as we follow those same shifting down and growing offsets at all times, this will actually just work out. It works out because, as explained before, every block is positioned relative to its parent, and there's only one absolute coordinate, the green square. And as long as everything's relative to that, it works out. We do have to do a little bit of depth sorting to make sure the shrinking blue block is always drawn on top of the red blocks. Just have to do a little bit of depth sorting there. A little quote from Marcos D, another Sokoban developer, Marcos Donatwani. Relative coordinates equals absolute bliss. One interesting consequence of this is, so if you look outside of the screen here, we can see these really big objects with these crisp lines, so you might think that we rendered this with vector graphics, but actually we rendered this just with kind of big PNGs that end up being just big enough that you don't notice the blurriness. Good enough. And also, I see Don asked in the chat here, Dom, why do we go out 3 parents instead of just 1 or so? Well, if we went out just 1 parent, we would draw this big green box, and then we would draw the blue box and then everything inside. But we wouldn't get this stuff at the bottom here, because this is actually 2 layers out, this dark red down here of the player. So if we go 2 layers out, that would cover it. And 3 is not a magic number. 3 is just the number of levels out that ends up covering most common situations that you see in the game. Good enough. And here's some code in case you want to look back at the video, just some pseudocode of what I just explained. Okay, so that is the core rendering that I wanted to show off. Now let's talk about a few edge cases. There are some levels in the game which have a block that contains itself multiple times, which is pretty cool. This is relatively straightforward. The one block just contains multiple versions of itself, and our rendering algorithm with the green squares and draw block just works. However, what I want to talk about here is this animation. So first, when I programmed this, a player object would appear at all of the 3 copies. It would just instantly appear and then shrink down. This looked bad. And so what I did is I cut it off using what's commonly called in a graphics API as like a scissor mode. So we scissor it to this square. And so all the children now need to be clamped into the square. Additionally, this still kind of looked weird to have this really big rectangle shrink down to the center. So I special cased it to, let's just not scale it. Let's just do a positional aspect that still gets clamped. And so now it looks something like this, which ends up looking pretty natural and is not too eye-catching. But you still get this nice recursive effect of seeing everything, responding to your input. This is what it looked, a screenshot from development where clamping did not exist. And so things just kept getting a little bit smaller. Fun, lots and lots of edge cases and bugs during the development here. Another edge case is, what if we had a block that contained itself but horizontally flipped? So if I exit from the left, I'll end up from the right. And if I exit from the right, I'll end up on the left. This is relatively straightforward in the Sokoban logic realm. You just swap the positions logically of where you end up, like so. But rendering, oops, I changed my colors here. Rendering is a little bit trickier. Well, actually, but not too tricky. So in our draw block function, we just sort of add a parameter that's true or false, whether we should draw the block and its children horizontally flipped or not. But what I want to share with you is This was actually kind of a nightmare to program in reality. This is sort of code snippets from throughout the code base of multiplying by -1 and flipping the flag. This was really hard. I just wanted to share my pain with you about this. It's unexpectedly hard. I initially wanted to do 90-degree rotation as well as horizontal flipping, but there ended up horizontal flipping was more than enough difficulty, so I didn't do this. In contrast, so here's another mechanic where the player itself can contain other blocks. This was relatively more straightforward to implement. All we do is, what I did is refactored a player to be the same object as the block, just with a Boolean of is it the player or not. And the Sokoban logic and the rendering logic both just kind of worked with this. Just in contrast to the kind of lines of code from previous here. I implemented this very early on in development. Okay, that's all the edge cases. Lastly, I wanted to touch a little bit on level editor tooling. This is not strictly programming, but I did program these tools, so it's sort of related. So here's this level, which we saw earlier. Should have ran this before. Okay. I can create new blocks. I can edit their children. I can put them, for example, inside another block like this and take it out like so. I can quickly have a hotkey to reload the game and play the level. This was invaluable to very quickly iterate on puzzles. I can also have a horizontal flip key, which flips the object and all its children, and a vertical flip key. Very convenient. And you can see that this referential block is just represented by an R. So it's just like a pointer, like we saw in this view. I also have a hotkey to look at this level in the hub, which is very convenient. Here we are, and I can jump into levels on my whim very quickly. And I can also very quickly, shift ordering of levels. So for example, I can move this one here, change the arrows, very quick to have these hotkeys to very quickly iterate on all this stuff. Very convenient. Here I just messed up my difficulty curve, but that's okay. Oh, I also wanted to demonstrate we have a hotkey to increase and decrease the size of the blocks like this. Okay, we made it. Congratulations to me and everyone else for making it through this whirlwind of a talk. I hope you found something in here interesting. Here's my contact information.
Thank you so much, Patrick. Thank you. I think you broke everybody's brains. I think you were looking at the chat, so you saw all that. There was one question that came up that was also connected to a question I was thinking about. Maybe we can just do that quickly before moving on to the next talk. So the question was from Scrapulous in chat: did anyone else help with the code? And actually, that's connected to what I was wondering about, is because you did a Switch port, right? Did somebody have to help get this performant for Switch?
Yeah, the porting studio Plastic Fern did a great job with the console ports of the game. Mm-hmm. There ended up being some performance optimizations, but for the most part, no huge changes.
Okay,
I'm not an expert on optimization.
But otherwise, the code was all your own in the base game.
In the base game, yes.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. All right. So thank you so much, Patrick. We'll leave it there. If there's any other questions that came up, please head over to the Discord and ask there. I forgot to set up a thread. We'll set that up in a moment, but we'll move over to the next talk. So yeah, thank you once again, Patrick, and we'll get set up for the next one.
Thanks.
All right. Hello, everyone. We are back for another lightning talk, this time from Vexorian. And the title is People Hate Puzzles, which is a wonderful title for a puzzle conference. I'm looking forward to hearing more about it. So over to you, Vexorian.
Okay, so let's begin. Well, people hate puzzles, but in reality, it's going to be a bit more than that. So let's begin. So you may be wondering who am I? I am, well, I made some puzzle games in the past, but well, and I am also from Bolivia. That's notably very far from Greece, but we are going to see about that. But let's say I'm just a concerned puzzle games fan. But this story begins last year when I was watching ThinkyCon. And well, this always starts with the talk from Dom Camus that, and he starts talking about the Guardian Knot. And this is an interesting story. Well, I think everyone should know about that, but just a recap. There was this. This was about Alexander the Great, and he was about to. He wanted to conquer Greece, I think, or something like that. But there was a legend that if he solved a very complex knot, he will become the king of Europe or something like that. But the thing is that he comes and instead of solving the knot, he uses his sword and he cuts through it. Basically, he cheeses the puzzle. This was just cheese. So and that's the idea, that he escapes the puzzle, and at least that's how they tell the story. But turns out that was not the full story, and that's the interesting part about last year's talk. In reality, there were more. There are more tellings of this story, and there are variations. And in some of the variations, he actually solves the knot. He solves the puzzle, and that was that was really something. In my case, it really broke me. This is not exactly a rebuttal or a sequel to the talk from Don Camus last year, but it just made me think a lot about things. Well, if you didn't see that talk, I recommend it because it was very good. But let's go. And the reason this broke me is that, well, this story about the Gordian knot, it's something that, well, I even remember that at least a couple of teachers from my school days will, when they wanted to grab attention from the class, they will talk about some stories like this. And well, I guess the idea was to inspire us or to tell us about parallel thinking and other stuff. So, and it's really interesting that, well, we are not in Greece. Most of us don't live in ancient Greece, but we still hear about this. But at the end, it turns out that it was maybe it's not even close to being the true story. Maybe and it's really interesting that the popular version of the story is the one in which he doesn't really solve the knot. Instead, he does something to escape the solution. But maybe what really causes those problems in my head is that, well, at least when that happened, was that I thought of it as a confirmation that people hate puzzles. And maybe you are surprised to hear that, but that's how it went. Maybe when, well, we we all love puzzle games, but maybe we sometimes have to face this reality. Does everyone hate puzzle games? Maybe we can argue about that for a bit. And maybe someone will come and tell us, well, some puzzle games are really popular. How could it be that people hate puzzle games in that case? Let's talk about Portal, for example. In that case, I will tell you, well, for some reason, Portal is really popular, but it's not. It's almost as if it needed more things in order to be popular. It needed a great story, a great character like GLaDOS. The memes became famous about that, and sometimes it also feels like, but at least in my case, the first introduction to this puzzle game was the memes, the cake is alive, etc. Okay, so maybe we can talk about other things. Even Nintendo make puzzle games, and they are a company that's very concerned about mainstream appeal. They make games that appeal to everyone, every age, but something about that is I keep thinking about, for example, maybe Tears of Wisdom last year. That was an interesting game because to me it's a really. Let me see if you can check this. Maybe you can check. Hopefully you can see this, and it's it's really rich in mechanics. To me, it's a puzzle game, and it's very interesting in that aspect. But it's also interesting in that when Nintendo want to make a puzzle game and they want to make it mainstream, they try really hard to hide the fact that it's a puzzle game. They added a lot of things that make it an adventure game. They added items. There are many ways to skip the puzzles, and it's understandable. You don't want you don't want a lot of friction with like we're saying, there has to be mainstream appeal. So in a lot of ways, it's a puzzle game that doesn't want to be a puzzle game. Maybe that's one way to say it. But maybe the real reason I keep thinking, well, people really hate puzzles is my experience with Super Mario Maker. Maybe not everyone is familiar, but it's a game published by Nintendo where it's a level editor for typical Mario levels. And the cool thing about that is that, well, of course, everyone found a way to create puzzles with it. But what's interesting about this is that there are two popular kinds of puzzle levels in Mario Maker. And one of them is the one-screen puzzles. This is a whole Mario Maker level, and it's a puzzle. And that's the idea about this game of puzzle games, of puzzle levels. Sorry, you can see, well, everything is in one screen, and it's very short. And maybe if we want to be contrarian about this, we will say these are popular because at least they are short, right? At least that way people it doesn't really need to test people's patience. But there are also another kind of puzzle levels in Mario Maker. That's the troll levels. Just by saying this, I think I might get in trouble with Mario Maker people, but troll levels are puzzle levels, but they are puzzle levels in which they are, once again, they are trying, they don't want to admit they are puzzle levels, and they have to have this this layer on top of them that's pretending that you are torturing the player, and streamers play them because it's funny for them to experience this torture. That's the level, but in reality they are puzzle levels, but no one wants to admit they are puzzle levels. But really, really well. The real reason I am talking about Mario Maker here is that I made a lot of levels in Mario Maker, and I had some interesting experiences about that. One of the things Mario Maker does is that hopefully you can see here there's a lot of red X's in the screen. This is an example of a feature in the. It can show you this screen when you are the one that made the level, and you can see all of the points. They call it failure points, and these are the points where people, where the players decided to quit the level. So this is a very interesting way to see where are the friction points. I couldn't find the specific level where I noticed this because really it was an old level from the first Mario Maker, and I don't even have my Wii U anymore. But this is just an anecdote about this, that whenever you were, if you try to make a level, let's call it a traditional platforming level, and you included every time you included every bit, just a small bit of a puzzle mechanic in between quotes, even if it was something simple like you have to take this object to this other place, instead of just moving in a linear way and solving the platforming in a linear way, it will immediately create a lot of friction, and that will usually be the place where the players will quit the level. And okay, that was that was a real learning moment for me, because I had to learn to really segregate. If I wanted to have puzzle stuff, I needed to make sure the level was a puzzle level, and there was complete separation between the puzzle stuff, a puzzle level, and an adventure level. And if not, then it will be really unpopular. It wouldn't even be played, and that's how it works. And it got to the point that one time I tried to make this level, and this is the this is the final screen of the level, and the main goal I had with this level was to I just wanted to make a funny level where there was a moral dilemma. And in this case, if you beat the level, if you go to the axe here, it will solve the level. But whenever you use the axe, this metal stuff at the bottom of the level will it falls, and it kills Yoshi, the green dinosaur here. And normally players don't like killing Yoshi. But if you don't want to do that, you need to go to Yoshi and make sure to ride Yoshi and take Yoshi with you to the exit. But in this level, that's not possible. You have to go to the vine here, this green plant here, and in the top level, in the top area of this level, there's a puzzle, and you just need to solve the puzzle. And when you do that, these squares will be filled by blocks, and you can take Yoshi with you. So it sounds very simple, and I am just noticing that I am very late. we are running late, but just give me 2 minutes if possible. But well, in reality, this was a very simple puzzle, but not a lot of people will do that, and a lot of people needed to sacrifice Yoshi. And I can tell because we got comments And in a lot of comments, they mentioned how they had to kill Yoshi. Well, that was part of the fun with the level, but it's very interesting that I had to do that. I was able to do that because um, this idea of creating a moral dilemma and making the player make that choice. This is not the first iteration where I tried to do that, but the most successful one was to make them choose between saving Yoshi and solving a level. I have to speed up, so sorry. Um, um, well, maybe if you see me taking this very personally, maybe even I have a story of not really hating puzzle games, but for some reason there are games that where I started playing them and really in this screen you can see a lot of icons. I love most of these puzzles, but I had to skip them. Uh, it's more that sometimes you are playing a game and with time you don't finish the game, and that's what happens. There's a long history of games I didn't finish, but I am supposed to love them, but for some reason they don't take me to the end of the journey, and it's really weird that I couldn't. When this is not even the full list, right? I tried to come up with the complete list of puzzle games that I couldn't finish yet, and not really because, and for various reasons, but mostly because I didn't. Well, mostly because something else appeared, and I started focusing on that instead of in the puzzle game that I was supposed to really play. I am sure. Well, I am right now promising myself I will finish these games one day, but maybe not. And you have to think, why is it that sometimes even we as puzzle lovers we hate puzzle games, or maybe we we forget about puzzle games, and there's many reasons for that. To me personally, sometimes puzzles are like work, and I guess that's something that happens to all of the people the that created those issues for us. That I guess this is a common perception of puzzles, and even it happens to the best of us, right? But it's but maybe all of that negative talk is not really helpful. Maybe we have to go back a bit, and maybe we have to admit, well, it's not that I hate puzzle games. I love puzzle games, but sometimes we have to. Maybe everything is about the perspective of how we treat these things, and maybe we need to go back to the Gordian knot. And I, I am still worried about the time of the talk, but let me rush a bit. And we have to remember why, where, where were we when all of this started, and it was the story about Alexander the Great. But why do we tell that story anyway? Uh, in reality, the idea of that story is to to create a brand for Alexander the Great, to say that he was very smart. If you remember, what do we know about Alexander the Great other than this? Well, he was Aristotle's student. He built a big library. It really was part of his brand to seem like he was not just a big leader, he was also the smart one. So a lot of the intention behind this story was to say he was smart, and maybe all of that we need is a change in the way we tell the story. And let's tell. So let me tell you this story, but in another way. So, what if I told you there's a way to solve any knot, any? It doesn't matter how complex you can imagine the knots. This guy knows how to solve it. And what does he do? He brings the sword and he can solve every knot. It doesn't matter how complex it is. So in this case, we are forgetting about the cheese. We are not calling it cheese, and we are calling this a solution. And well, why am I saying this is that if you try to tell this story and your goal is to say, well, Alexander the Great was very smart, the first problem with that is that it's very complex to describe a knot, especially if you want to demonstrate that it's a very complex one. How are you going to describe a knot? And in those cases, this story started as an oral tale. So how could you describe a knot with just words? It's much easier to say that it was a very complicated knot. Even in the Dom Camus talk last year, he actually said how to solve how Alexander solved that puzzle, but I didn't understand it. Sorry, because I am not familiar with how the knots work. And really, it's very complicated to describe that. So in this case, that's the complication, right? You want to convince everyone that the puzzle was very complicated, but you can't really describe it. And because of that, I think that the best way to tell this story, if that's your goal, is to say that Alexander used his sword to solve the puzzle, because that's a really incredible way to explain the solution. That's a solution that you can understand even if you don't know anything about knots. It doesn't really matter if you have a basic understanding or a complex understanding. It doesn't matter what knot you imagined when I was telling this story. You know that a sword is going to fix that problem. I think that's the important part about that. It's if we stop imagining it as a cheese, as an unintended solution, it becomes a solution that you can easily explain. In this case, it's very complicated to explain the problem itself, but everyone can visualize someone grabbing a sword and ending the knot, in this case, solving the knot. It doesn't really matter that you can't explain the problem too well. So, and maybe that's the goal I had with this talk, was to say, maybe it's true, maybe people don't, it's not really that people hate puzzles, but maybe we could say people hate puzzles. But everybody loves a great solution, and in this case, everybody really, this story is popular because it's a case of somebody coming up with a great solution. In this case, it's a universal way to solve every knot. That's the part that captivates people, right? That's the part that makes you want to explain this to school children or whatever. That's the part that communicates something, and it's all about the solution to the puzzle. And this is what makes it an interesting topic, I think. Maybe the question is, what's the point about that? I don't know. but maybe what I am going to say is that we should strive to create puzzles where you are proud about the solution. Maybe that's something that can help us when we are designing puzzles. That's an approach we could take in order to create if you want to create a new puzzle, maybe you can start to see it as a way to showcase a good solution. Maybe that's where the highlight should go. And I am going to end it with just this slide because we're running out of time. But I was saying that nobody talks about Portal as a puzzle game, and it wasn't true. This is in the Wikipedia page for Portal, and it's really interesting how somebody had to go through the problem of building this really complete diagram of how in Portal you can use the portals to navigate across long distances using the momentum. Someone editing Wikipedia had to do this, had to draw this. But that's because someone was so captivated by this solution that they had to explain it. And that's really one of the first things that you can find in the page, in the Wikipedia page about Portal. It's really, look at this solution, look at this great solution. I had more slides about this, but I think I am going to end here because I'm really late, so I'm sorry about that. Hopefully everyone, if there are more comments or questions, we can talk about them, or maybe in the Discord. Let's see.
Thank you so much. I loved that take on that story. I was reminded of like one of the things that people say they love about like the Talos Principle games is that there's a lot of cheese in that game. You can like break most of the puzzles, and we do have a tendency to think about cheese as being a bad thing. But actually, maybe it's just like a more creative, playful solution to the problem, and it's like thinking outside the box rather than it being something that is bad or shouldn't be allowed. So yeah, really fascinating. We've had lots of comments, people like really appreciating the things you're saying. And it's all right that you took a little bit longer because it's time for the break now anyway. Just wanted to check the chat, see what people are saying. Oh yeah, I also love that you basically made a Mario Maker level that was, it's like the trolley problem, but people die on one track, nobody dies on the other track, and they just have to solve a puzzle to pull the lever. And people don't pull the lever.
Actually, the level's name is the trolley problem, and that's the final test.
Exactly. Everybody's saying thank you in the chat, so yeah, really appreciate it. All right, I'm looking forward to the reply to this talk next year. I'm hoping we're going to have like a conversation that like we get one part of the conversation every year for the rest of ThinkyCon. So people get thinking about what your response is going to be to this. Thank you, Vexorian. We'll leave that there and we'll take a break. It'll be a 15-minute break before the next talk. So yeah, thank you so much. And if there's any questions, please take them to the Discord where there is a thread where you can ask them. Right, thank you, Vexorian.
Okay, great. Thank you too.
All right, hello everybody. We are back for the next talk, kicking off the last section of today. We are joined right now by John August and Corey Martin to talk about the development of Birdigo. So I'm going to hand it over to you two, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Hello. Hello. So we live now?
I don't see us live on YouTube, but maybe
No,
that's catching
same.
up.
Oh, here we are. Great.
All right.
I see. Okay. Yeah. So hi. Nice to see everybody. I'm glad hope you're all having a good time with the talk so far, and thanks for joining us. Our talk is about how a physical card game called Alphabirds became a single-player video game called Birdigo. We'll start off by just quickly running through who we are. John, would you like to go first?
Absolutely. My name is John August. I am mostly a screenwriter, but I have a lot of little side projects. As a screenwriter, my credits include Big Fish, Charlie's Angels, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Go, Corpse Bride. I love to make movies on a big screen, but I also like to make things for smaller screens, and those include things for the Macintosh. I make Highland, which is an app for writing screenplays on your computer. Weekend Read, which is an app for reading scripts on your phone. I love just being able to create new things. And so I've had the opportunity to create a few physical games over the years and physical things. And this is an extension out of that. Corey, tell us who you are.
I'm a game developer. I've made a few Thinky Sokoban-like games like Pipe Push Paradise, Hiding Spot, and Bonfire Peaks. This is a departure for me. I honestly didn't even know these games all that well before this, but it really took over my world while we worked on them. And why don't we tell you a little bit about the game we made? Birdigo is John, please. Please walk us through what Birdigo is.
So Birdigo for me is taking a lot of what I love about roguelike games, deck building games, and applying them to words. And so I love word building games. I love Scrabble, love those kinds of games. And as I was seeing the mechanics of Balatro and other games that were coming out, I saw they're all about assembling things together, and assembling words is a fun way to do this. And so, this is inspired by Alphabirds, which we'll talk about in a sec. But the actual game is you are given a handful of letters, and you need to form words out of there. And so you can form any words you want, as long as they sort of are things in a Scrabble type dictionary. You can put them, in any order. You get the choice of which letters you want to assemble. Different letters have different values based on the material that the letter is made of. So there's the standard white letters, there's gold letters, there's diamond letters. And if it were just assembling the words, it would be fun for a while. But what really mixes it up is feathers and songs that change the nature of how the game works. And so you are going down this journey to try to hit certain point totals so that you can hit your goals and finally complete the migration, which is what we call a run in Birdigo.
Yeah, interesting to think about, thinking of it as building words and building a build, as they're often referred to. When it clicked for me is when I started thinking of them almost like programming games, like Zack-like games, where you're like, oh, my goal is to output this, and I have to be creative and build a machine that can output that. Whereas, just in this case, the thing you're outputting is a high score. So you're building, thinking of it as a machine almost that you're putting together, really made it make sense to me in a new way.
Yeah, I like that phrase, David, because the word is the input. Like the letters are how you're sort of getting there, but just making the word itself is not going to get you to those higher distances that you actually need to achieve. So you need to think about okay, doing this, what are going to be the multipliers? What are going to be the things that will impact what that final score calculates out as? And it just scratches kind of the right itch for me in terms of it's both everything I love about words, but it's also the nerdery of trying to hit those goal targets.
Absolutely. Yeah. And finding ways to create synergies between the different choices a player can make. And so this all started as a physical card game, as we've said. So why don't you tell us about how did that come about? It was like 10 years ago, if I'm not mistaken.
You're right. So we started with Alphabirds 10 years ago. This was just an office game that we play. So generally in our office, where everyone's assembled to make the software that we make, we, on Friday afternoons, will play a game. So starting at 3 o'clock, we call it beer o'clock, have some beers and play a game. And one of the games that we ended up sort of developing in that office was, originally we were calling it Sparrow. It was the idea of, you have some letter cards and you're trying to make words either on your own board or other people's boards. So we printed some test decks. Originally it was just like Sharpies on cards. We printed some test decks, and then we printed some real decks with letter cards. And so we have, the letters here, and then special cards that could mix it all up, like swap cards and other things that would change it. And so what we loved about Alphabirds as a game is that it was super casual. Like, you, on your turn, you draw 2 cards, you play one in front of you and one in front of any other player. It was really easy to learn, and you only had responsibility when it was your turn. And so you would draw 2 cards, play them, and then you were done until it was your turn again. So you could have a conversation, you could drink a beer, you could do other things, and you weren't like constantly having to focus on what was happening there. So it was a great multiplayer, simple game. It did not translate very directly to a video game because you had to have at least 3 or 4 or 5 people to play with you. And so as I was thinking about this as how could we do this as a video game, it needed to make sense as a solo game. And that's why I started thinking about it as a roguelike, where it's like, it's the challenge is not against another player, but against the system itself.
Mm-hmm. And so when we first started working together, you have a popular screenwriting podcast called Script Notes that I am a fan of. You announced that you were wanting to make this game and looking for a collaborator. So I reached out, and you sent me a pretty fleshed out design document of like, this is what it should be. How did you get that ball rolling initially and decide on, okay, I really do, this is the shape of this game?
So I've had really good luck throughout my career at finding collaborators to work with. And one of the most crucial things about finding a collaborator is getting somebody who understands what it is you're going for. And so some of my best work and luck has been finding collaborators through the Script Notes podcast. So I host just a podcast every week called Script Notes, which is about screenwriting and things that are interesting to screenwriters. And not only are they a lot of aspiring writers listening to it, but also a lot of just cool people listen to it. And so I put out notice on Script Notes that I was wanting to develop a game that was a roguelike deck builder, I sort of in general terms. And I was looking for a collaborator who knew how to do this. I wanted somebody who could really take charge of this project. And that's kind of all I said on the air, but there was a link in the show notes to a Notion page, which outlined really specifically what it was I was trying to do and what I saw the game being like, what our collaboration would be like. That I really wanted a person who had experience building these kinds of games. It could work largely independently, but who I could sort of check in with, weekly or so to really refine how the whole experience was working. Included in that was a keynote, a Mac keynote slide deck, really sort of drawing the wireframes of what this all should look like in my head. So it was a clear picture of what it was that's supposed to be happening here. So we got about 20 people wrote in saying like, I think I'm your person. And so I read through those. I interviewed some of those people on Zoom. I met with Corey, and we just clicked. And I really liked the vibe. I liked the other games he'd done. I liked his taste. I liked that he was a one-man band who could sort of do all these things himself. And we just talked about the game and decided to work together on this project. But Corey, I'm curious from your side, what was it like first hearing the call and then deciding to get engaged? Because this was a different thing for you too.
Yeah, so I was deep in a different project and needed something, a breath of fresh air. So it couldn't have been more. It just felt like perfect timing, also, and also the other project I was making a lot of decisions. I like the idea of like executing somebody else's vision on something, and I'd still like to do more of that. So that made it really exciting to me, and again, knowing, I mean, broadly knowing your taste from your work, but knowing you from having a parasocial relationship with you from your podcast, I got a sense of like, oh, it would be a pleasant experience collaborating. So I'm glad it ended up being largely frictionless throughout. I think there's like one thing I pushed on that you didn't let me have, and then everything else we're 100% in sync.
Corey, I genuinely wonder. I don't recall what that was. So, but let's have a conversation. Let's have a discussion also about just the kind of things we would go back and forth about. So tell me what it is, but then let's talk about the other things decided along the way.
Sure. So the one thing that I would change about Birdigo is making the starting deck much leaner. Right now it has a standard Scrabble-like distribution, which is why we call it the classic deck. And then you earn a leaner deck. But the leaner deck makes adding cards to your deck so much more impactful that I found that when I was starting with the classic deck and I would get a letter reward, it was like it would just be a drop in the ocean, and I would like, oh, I'll see if I see that card, so there was that feeling of wanting to really craft my deck. And then that's the thing, it's like once you unlock the lean deck, which you do so by finishing any one migration, it's definitely I think a better experience. But it's also, you don't get as many, if you want to write words with repeated letters, those won't come up very much in the lean deck, if at all. There's a lot of single letters and double letters, which are 3 and 4 copies in the classic deck. So it also depends on what kind of words you want to put together.
Well, we should talk about how we're collaborating and how we're having these discussions, because I think that was the thing that was really what I loved so much about this, is that we could both like drop into the conversation, because you were doing the day-to-day work on this, and then as a thing would come up, we would have a discussion, debate. And even though I had these keynote slides, these wireframes that really showed the feel and flow of the game, you had some really important early discoveries and discussions that changed and transformed things. The most impactful was probably the idea of the migration. So in my initial slide deck for it, I thought the journey through this was essentially a tree that you were climbing, and there'd be like branches that you could go off on, but you're essentially trying to reach the top of the tree. And you took the bird metaphor, which was honestly sort of imposed upon it, but like it ended up working out really well. Usually the bird metaphor is like, well, what if it's a journey? What if it's a migration that the bird is going on and attracting other birds along the way? And each of these is a stopover along on that migration. And that was transformative, because while the main game loop is that building of words, using the letters in your hand to build words, the migration is the overall success and journey of the game. And that was your idea. And that came pretty early on. That was in the initial weeks of developing this.
Yeah, it was I feel like also I wanted some opportunities for some subtle 3D geometry in the game or something, and was like, oh, I could make a really simple map of planet Earth, and then like look up, okay, what are real migration patterns, so I don't have to invent them, and I'll just I just drew splines that match what real life birds are doing.
I was also really impressed by, sorry, I was going to say, I was also impressed. You talk about the things you were finding out there in the real world. You were also, smart about incorporating existing materials into it that made sense. And so we licensed those cute pudgy birds, which are so iconic. But if you'd had to create each one of those from scratch, you'd still be like making those right now.
Yeah, this is not the point of this talk, but I do feel there is a talk worth making, or something about ways that you can be efficient in game development that are, a lot of them are people look down on, like licensing art assets. But yeah, in the, it just, to me, it's like there's so much work that is definitely custom you have to do on any one game, and so much stuff that doesn't exist already that you do have to make from scratch, that I don't understand game developers who are like, well, I have to model a trash can myself when you could, there are countless trash can models to draw from. And I like to liken it to a filmmaker mentality of like, if you want to shoot something in an alley, you're an indie filmmaker, you're not going to build an alley, right? You'll find one that exists.
Absolutely.
As far as other things that might differentiate Alphabirds and Birdigo, you had, as you mentioned, the card classes, cards having different values. That was conspicuously not a thing in the physical card game, which I noticed some Scrabble players is like hard to contend with. How did that decision happen?
There's a sense coming from the Scrabble tradition that certain letters are harder to play, and so therefore should be worth a lot more. And the inspiration, the instinct behind both Alphabirds and Birdigo, I think, is a simplicity, a minimalism, a not having to do a lot of math yourself in it all. And so in Alphabirds, it's just the length of the word that matters, and we account for the fact that some letters are harder to use by making special combination letter cards that could be count as a Q, an X, or a Z. So they're worth any of those, and it's worth 2 points if you were to play one of those. The word counts as like it's one letter longer. But again, trying not to math you out on it, so that it's actually just about the fun of discovering the word and seeing what's possible, rather than constantly trying to optimize things at every point. There's going to be people who are going to go for maximization, great, but like it's not the basic default setting for the game. And that's honestly probably ties into why I think the classic deck is the better place to start rather than the lean deck, because the lean deck to me it gets you much more into that maximizing mentality, right? The optimizing mentality right from the start.
That makes sense. So you touched on minimalism. That's like the next two slides are kind of on that topic. One thing that's really turned me off about deck builders is the amount of UI and the amount of the onboarding process, that I'm like, I have to learn about 7 different types of things, let alone how they interact with each other, and make sense of this, like, the light show going on with all the UI. I loved that your instinct was to be like, how few things can we put on screen at once? And how do we make sure that the player's eye is focused where it needs to be, as opposed to maybe the maximizing the slot machine effect of these kinds of things. Did you ever have any doubt about that, or was that pretty much decided early?
I love that we were on the same page as that, but I think I was pushing you often for like take things off the screen, and just really try to keep things as clean. And because you were creating these great backgrounds, and you end up like sort of expanding upon those backgrounds with days and nights in different environments, I wanted to see those things. A great example is at the top of the screen, we have your feathers and your songs. But what I push for is that we should not see the slots for the feathers and songs until you actually have some things up there. So, because as I was looking at if you're starting the game and there's these empty things, you're wondering what goes in those slots. What am I doing wrong? And then once you actually have something to put in those slots, there's slots there, and you see how many possible places there are to do things. It doesn't need to be there until you need to have it there. I think it was also very insistent on making sure that the metaphor of these are like cards being laid out, and they come in from the left and they go off to the right. That seems so simple, but it's really what allows it to feel physical in a way that is right, and sort of how things animate in and out. It contributes hugely to it. I think you've done a great job fine-tuning the timing on and how everything is appearing and disappearing.
Thanks. Yeah, like I do feel like that kind of thing, the more time you take with it, or like, sometimes shaving half a second off of a UI animation makes it suddenly it feels completely differently, and experimenting there is really important. So as far as also, so in the UI, we went minimal, sound design and music also. I think initially like the first thing I sent you was kind of percussive, and you're like, nope. Like we're like, let's scale back, and like I started thinking about the Brian Eno says about ambient music. It should be as interesting as it is ignorable.
Yes.
And I was trying to go for something like that, where it's like it's pleasant, it's nice to pay attention to, but it's easy to ignore also.
Yeah.
And then that just kind of was on the same page as everything else.
It's chill and it goes into the background and it feels like the right vibe for the birds and everything else around you. And I think the Eno quote is right. You can notice it, but also if you don't pay attention to it, it's also fine too. And the game can be stressful as you're sort of getting to those things. Like, oh, am I actually going to be able to get through this this challenge? Am I going to make it through this round? But the music isn't underscoring that. It's not adding to the tension. It's just you can create your own tension there.
As for so I was thinking of design challenges we faced, and there were a handful. One thing that sprung to mind is that so for example in Balatro, which I had no intention of playing, and now I've played a lot thanks to this experience. I fell in love with it anyways, but then so in that game, if you have a flush or if you have a straight just by looking at the cards, whereas we had that additional friction of you had to find a word. So it's not just thinking of like, okay, well, how is it going to interact with the feathers, the things I have equipped, and the thing, but you also have that extra moment of having to look. And I think we got away with it, or we get away with it more because of the minimalism and the slowness. Whereas if there was a sense of this is like chugging along, then you would kind of feel the dead stop every time you're looking for a word. I don't know.
I think another thing which we discovered as we were sort of alpha testing and beta testing with some folks is we had to change the terminology on some things, because originally it was like speed and power. Right now it's flaps and power, but speed. And so players would play the game and they're like, oh, I don't want to feel like I'm rushed. I have to get the speed down. Like they thought speed was a thing on their side rather than on the bird's side. So finding flaps as a metaphor for how many times you're flapping your wings, and power being the thing. It's all bullshit. It's all made up, but it's making sure that there are two variables that felt right, and then figuring out like which of the songs and the feathers should impact flaps or power, understanding that, basic math means you need to be thinking about increasing both of them in order to get the kind of multiplier effect that you want.
It can't be that
aspect of just under the hood design became really important.
Absolutely. So we've still never been in the same room together.
Nope.
So that's, I think, a common for a lot of teams in this community. You find your chat software that works for you, in our case Slack, and we had this really great workflow of using Google Sheets with a plugin called Bobbin, developed by Robert Yang, that I found on GitHub, and was able to just link the Google Sheet straight into the Unity project. And so anytime I'd open the Unity project, it would check if there's any changes. And that way you'd be able to tune text and numbers and whatever else without ever having to install Unity. And that was just like as a way for, like a frictionless way to collaborate in this way that really worked well for us.
Yeah, it is crazy that so much of the under the hood stuff in terms of the values and how things interact is just a Google Sheet that I could touch and probably mess up at times too. But it made things really fast for us, because I'm hours away from you, and whenever I got to a thing, I could do it, and then I could add a bunch of stuff in Slack and say, like, hey, I added details and names for these feathers, or I renamed these things. You didn't have to copy and paste and change stuff in your coding. It's also a very smart design on your side, because you've made a very flexible modular system for how these things work under the hood and how they impact stuff. So everything's not bespoke coded in there for each one.
Exactly. Yeah. There's like a form you fill out when making a new feather card or whatever, where you'll say, it's like if blank, then blank, and do blank, and like you're just deciding what the blanks are, and then so it was a really fun system to set up to like then make it frictionless, like you say, not having to make bespoke code for every situation, really making it adaptable to whatever the ingredients you want to put together happen to be.
Yeah.
I'd be remiss if we didn't acknowledge this. There a lot of people got inspired at the same time to make a word-based roguelike game. I know how I feel about it. How do you feel about it, John?
Listen, I work in the entertainment industry where we're making films and TV shows, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, like you stole my idea!" It's like no one stole your idea. It was like it was the right idea out there in a time. And so with the success of Balatro and roguelikes, it was a very natural idea to say like, "Oh, well, what if you could combine these two, put these two flavors together?" I like that we put the two flavors together in a very different way than a lot of these other ones, which feel more Scrabble tiley. Just there's no extra metaphor for it. It's just make words, make words. Ours is unique and weird and cute and chill in a way that's actually really fun. But I'm not surprised that there's a bunch of other games that are trying the same mechanic because it's a good idea. People are going to do things that are good ideas. How are you feeling about it?
Well, I feel the same way. It's like validating that it was like, oh, I could see why all these exist because we all, it was so natural. I think as a designer, it's exciting to like see a similar germ of an idea like sprout into these very different games. And
it's interesting to see that like most of them took the tile idea of like each letter has a specific value from Scrabble and took that much more directly, and we didn't. Our material has become much more important.
Yeah, that's right. What's next? I just quickly wanted to mention we have an iOS and Android port that I have slowly begun development on. As well as plans for new feathers and eggs and things that'll benefit the Steam version and the iOS version. It's really fun to work on, and so we're not going to stop for the time being.
Yeah, and I would say that a surprise for me is I'm generally not a big Steam games player, and so it was fun to learn a lot about Steam games doing this. I played on my Steam Deck, I played on the Mac. I had anticipated that typing would work so well to enter words, and that typing would be my default way to play it. I'm excited for an iPad and iPhone version because it's such a good casual game that there's not a ticking clock on it, so you can play it kind of whenever. It feels like a really natural game to be playing on casual devices, and so I'm excited to see how people will respond to our new version of it as we ship that.
Yeah, almost all the time I spent on it was playing on the Steam Deck on a couch. So yeah, I can confirm it's a great on the go experience. So that's us and fit pretty cleanly into the time window. Don't know if we have time for questions.
Yeah, perfect timing. Thank you both. I'll ask a couple of questions because some things came through in the chat as well. So the first one wasn't actually a question, but I can formulate it into a question because I'm also interested in this. Luis, who works on the Thinky Games team, pointed out how he really appreciated how you could have builds that were based around shorter words in Birdigo. And I also really appreciated that. When I played it, my first build was entirely based around like 5-letter words or something because I hate doing anagrams. So if I can do 5-letter anagrams, I absolutely, that's my way to play. Was that an intentional, were you thinking about that when building the game? Were you thinking about making it more approachable in that way?
For sure, on my side, definitely. And as we looked at sort of what those initial feathers were going to be, it's really like, okay, rewarding certain word lengths. And so that your instinct is to play towards those word lengths made a lot of sense. And so not also adding the odds and the evens things. So word lengths that are 2, 4, 6 versus 3, 5, 7. It was fun. And again, like people coming out of the Scrabble tradition, you think like, oh, you need to go for the longest words. But like true Scrabble experts will tell you that like sometimes the most powerful words are the really short ones that can just connect to a lot of other things.
I love that we could I very quickly found a synergy between like odd number of letters in a word and also a short word length, and then it's just. I think in a lot of the other games that are in a similar space, it takes a lot longer to find those synergies. But in this case, like finding that really early was very satisfying, and I really enjoyed that. One last question before we move on to the next talk. Waika in the chat was asking whether you've thought about adapting this to other languages, or is that just not on the table at all?
Corey, my instinct is like, while I would love to do that, I also just feel like we know English and we sort of have a sense of what's going to work there. And I think we would probably screw it up if we try to do it in another language. Is honestly my instinct. Corey, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, that's my instinct too. Though I've seen some other games in this space have done like mods or whatever, or made it. Hey, if you upload a dictionary here, you can play in your language of choice or whatever, and that also takes away the responsibility of sanitizing the dictionary. Putting that on the player, because that's the thing is like. Of course, we took the time that you do to make sure that there's nothing problematic in your word list. It's a lot harder to do when you're like, you don't speak the language. So.
Perfect. Thank you both. That's all the questions we've got time for. As per usual, if folks want to ask more questions, you can take them to Discord. I'm sure Corey will be there. I'm not sure, John, do you use Discord? Would you?
I do, yeah. So I'll take a peek too.
Okay, awesome, perfect. So yeah, thank you both, and we'll move on.
Wonderful.
To the
thank you so much. Pleasure.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. We are back for another talk, this time from Anastasia here, who is running Inkwell Games, which is another project that's kind of under the Carina initiative. So they fund Thinky Games and they also fund Inkwell. So looking forward to hearing more about Inkwell. So yeah, over to you, Anastasia.
Hey, everyone. So happy to be here. I'm going to start it off right away. Our Monday puzzles would bore you. This is a traditional star battle puzzle. You all are probably quite familiar with this construct, whether you call it star battle or kings or queens or two-no touch. You fit 2 stars in every region, every row, every column, and no stars can touch. And our Monday puzzles for the Thinky Games community would be incredibly boring, but that's intentional. So I'm Anastasia. I'm with Inkwell Games. We were founded this year to bring classic pen and paper puzzle games to a wider audience. Our long-term vision is to reach kids with playful math experiences. And so to do that, we decided to approach grandparents first. Why grandparents? Well, I had a theory that, and if anyone here has young children, that parents and teachers have way too much on their plates. And trying to bring something to kids by saying, oh, here's another thing a parent should do with their kid every day or every week, is just like fighting an uphill battle. On the flip side, there are grandparents who are desperate to interact with their grandchildren and to find any way to play together. If you've ever tried to FaceTime with an 8-year-old or a 12-year-old, it's like incredibly boring. So our long-term vision is to create a place for multi-generational play. But to get there, our short-term vision is to build an awesome puzzle platform. And so I sort of talked about why we started with grandparents. There were some sort of other bonuses that came with this that felt a little bit different from like the gaming community. You generally don't go after this older demographic, and yet they have money, they have time, and they're looking for daily habits. The other thing is, I think we tend to think of grandparents as this generation that doesn't know how to use technology and, you know, is fumbling and awkward. And that may be true for maybe like my grandparents, but actually the 60 to 80-year-olds who are retiring today, who are having grandchildren now, actually transition to a career on a screens. They're fairly tech savvy, maybe not digital first or digital natives like our generation of children, but they're very comfortable with technology and they're used to digital habits. They used to go to work all day, every day, log on, sit at their computer. And now we're finding in retirement, like that's what they do. They wake up in the morning, they check their email, they check the news. They're doing this all online. They already have these digital habits. And I think they're being missed in the gaming community because they're not quite as like fun and exciting to build games for. So we centered them as our users. And that also helped us figure out, I come from a startup background, so like trying to understand what the value proposition that we were going to provide this user and what the problem statement was. And what we heard, we did dozens of user interviews and surveys and, you know, did some like screen time recording sessions of like how are people spending their time digitally. And what we heard was they're looking for ways to stay active and keep their brains engaged. And so interestingly, like, I'll sort of share an aside. I had this theory that they were looking for healthier screen time alternatives and like worried about their screen time habits. And over from that generation, I did not hear that. I heard that from people of my generation, I would say millennial, Gen X, saying like, I'm worried about my parents' screen time habits. I'm worried about my own screen time habits or even my children's. But from that boomer generation, very few of them were like worried about their screen time habits. And I attribute this to what I was talking about. Like they retired after a career on screens. They used to like be on their computers all day at work. Now they're on their computers all day through their hobbies and stuff. But back to the gaming stuff, we started with this person and this persona of the grandparent who wants to play puzzle games and use it to keep their brains active and engaged. And so that forced that user centered all of our design decisions. And the key thing there was realizing that dedicated puzzlers and Thinky gamers, and probably the people in this audience right now, unless anyone sort of joined from our social posts, in which case, hello, inkwellers. But these dedicated puzzlers aren't our audience. And so what did we build that was a little different? We'll talk about that. One thing, some games do this, but a lot of games don't. We really wanted to make a welcoming design. So things like soft colors, rounded corners, no jump surprises or jump scares. Everything is very like muted and dialed back. I'll also give a hat tip to Nurikabe World. I think they did a fabulous job. And I know they're speaking later today, so I really like their design as well. Our timer is hidden by default, so you don't like get any pressure or anxiety. If you want, you can engage with a timer, you can time yourself, but that's not a default mode. The messaging is very like, this is doable, this is hard, but like you're not dumb. There's a place for you here. We developed tons of onboarding materials that were, and I think we have still more to do, but they were very duplicative. So we have a help center, we have instruction guides, we have a blog that repeats a lot of the same resources, we have YouTube videos, we have tutorials. They all teach the same things, but people who have never played these logic puzzles can come in and experience it. And a big thing was we didn't introduce leaderboards. And no like inherent competition into the site. And this came up repeatedly in our user interviews, that these users were not looking to play against other people, particularly strangers. They were not looking to like beat folks. They were very much viewing it as like, this is going to be a personal challenge for me. So that was some of like the design decisions we made. We also started with quote unquote known games. So I showed you one of our games. We call it Stars. You all probably are more familiar with it as Star Battle. And we also have a Nurikabe style shading puzzle that's known as Light and Shadow, but we call it Fields. And, you know, a tiny handful of our users are familiar with these games, but the vast majority have never experienced a logic puzzle. And so I think it's really tempting when you go out and say, like, I'm going to make a game, to want to make a new game, a new mechanic, a novel sort of way to engage with the game. But actually, when we look at our user base, the vast majority have never experienced like amazing games that are already out there. And so we put our efforts into how do we make them more accessible? How do we make them more friendly, approachable, and how do we onboard people into that? So it's not quite as like sexy or exciting to use an existing game mechanic, but it is really exciting to bring these games to a new audience. So that was one major decision that we made. This one was a little bit of an accident. We were planning to, like many games, put a hint system behind some features. You know, if you'd been struggling for a certain minute, we would pop up the chance to get a hint. And maybe you could get one hint a minute or things like that. And we actually just ran out of time before our beta launch to implement those features. And what we saw when we launched was people were using the hint over and over and over. And I'm watching and I'm pulling out my hair thinking, that's not solving a puzzle if you're just clicking, where do I put the next star? Click, where do I put the next star? And we would see, you know, in a 9x9 board, someone might click a hint 81 times. And so at first I was like, this is terrible. We need to limit this. Like, they're not actually learning. But actually, they are learning. And eventually, you know, they start to realize that the hints are actually slowing them down. Or every time they place a star, the hint says, place an X in this cell because it touches the star. And you don't want to have to click hint every single time. So eventually, they actually did start to learn. And so we realized that users were actually using the hint system almost as like an onboarding mechanic more than a puzzle solving mechanic, which is a really different construct to think about hints. And so we actually left our hint system completely open and accessible. Users can access a hint at any time. We haven't built our hint system to be smart enough to solve our hard puzzles, but at the beginning of the week, a hint system can usually solve a puzzle from start to finish, and that can basically help walk a user through exactly how to solve, and we see that they're actually learning as they go. The other really cool thing is that we saw that users sort of inherently created their own achievement system. They would start to tell us, oh, I solved a Wednesday puzzle and only used 3 hints. And so what was really delightful about this is they created that achievement for themselves because their motivation was personal. We didn't have to tell them, like, the way you win at Inkwell is to solve a puzzle without hints. They sort of inherently developed that identity. The other thing we did is sort of leaned into, I'm calling it legacy social media. Like, I can't imagine that there's anyone else in the gaming community or at ThinkyCon who's actually like started a Facebook group as their primary channel in the last year. But we asked our audience, like, where do you want to talk about games? Where do you want to get hints? And overwhelmingly, they told us Facebook groups. And I think it's worth just sort of stepping back and making sure you're listening to your users and listening, like, where are they, and showing up where they are. I think it's really natural for game companies to want to be on Reddit, on Discord, and yet, you know, we had a small thread in the Thinky Games Discord, and we had almost no traffic there. It's picked up a little bit lately, but almost no traffic. And yet we launched a Facebook group, and within less than 3 months, we crossed 400 members, and they're very engaged. And so being a little bit more creative and out of the box about where your users are and going there. I'll admit, like, I hate Facebook as much as the next person. It's not where I'm like excited to spend my time, but I am excited to spend time with our community members and see them solve. So that's been really delightful. So we launched and we put out a lot of ads and we talked about, how puzzles are good for your brain and stay engaged and stay active. And we have, these lovely stock photos of older folks playing our games, and things were going well. And then we started hearing from folks, oh, I play with my morning coffee every day, or I play as a nightly wind down. And so we actually sort of like, okay, cool, let's put some of those messages in our ads. And what we realized is like we were previously constraining ourselves with, I'll go back for a second, with these old ads that focus very much on older folks' images and messages. And our sort of oh duh moment was realizing that in designing for grandparents, who we decided were people who haven't been exposed to these logic puzzles, we actually were designing for most people, that most people have not been exposed to the Thinky games that we all know and love. And so then we started introducing some new messaging, same product, different message, different avatars, different stock photos. And suddenly our user base changed pretty drastically. We thought we were going for boomers, and we started bringing in Gen X, millennial, and even younger. And we realized that they actually wanted a lot of the same things. You can sort of see some of our users, our older users are talking about, like, I'm hoping to stave off dementia. It's a new learning exercise. I'm trying to stay engaged. And then our younger users are telling us stuff like, I want a daily wind down. It's better than doom scrolling at 8 a.m. So again, sort of like two different motivations between this group, but what we realized is the product actually serves both of them. So that same like soft design that was aimed to appeal to the boomers also works for burned out younger users who don't want an aggressive game first thing in the morning as they're trying to wake up. No leaderboards, they're wanting to compete with themselves, not strangers, and they're wanting to do it in a very small subset of their day. These known games, like this Star Battle that's very well known, still brand new to a huge audience. The hint system, again, it's a learning tool and then a source of pride. And the Facebook group, this one really surprised me, actually. Millennials, we may say that we're done with Facebook, we're logging off, they're still there. They're right in there with the boomers. And we even pulled the average age today. And I think our average age in our Facebook group, according to their stats, is in the 40-year-old range. So it worked for them too, even though it wasn't designed for them. And so, yeah, whereas a month after launch, we were 60% boomers, you can now see that, as of a month or two ago, our largest demographic was actually this 30 to 44-year-old age range. And so my sort of message to the Thinky community is there's a huge audience out there that would love Thinky games, but they just don't know it. And so I say don't be afraid to design for a non-Thinky gamer. And when you're doing that, think of a very specific user, designed for them. It forces a lot of constraints and a lot of choices. And in doing so, you might discover a much bigger market. So general theme, design very narrow. But don't market narrow, market broad and see who responds well. So my final sort of ask for you all and call to action is try Inkwell games, but more importantly, share it with the non-gamers in your life. I think it could be a great opportunity if you're really into Thinky games to bring other people in your life into something that you love in a way that feels really accessible. So whether that's parents who are trying to stay active and engaged, friends who have a guilty Candy Crush habit, your partner who wants a morning ritual that isn't social media or whatnot. And for us, that's the real test of whether we built something for everyone and for everyone to see how big this market is. So thank you. And I'll also just share that our Sunday puzzles are actually quite hard. So
I would say the Sunday puzzles are very hard. I was trying them and I was struggling for sure. So there's definitely some interesting, difficult puzzles in there. Thank you for the talk. It was wonderful. And it's like something we want to do as well, as like bring Thinky games to more people. But video games have a bit of a barrier to them, especially if they're on Steam or something like that. It's like, what is Steam? I have to install another thing and then buy games through that. Whereas like taking the approach to like web games is like seems like a much better way to find a broader audience, especially with
I guess
older
I didn't even
generations.
mention that, like centering like that it was going to be a web game first, not a Steam game or not even an app to download, just like something where you could just open it up in a browser. Like that is much more accessible. So
exactly.
Yeah.
So a quick question here. Oh, also some questions came up in the chat as well. So one of my first questions was going to be, so when you're designing the next games to be adding to it or any new features, are you still thinking about it as grandparents first? Does that like give you a good approach to design?
Yes and no. Like we definitely still have grandparents as one of our primary personas, because we also still like thinking back to our original mission of ultimately wanting to get in front of kids. We still view them as like a really great avenue and a really great wedge into the home and with kids. But we've now sort of added this additional persona, and this is like this persona of like the millennial wake up of this is what you do with your morning coffee or on your morning commute. And so we make sure sort of like our new games and our design decisions sort of hit both of those now.
Okay. So then we got a question from Patrick, who did a talk earlier, which is, what considerations do you have when picking specific logic puzzles to start with and which to implement next? So I know you've thought about this a lot.
I have. Well, I'm an engineer by training, so I have like a 18-column weighted decision matrix, and I have different games ranked. So, we think about things like different mechanics, like Star Battle is sort of a placement game versus Fields is a shading game. It's likely we'll introduce a loop style game or a line drawing game at some point. I'd also love to introduce like a shape game too. Although, one of our constraints as well is, how much shared code base can we use? And so like right now, grid games are a lot easier to build. We started with Stars because we sort of knew that, Star Battle was fairly popular. And so it reached one audience. And so we thought we could sort of take those learnings and that popularity and that it would be received well. But Fields was a great example of a game that isn't wildly popular and it still has been received well. So there's a little bit of like looking for novelty. We also talk a lot about like low floor games where I didn't mention this, but I sort of hinted at it. On our Monday games are supposed to be easy, and it ramps up in difficulty to like pretty brutally difficult by the weekend. But for Monday through Friday, we'd really like users to be like pretty successful at those games. And so we need games that have like fairly low floors and people can onboard on pretty well, especially if they're brand new to logic games. And yet we also are looking for games that have really high ceilings, that we can push the limits on Sunday of like, how hard can we make this? Would the Thinky community be proud and challenged? So that's another constraint we think about when we're like looking for new games.
Great, thank you. So I've got a question here from Jagriff, which is, after the experience you observed with hints, have you taken another look at the hint system and tried to design something that teaches players general principles?
Ooh.
That sounds complicated.
I love this idea. And in fact, like I think our hint system has a lot to be desired too. We haven't really like given it all the love it needs in the last few months. For example, we don't have a hint system for Fields yet. We haven't yet. I would love to do that. We've sort of like half solved that we actually had a user in our Facebook community who wrote a really extensive like PDF guide to like principles around solving Stars puzzles. And so we converted that into a blog post, and that right now I think that sort of like static is like serving a placeholder for what that like really dynamic tutorial could be. But would love it. I would love to do something more engaging and dynamic. The other fun thing that happens is our Facebook community sort of invents their own terminology for like the constraints that maybe like the puzzle community has never done, in the way that there's like Sudoku terms, my Facebook community has like totally different terms for what happens in our puzzles, which is funny.
Nice. So when you were talking about the hint system, it reminded me of a talk we had earlier from Vexorian, where it was kind of about like not thinking of like using a hint system or cheating or something like that as a negative thing, but actually just as another solution. Like you could see it as a valid solution to hit the hint button and play it out. And I think that is a really good way of learning as well. I remember when I was much younger, I would play games and I would just look up the solutions and play along with the solutions. And for me, that was very satisfying, and it was just interesting to see the solution play out. So maybe having a hint system that allows people to just see the entire solution is actually beneficial to you. And I guess that was one of your conclusions from that.
Yeah, and the other cool thing too is like we regularly see people play with hints their first solve and then see if they can solve it again without hints.
Right.
Or, you know, we have users who on Friday will go back and play Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday again, so that they can be like, did I learn the thing that I was like stuck on before? And can I remember it the next day?
Very cool. So then one last question, we'll squeeze this in. So it's another one from Patrick. How do you tune the difficulty of puzzles to suit this general audience? How do you make an easy puzzle that's still interesting? And how do you know exactly how easy to make it?
Great question. I have a sort of cheating answer, which is we work with an amazing team of puzzle designers. And so hat tip to Lunark and their team. I'm sure there are probably some folks on the call who are familiar with them / maybe have designed some of our puzzles, but they do a fabulous job of designing the puzzles, spreading the difficulty out, testing it internally, and then returning it. But on the flip side, you know, we're collecting lots of data. And so eventually I have dreams of sort of looking back and seeing like, oh, did we tune the puzzles correctly? You know, we can see that solve times go up Monday through Sunday, but then get faster if people return. And so I think there's some really awesome stuff we could do down the road to be more deliberate about this.
Did you have any fears of, because so Lunark, amazing team, amazing puzzle designers, but they're real deep in that logic puzzle space. Did you have any fears that working with them would mean the puzzles are going to be way too difficult, or did it just work out nicely?
No, it mostly worked out. At first I was chatting with them and they said, well, what difficulty do you want? And I said, a full spread over the course of the week. And they said, no, I don't think you want that. And so they helped, you know, teach me what the full spread for Inkwell looks like.
Yes, the actual upper end is beyond anything. Okay,
Exactly.
cool. Great. Thank you, Anastasia. We'll leave that there. If there are any other questions, did I make a thread on Discord yet? I can't remember. I'm falling behind. I'll do it in a moment. But if there are any further questions,
see you over
please
there.
send to Discord. Yeah, thank you so much. And we'll move over to the next talk. All right, thank you. All right, hello everyone. I can't believe we're managing to stay on schedule so well. It's like literally the perfect time. We're now joined by John Lee Cooper, who's going to be talking about some of the games that he's built and hasn't included an undo system in, and some of the thoughts on that. So yeah, over to you, John Lee Cooper.
Hello. So yeah, I'm John Lee Cooper. My talk is called "Is a Puzzle Game Without an Undo Still a Puzzle Game?" But really, it's more about the subtitle there, the genre expectations and design considerations, and about like what happens to the design of a game and the reception of a game when you sort of forego something that's an expected quality of life feature of the genre that it's perceived as. So yeah, I'm John Lee Cooper. I make games as for a living, and also on the side, I've made probably more than like 50 games on itch, something like that. So lots and lots of mostly pretty small games. Today I'm going to talk about 2 larger games I made. I graduated from Sheridan College with a bachelor's degree in game design, and the first game we're going to talk about was like the thesis game from that program. That was like more than 5 years ago now, and that was probably the last time I did a PowerPoint. So forgive me if this is a little awkward. If anything goes wrong here, that's my excuse. But yeah, so we're just going to talk about 2 different games I made that don't have an undo and why they don't and what happened with it. And yeah. So the first one is this game called Trail Mix. It's it's a puzzle platformer, which, you know, obviously that would be a lot harder to do an undo in, at least a traditional undo, because there's not specific states. I'll show a little bit of gameplay here. I can't do it in this mode. Oh well. But basically, it's a game where 2 players run and jump and attach little other characters to them that changes the shape, and you end up as these walking pentominoes, which affects the way that you can cross gaps and climb over ledges and things. And so it's definitely a puzzle game with a lot of stopping and thinking and communicating required, but then it's also a platformer where there's physics and timing involved. And so why doesn't it have an undo or a rewind? A rewind would probably make more sense because, again, there's no discrete steps. But why didn't we do that? So one of the reasons is because it was our student project and we only had so much time to do it. And we talked about it, and the solutions we came up with, we just kind of felt like we didn't have enough time to do them, or they just didn't quite fit our design goals, we'll talk about in a second. But the reason that we thought we should is because there can be soft locks in the game. They're not super common because we try to avoid them with level design, but they can definitely happen just inherently by the rules of the game, because you need to collect pieces to clear gaps, and then if you throw them onto the other side of the gap and go backwards, then you can no longer get them. And sort of like the openness of the level designs allows for soft lock sometimes. I'm going to show an example of one here. If you can spot when it happens, it has already happened. It happens pretty immediately in this clip. But because they need either each other or an extra piece to cross a 3-wide gap, and now they're both on different 3-wide gaps away from each other, then they can't progress, and they have to restart the level. And the levels are fairly long. This is sort of partway through the first level of the game, so it's not too bad, but it's definitely a thing that can happen and a thing that can really frustrate players. So you'd think that we would want to do, you know, an undo or save states or something, but we actually had design reasons to not want to do that as well, and they ended up winning out partially because they were on the side of it being easier to do, but partially because I think it creates some interesting situations. So our main goal in designing Trail Mix was to make a game that really focuses on like player-to-player communication and like real co-op where they have to think and talk to each other and sort of problem solve together. And so we wanted to steer away from the kind of puzzle design that I think a lot of like more pure puzzle games focus on, where sort of everything presented to you is a factor in the puzzle, and so you can sort of interpret what the developer wants you to do by the tools you have available, and sort of have that kind of developer to player communication going on. And we sort of wanted to move away from that, which is maybe ill-advised, but we wanted to focus on player-to-player communication. And we feel like if they're sort of just presented with situations that may or may not be solvable or traversable, then, you know, that can present more creativity from them. And some of our favorite like things that came up in playtesting is players who would get themselves stuck in a situation and not know whether or not if they had to reset or not, and like figuring out their own solutions to not have to reset because they don't want to redo the whole level. I have some examples of that here, I think.
现在就是啊，不是搞，
我们要开始俄罗斯方块了。哎，你可以拿了。
So they accidentally throw that guy in there instead of picking up the other one. It's really early
哦，我知道了，
in the
我知道了，我知道了。这样子，我先丢给你一个，你先拿着一个这个，然后可以把一个取出来。
我可以再长一点，对不对？
你不能再长了，你接下来一个是。
我可以，我可以。
哦，你是，
我可以，
哦，可以，可以，
我可以超级长。
进去，把它弄。
哇！
They get very excited. They get very excited when they successfully retrieve the guy from the hole and can continue on. And I mean, that's like a very early on example when they don't totally know the rules of the game yet. So they, you know, a simple thing like that can maybe make them think that they want to reset, but they figured it out. And this is a further on in the game example where they're trying to get all of these little guys to the top left, but they've gotten one stuck in the sort of middle left corner there. And rather than restart the whole process, they do this really cool solution here, which I don't even think we use in any puzzle in the full game. They sort of made their own emergent puzzle here. And, you know, neither of these situations would happen if they could have just completely undone. So we sort of liked the big result of having no undo in this game is that the game has stakes. And I think, I don't know, having stakes in a puzzle game kind of maybe fundamentally changes what kind of game it is. It changes the feeling. It adds like tension. So what we did instead of having an undo, we basically just have this little hole in the very beginning of the first level that kind of tricks you into falling in it and getting stuck and teaching you how to reset a level. And then we use those little skeleton assets to show an area of a level that we know might be prone to soft locking, just as kind of a warning that, oh, better be careful with your moves here. And so, yeah, people's reactions to it. I mean, I wrote here that people get mad at the lack of thing, but really all the comments that I could find as examples were like very polite, but they were just like, maybe we want to be able to rewind, which is valid. And I think it's just sort of what you expect from the kind of thinking that this game requires and from its existence as a puzzle game. Like there's no hazards and you can't die, but there are still stakes, and I think that's a weird proposition for people. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, wait, yeah, I guess I stand by it. I think in this game, I think like if anything, maybe shorter levels would just kind of lower the stakes to maybe a more comfortable place. The levels in Trail Mix are quite long. But I don't know. I think it's nice. It means that you can't brute force things by throwing things around. It encourages stopping and talking to your co-op partner, which supports our design goals. And I think part of why the game ended up this way, and like, well, so is it a puzzle game? Like, it's definitely still a puzzle game. Obviously, you do puzzles, and there are many puzzle games without undos, usually like physics puzzlers, things like that. But it's interesting because it sort of has a blend. We did take a lot of inspiration from Sokoban games and like very kind of core Thinky games like that, which usually do have an undo. We played a lot of Stephen Lavelle puzzle script games while we were developing it, but we also drew inspiration from like some weirder, older games, like Hello Kitty Cube Frenzy, which is another co-op game with a grid, but you're not just on a grid, you're also like a platformer controller running around on top of it. And Adventures of Lolo, which is a grid, but you can stand halfway between blocks, and it's real time, and there's enemies moving around. So I think like these sort of action puzzler influences led us to a place that's maybe a little bit outside of the genre conventions that you would expect from our game. Oh yeah, and I mentioned the tilt a couple times on the slide, but that was a funny sort of possible alternate solution to the undos that we talked about and didn't do, and I think maybe I would do for a sequel or another similar game where like kind of like in pinball, where if your ball gets stuck, you can just shake the pinball machine. I think something like that, which just shakes the physics objects around, that could maybe get you unstuck, or other solutions that are maybe sort of presented more as cheats or accessibility options rather than like an intended mechanic, might be a better balance for it. But I'm going to move on now to the other game, which is a pretty different game that also didn't have an undo that I made about a year later. And we'll talk about how that worked out. So this is Life Captivity, which is a game that combines traditional Sokoban block pushing rules with the rules of Conway's Game of Life. That's John Conway up in the top right. I think he didn't like that people mostly know him for Game of Life, but that's what I mostly know him for. So sorry, John Conway. But anyway, it's like a simple system of rules that lets complex patterns result from just a grid of alive and dead cells. And this game was sort of inspired by Puyo Tetris. I just really liked that in that game you can sort of play two different rule sets over top of each other on the same grid, and so I tried to think of other rule sets that you could do that with. It was like checkers and chess you could probably do over top of each other, and then Game of Life and Sokoban rules ended up merging together really nicely. And so this game is like far even closer to the kind of traditional Sokoban puzzle game genre where you would expect to have an undo, but it also doesn't have one. And this time it is almost entirely because I failed to implement it. I was like working on this game in my spare time after working a 9 to 5 in the day where I'm also coding, and I kind of made the original prototype a long time before and didn't implement undo because it was just a quick prototype, and then it just became very difficult to implement at the end, and I ended up just not doing it, sort of out of not wanting to rewrite everything and just wanting the game to be finished. And for a similar reason, I structured it in like a pretty traditional Sokoban way with like a linear sequence of levels. And I think in that majority of the game where it's sort of these caged-in tutorializing puzzle levels, I think it really doesn't work as well as in Trail Mix to not have an undo. I think it doesn't line up as well with the design of this game. I think later on, some bigger levels that it sort of feels more like a survival element, which fits in with like the metaphor of the Game of Life rules, which is nice in that like you can try to survive and solve puzzles in multiple ways and experiment a bit more freely with this wider space and more pieces available. But I think the majority of the game, it doesn't really fit in as well, which is what it says here. But I think it just has too many other aspects working against the lack of undo. It has like pars of how many iterations of the Game of Life iterating that you need to do to beat each level, and like that kind of encourages you to optimize, which is sort of against the idea of having multiple solutions. And just the traditional Sokoban level setup. I also think, I'm saying I don't stand by it as much in this one. And I think people are like not that familiar with these Game of Life rules, and they're not super intuitive until you learned them well. So I think like being able to experiment and undo would fit this a lot better. There's no concern of it being co-op or not. There's no complex decision making in whether or not you should undo. It's just a single player game. But I think, like the alternative, if I wanted it to have that survival feeling, would be to go further in that direction and just not use a more nonlinear structure or something that supports living with the consequences of your actions, something that supports stakes more than the traditional Sokoban structure that I did, basically that and the lack of undo were both sort of just out of burnout with the game and wanting to move on to other things. And so that's basically it. The two examples of puzzle games that I made where it ended up not having an undo and just sort of how that affected it. And I think it's just interesting to consider things that are sort of default assumptions about a genre and like what will happen if you go against these assumptions. And pulling inspiration widely can lead you to interesting results with your game. Other little lesson here, these are both free games, and so people might complain in the comments, but it's nice to release free games because you don't owe anyone anything. And so if you're ever doing that, that's a great place to really be experimental and maybe choose things that are conventionally bad design just to see what will happen. I think like people releasing free games should take advantage of that a lot. And of course, that if you're going to implement undo in a game, you should do it early before the code base gets away from you. So I guess those are my main takeaways from this. And I don't know. I'd love to hear what other people think about this, if they've made games that are puzzle games with stakes, or if there's other ones that they want to recommend to me, because I feel like I haven't played too many of them. I like Void Stranger does some interesting stuff with that, of course, and like Outer Wilds is very physicsy, so you certainly have consequences in that game. I don't know. What do other people think about this?
Thank you so much for the talk. There have actually been a bunch of comments in the chat pointing out other games and other games that people have made in the chat as well. So like Port Ponky was immediately appreciating your talk because he released Only Sliding. Was that this year or last year? And Only Sliding doesn't have an undo, and I think a lot of people asked for it, but Paul Poggy didn't put undo in there. And yeah, somebody else was mentioning Void Stranger as well, and you just mentioned that as well. I was actually going to ask you a quick question. So you're right at the end there. You said about like implementing undo early, right? That's a very common piece of advice that people share because it's hard to implement undo later. What would you do if you were designing a game and you weren't sure whether you want the feeling of trail mix where there are situations that are a bit scary to end up in and it's hard to get out of them, versus if you weren't sure, would you just implement undo anyway and then get rid of it if it was better, or to remove it later? Or?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is like if you do implement it early, you can always just have it be toggleable and then make that decision later. But there's also something to be said for like just committing to a decision early on if you know what you're doing. Like I would say that the development of both of these games was very experimental. There wasn't much of like a strong vision going in. It was that we would make these prototypes and then iterate on them, and we would try to make the prototypes very quickly so that we could go through many iterations. And so that's sort of how we ended up in the directions we had without like this pre-made puzzle code base to turn things on and off.
Paul Ponky in the chat has described himself as an official undo hater. So
I like that. I respect that.
I also really love the idea of the tilt idea of getting out of a soft lock situation. That actually makes me think like it'd be interesting to explore that with like other types of games, like Sokoban games, like rather than have an undo. Like what if you could just break the level in some way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's sort of what I'm saying with like pulling inspiration widely. Like finding an unconventional solution for it can lead to more, I don't know, just to different results.
Absolutely. All right. I think that is everything we've got. Did any other questions pop up in the chat? Lots of discussion. People talking about undo, and everybody loved the clip of the guys like figuring out how to get the character back out of that space. Like that just wouldn't have happened without if you had an undo system, right?
Yeah, it's like those are the kind of moments that we really chose to preserve when we decided to not implement a rewind or save states or anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. Thank you so much. If there's no other questions, I don't think any other questions have popped up. So, yeah, thank you. We'll get set up for the next talk now. So thank you, John Lee. Applause in the chat for John Lee. Yeah, move to the next one.
Thanks.
Alrighty, hello everybody. We are back this time with Gwen, who's going to be talking to us about puzzle design through curriculum design. Sounds very interesting. So yeah, over to you, Gwen. Love to hear about it.
Hello. I'm Gwen Katz, and I design mostly deduction puzzle games. Some of my games that you might have checked out if you like that type of game are Seradia, my game told through an art history exhibit in a museum, and Deductopia, which is a small little cute deduction puzzle game. But one of the other hats I wear when I'm not doing puzzles is curriculum designer. And as I've done that, I've noticed a lot of the similarities between what we do when we're crafting good curriculum and what we do when we're crafting good puzzles. And the reason I think this is important is because puzzle design, we don't have a huge amount. Luckily, we were able to hear from a wonderful talk earlier about people who are doing research into learning and how the brain learns doing puzzles. But we don't have like a deep backlog of research on that as it applies to video games and puzzles. We do have a very large, decades-large corpus of research on how learning affects the brain in an educational context. And those are things we can take with us into our game design. So first of all, I want to ask you, and you can reply in the YouTube chat, what are the most important skills that every job asks, for every job wants you to have? No worries, no worries. Okay. So anyone got suggestions? What are things that like every employer is gonna ask you to have, no matter what your job is? You guys are pretty quiet on YouTube right now. Communication, absolutely. Communication. So teamwork, absolutely. Yeah, so oral communication, written communication, time management, yep. So you want to be able to manage time, you want to be able to manage supplies, be able to manage whatever you're working with. Multitasking, yeah, I tend to put that under management. Willingness to take a task to completion, yeah, that's very important. That's not specifically on my list, but that's team player, obedience. Team player, yeah, the teamwork's still very important. Passion or ambition, yeah, they always ask for like, yeah, willingness to not, yeah. Some of these are slightly cursed, but true. Yeah, ability to do unpaid overtime, yeah. We're working from an optimistic idea of what a job is here. Yeah. So a few others I'm thinking of that nobody's mentioned yet. Anyone want to have a guess at some of these top ones that are kind of the most important ones? Creativity. Yeah. Creativity I associate a lot with problem solving, right? When you're given tasks to solve, you got to think of I think of stability, punctuality. I think of that with like time management, yeah, and like resource management, the ability to be where you have things planned out so that you are where you need to be when you need to be. Yeah, I think of creativity as relating to problem solving. Cleanliness, I've definitely been at some workplaces where some people, I wish they'd rated that higher. Yeah, so a couple more here. We're not getting to some of the ones that actually are the most key to us here. So a couple other ones we have here that are really important are information processing. So, any job you have, they're going to give you instructions. They might be written, they might be verbal, and you need to be able to think about those instructions and how to implement them and how to do, as well as information in the forms of, charts and graphs and data and all the stuff we work with every day. Critical thinking, another crucially important one. And then the last one here is self-assessment, the ability to know, am I doing a good job at what I'm trying to do? And so you think of these a lot. If you have a job like, say, you're a scientist, it's like obvious how you would use all these. But these really apply to all jobs. Even say you're like an electrician, right? You still are working with a team. You still need to have communication skills, communicate with your boss, communicate with your client. You're still going to have to manage your time. You're going to have to manage your resource. You're going to have to do problem solving if it's things like the wiring is funny in this house, and it's unclear how I'm going to get to the wiring to this outlet that's in a weird place, or things like that. So these are universally applicable skills. Now, of course, they're also skills we use a lot in games. So tell me in the chat, say you're playing Myst. What are some of these skills that we might use if you're playing Myst? What do you think? Like if we go down the list, do you think we're using, problem solving? Absolutely, yeah. So what does this device do? I've got these weird gears, and when I rotate them, they do something, but it's not clear how that's helpful. Critical thinking, absolutely. Myst is all about critical thinking. And information, yeah. So here's this, weird set of numbers that are written on the wall. What does this mean? Navigation, oh my gosh, I get lost so much. Yeah, problem solving is very important, yeah. I constantly get lost in puzzle game, in any game with navigation anywhere. Yeah. I employ the skills, awake at 4 a.m., staring at the same thing, trying to figure it out. Yeah, that's me, universal Myst experience there. Although also a good workplace skill for a lot of problems you face. So some of those are really obvious with a game like Myst, but really all games use skills in this skill set. Like, say you're playing Overwatch, right? Okay, which of these skills, are you still using these skills in Overwatch? What skills would be using then? Yeah, teamwork, yeah. Obviously crucially important in a game like that. Teamwork, probably the most important of those. How about communication? We're definitely going to use that a ton in a team-based game. You're still going to be doing things like problem solving and critical thinking. It might not be as overt, but you're going to be thinking about things like the enemy team has these guys on it, so what moves should I be using that are going to be the most effective, and how should I approach it? You're doing it all very quickly, but that's all still that kind of problem solving. And then both these games are going to be using self-assessment, because you're using self-assessment to gauge, am I good at this or not? Am I doing good? Do I need to change my approach? Yeah. So information processing, yeah. When you're looking at, all games like this will have a lot of visual signaling of things like, is their attack charge, or things like that, and that's all things you're processing visually, but you're turning it into information you can use to affect your gameplay. Those are all skills we use a lot in games, and those are all skills we use a lot in curriculum, both because they are useful skills to have that we want to teach kids and adults, so you can use them in your daily life, but also so that you can learn better, because these are also skills you apply to the learning process. And the more you engage these skills, the better you're going to learn, which means the more you engage these skills also, the better time you're going to have doing a puzzle game, and the better time your players are going to have. And we can make better use of this by understanding how the brain processes information. So sort of a vanilla model of how the brain processes information is going to be like, you have on the one side, you have your input that's events, observations, instructions, stuff like that. And on the other side, you have your memory. And the stuff goes from the input into the memory, and then it's there. Except as neuroscience has taught us, as research into learning has taught us, this is not how it actually works. That's not how the brain works. So a more accurate way of how the brain works is, yeah, this is hard with our lag here, is that input comes in, it comes in and it hits a perception filter. And the perception filter is gonna affect what we decide to process as important. And most stuff gets discarded, and then a small amount of stuff gets moved to our working memory, which is just temporary storage. And from there, it gets held for a short period of time. And if you repeat the information within about 5 or 10 minutes, then it gets moved to your long-term memory. Otherwise, it gets discarded. And then once it's in your long-term memory, it becomes a loop where the stuff in your long-term memory will form your previous knowledge, your corpus of knowledge, biases, and misconceptions. And those are going to feed back into your perception filter and influence how you process information later on. So let's break this down, these individual steps. Let's break down how they influence us when we're playing a game. So first, let's look at that perception filter. This is super, super important. This is what influences just what we take as important in a game, right? Like in any game, there are interactables and there are non-interactables, and there are clues and there are non-clues. And so, for instance, our perception filter tells us, if a ledge is painted yellow, I can climb on it, and if it's not painted yellow, I can ignore it. So we just know not to like try to climb up random other bits of that rock face. But that can also be misinformation. So you want to, as a game designer, be really clear about clear about overcoming the perceptual filter and making sure that everything is important is communicated. And then once stuff makes it through the perceptual filter and is in our working memory, that stuff is held kind of temporarily, and sometimes that's what we want. Every day we're flooded with like bits of information, like what's my order number at this restaurant, right? And you need to know that for a couple of minutes, and then you just forget about it, and it's fine. You don't want that clogging up your long-term memory. And sometimes in games, that's what we want too. Say, like, what's the combination to this locker? And it's going to be written on a piece of paper somewhere, and I just need to remember it long enough to get from the piece of paper to the locker and enter it in, and then I forget about it, and it's fine. But more often, we want to have players remember stuff for a longer time. Like if we're trying to teach them rules to a puzzle, we want them to internalize those and remember them for the duration of the game. And that's harder. And the key thing there is repetition. So the wrong thing to do is just tell them at once, and then it comes up when it comes up, you know, like in Psychonauts, for example, in the basic braining, there's a bit where they tell you that you can drop down on a ledge and inch along a ledge. And that comes up once, like 3/4 of the way through the game. And I'm confident, you know, 90% of players have by that time forgotten that you could do that, because they just told you that and then never reminded you of that. So the correct way to move stuff into long-term memory, the correct way to tutorialize is not to just give you a bunch of information. It's to teach you something and then make you do it, and then a few minutes later make you do it again, and ideally do that several times. So, you know, most side scrollers, for instance, you know, they'll tell you like, yeah, press up to jump, and then there will be a place where you have to jump. And then there'll be a place where you have to jump a few minutes later, and you'll practice using that skill, and that's going to put it in your long-term memory, and that's going to mean that you remember that instruction. Yeah, and so once stuff is in our long-term memory, yeah, we can, understanding that can tell us how tutorials do and don't work well. Like, for instance, the reason why board games are so hard and boring to learn is just that, by definition, you have to just give the player 100% of the instructions all up front, and you have to read them all before you play any of the game, right? So you don't get a chance to apply the stuff you learn. And it's just moving into your working memory and then getting forgotten. And then when you actually get to the juncture of the game where you needed to do that, you've forgotten about it. And so that gives us an idea about how we can do better at making a tutorial. Is, a lot of games have interactive tutorials where it'll be just a little mini tutorial level where it will tell you, drop this card onto this enemy to deal 3 damage, and you'll do that, and you'll play through a little level, and then you'll and then you know how to play the game. And since it's reinforced all that stuff through doing it and repeating it, that's stuff you're going to actually go into the first level of the game actually remembering what the instructions are. Now, then finally, we're going to look at those stuff in our long-term memory. Every game we play is going to influence how we approach the next game, as well as non-game information sources. So whatever happens in the previous games we've played is going to become data for us about what should we expect from the next game we play. And that can be a good thing, or that can be a bad thing. Like, for instance, one of the reasons Blueprints is so incredibly difficult is that every other adventure puzzle type game we've played has taught us that if something is interactable, it has like a little interactable icon, and even if you don't have like the right item to use on it, it'll jiggle or something when you click on it to tell you that you can do something here. Blueprints broke with that. It has interactables that, if you don't have the right item to use there, give you no signal that you can interact with that at all. And that, you can look at that as a positive or a negative, kind of depending on, I do think it's a very deliberate choice in that game. It's certainly a choice that vastly increases the difficulty. So that's something you want to be cognizant of. If you make a choice like that that goes counter to the perceptual filter, it's going to be really, really complicated for your players. Now, a phrase we talk about a lot in curriculum design is the aha moment, which you might notice is the same phrase we talk a lot about in puzzle design, right? In both fields, it's really important to try to lead your player or your student. If you can lead them, instead of just telling them information, you can lead them to figuring out information on their own. That's way more effective at making it stick in their brain. It's both fun and makes the experience better, and it also makes them do better at the experience. It's an incredibly effective way to get information, to get cemented into your long-term memory. So, for example, in a game like The Witness, they teach us that anything that's this shape is a line puzzle, and there's this incredibly strong aha moment. Sorry, spoilers for The Witness. Where you realize that that's not just true of things that are on like a puzzle grid, it's true of anything anywhere in the world is a solvable puzzle. But that's the big aha moment. But the game is also full of like a long series of small aha moments that are just straight from the beginning, figuring out what the objective is, figuring out what every single one of these cryptic symbols means. These are all small aha moments, and those both make it more fun, and they also make you better at learning. So one thing, I think The Witness was very difficult in many ways, but one thing I don't think most people encountered was just forgetting what the symbols did, right? Because it's using all of these tricks. It's using the repetition, and it's using the aha moment to make sure they really get firmly in your brain, and once you learn them, you really remember them. So anyway, to talk about curriculum design and how we use this, the specific curriculum program I am part of is called the POGLE Project, and POGLE stands for Process-Oriented Guided Inquiry Learning. These slides I mostly stole from them, and they told me I could use them on the grounds that I plugged their project, so I am. So that's kind of a education-ese name, but basically what it means is it's making use of those process skills that we talked about at the beginning, and also deductive and inductive reasoning, inquiry-based reasoning to lead students to answers and create those aha moments in order to create better learning. Now, can that also create more fun learning? Yes. But the main reason we're doing it in this context is just because students learn better. So the technique we use in POGLE is called the EIA cycle. So the first stage of that cycle is explore. And so you begin your curriculum by you begin with a model that's got usually images, and you begin with a few questions that just ask the students, just look at the model, just, see what's going on there. Then you move on to questions where they do concept invention, where you tell them, okay, so based on this model, what can we figure out is true, and how can we generalize that? So what's the rule going on here? And finally apply, where we figured out the rule, and now we give them some examples about, so what would happen in this case, right? So this moves from, you might notice this uses both types of logic. It begins with inductive logic. It begins with, here's a bunch of examples of stuff, and you're figuring out what the generalizing the rule is. And the deductive logic is, I now know the rule, here's a new thing, how does it apply in this case? So looking at a specific curriculum exercise, this is one I worked on in my book of principles of art. In this case, our figure is saturated and desaturated colors. So we're just giving an example of here what the saturated colors look like, and here what the desaturated colors look like. So we begin then with our explore questions, which are really obvious. They're just asking us, they're just asking students, look at the model, see what's going on there. Sometimes it'll be things like circle something. And then we move on to the invent questions, where we actually ask them, okay, what is a saturated color? What is a desaturated color based on what you see on this wheel? And then finally, we move on to the apply questions, where in my case, it'll be something like, we'll show them a new artwork and we'll say, are these colors mostly saturated or are they mostly desaturated? Now, we can use the same exact same cycle to create interesting puzzles. And what's interesting is a lot of games with really good puzzle solving are already using a cycle that's a lot like this, just intuitively, just because it makes a good puzzle solving experience. So for example, take Case of the Golden Idol. The model is the whole room, right? So the model is, you've got images, you've got text, you're looking at this scene, and you're working out what's happening in that scene. Come on, lag. Okay, pop up here in a second. And so when you initially look at the model, the first thing you do in Case of the Golden Idol, right, is you click on everything and you gather all the words. And this is our explore phase, right? Right now, we're not trying to solve the problem yet. We're just being encouraged to engage with the model, to look at everything and click on everything, open every container, look at everyone's dialogue, find the contents of everyone's pocket, and then make sure we didn't miss anything. Now we move to invent, and that's these little side puzzles, right? So in this room, there's the math puzzle where we go like, oh, there's a law against this, and you get punished with this many demerits. And finally, once we've done all of those, then we've got our main puzzle. And the main puzzle is, of course, usually really cryptic when you first open the room. You look at it and you go like, sometimes they have a lot of blanks and you go, I don't even understand how that's a sentence. But through exploring the scene, through the concept invention of just understanding the underlying principles that are at work in this scene, once you've done all of those, then you have all the data to apply in this final puzzle to say, okay, what happened here? So that's the sort of thing that we can, if you have a puzzle that's maybe not working as well as you wanted now, this kind of arms us with a lot of ideas for how we can improve it. Like a lot of my games have struggled with the explore phase. A lot of my games have struggled with like, people just didn't open everything and look at everything. People didn't turn all the pages in the books, and what you discover doesn't work is like put a big highlight on it that says, that flashes, that says open this. That really works surprisingly poorly. So you want to think about what in your game can be more of an explore phase. So like in a game like The Witness, the reason they send you wandering all over the island to look for where's the next little puzzle grid, that's also exposing you to the environment. So that's part of the explore phase is showing you all the environment, and you'll start noticing, oh, there are these things that look like puzzles, and that equips you to, when you discover that those environmental puzzles are part of the game, you're already familiar with the environment and you have a sense of what you're going to have to do now. So that is basically how I've learned to use curriculum design to influence puzzle design. That equips us with, so you can think about this when you're designing your puzzles. You can think about the perceptual filter. How can I make people better at looking at the important information and dividing what's important or what's not? Or if you want, you can, invert that and go, I want to make something trickier by hiding it from the perception filter. You can think about what you're trying to move into short-term memory and what you're trying to move into long-term memory, and use that to reinforce the important information and minimize the unimportant information that's just things like, the code to a door, and how you are creating or altering their previous preconceptions and biases to make them more effective at this game and at future games, maybe of yours that you've played. We can think about the process skills. We can think about how our game is engaging things like information processing and self-assessment and problem solving. And we can think about this EIA cycle. We can think about how are we guiding the player through a puzzle, even if it's a very good puzzle. A huge amount of whether they succeed or fail or whether they have a good time is how do we guide them through? Where do we start them? How do we move them through inventing the key principles of this puzzle, and then how do we get them to apply it to solve the puzzle? So that is my talk, and does anyone have any questions?
Thank you so much. I love that. I feel like I think I was one of the people who played Saradia and didn't flip over a page and therefore didn't discover something I needed.
I desperately feel like I should have patched Saradia before giving this talk, because it was one of those things where when I was thinking about this connection, it immediately pops out at me like, I'm not doing a good job at every aspect of this. Right? So yeah, like what way you can have like some of the games of this sort will have like a counter of like how many of the clues have you found, how many things are left to discover, and that kind of thing can also work for the explore phase to kind of engage you to be like, you should just be looking around right now. You don't need to be solving stuff yet. Right now, just poke around where you haven't poked around as much as you need to.
Absolutely, and it's hard as a game developer to make sure you're doing all of these things perfectly. So
yeah. Well, that's one thing you can look at curriculum design. if it's something you want more, you want to think more about, you can look at exercises like this, like the Poggle exercises, and you can look at how they physically do that. Like, what do their models look like? What do their questions look like? And then think about, like, you don't usually in a game just give people quiz questions like, what's the name of room 1 of this puzzle? But you can think about sort of ways to use the same kind of guidance to, even if it's not as explicit.
So Celia had a question in the chat, which is related to this topic. You mentioned the explore phase not working well in some of your games, and what didn't work. Curious if you have an example of what approach did help with the explore phase.
Yeah. So, as I mentioned, that is a ongoing problem that I really need to patch in my games. So the things that didn't help, like I'm probably just going to put in like a pop-up that, like, when you go to the solve page or when you try to click on a hint, we'll straight up just have a pop-up that says there are more things to look at. But I think some of the effective ones, I think really Golden Idol doing the clicking on the names to collect them is an incredibly good incentive. That just getting people, and that can be things like also like if you have collectible hats or something and you have an incentive to find all the hats or anything like that, is really good at just making people look at all the little nooks and crannies of your game. And when they do that, they're also seeing all your clues and things. You're remembering this room is here, you can open this container, and all that stuff that they need to do to actually solve the problems. And if you don't do enough explore, they just won't find that stuff, and they'll go straight to the problems. And they'll have the problem of being like, how could I possibly solve this? And once they get to the invent stage, they often won't go back to explore once you think you have enough information. It's hard to get people to go back to, no, I need to be looking around more.
Perfect, thank you. Another question just came up in chat about Metroidvania as a genre. However, we don't really have time, so would it be okay for that chat to be taken to Discord? You're there, Gwen?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm on the Discord, and I'll be happy to discuss some more. Yeah, I might post some examples of, like, if people are interested, of exercises and things to kind of show you more how this works.
Perfect. I've also been fascinated in this. Like, I've been wanting to do a talk at some point about the puzzle solving process, but it's basically this exact same diagram. You're coming at it from a different angle.
Well, this diagram is really strongly rooted just in neuroscience, right? This is just how your brain processes, and so even unrelated programs and stuff will kind of independently invent really similar diagrams because that's just how you process something when you're looking at it.
Exactly. So thank you so much. We'll switch over to the next talk now. So thanks for joining us, Gwen.
Yep. Goodbye.
Alrighty, hello everybody. Time for the final talk of the day. It's been such a good day, and I can't believe we've got 2 more days of such amazing talks. For this final one of the day, we are joined by Vibeke here, who did the art for Nurikabe World, which is a wonderful little game. So yeah, I'll hand it over to you, Vibeke, and yeah, take it away.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for having me over here. And thank you so much for organizing ThinkyCon. It's been so amazing to look at everyone's talk today. And as it was just mentioned, so I am the last talk for today. And we are going to talk about the art of Nurikabe World and how we have brought a pen and paper classic to life without ruining it for everyone. So this is going to be quite a chill art talk. So just sit back, enjoy the visuals, and we are going to cover quite a lot of different topics with a rather wide range. But hopefully you can pick up some nuggets from it. So first things first, hi, I'm Vibeke. I am the game artist of Nurikabe World that was released earlier this year in January 2025 on Steam. If you haven't heard of Nurikabe World before, it is our little game that we made with the 3 of us. It is a 3D version of the pen and paper puzzle Nurikabe. The idea is to solve the puzzles by creating rivers and islands that will sprout decorations on them and make cute little landscapes. The game has a couple of different themes and seasons that will change the vibe of the scenes. And it also comes with an editor that can be used to create your very own puzzles, and you can share them with the world or anyone you would like to share them with. But why Nurikabe? We have always liked Nurikabe and found the idea of forming rivers and landscapes such a very cute imagery that we really wanted to translate into a 3D game. Pen and paper puzzles are also visually rather simple and kind of leaves us so much creative room for interpretation that we thought should just really be explored a little bit more. I'm going to explain the Nurikabe rules just real quick so everybody's on the same page. They are quite simple. So it goes basically that each island contains a single number that will be indicating the size of that island. These islands are then surrounded by water tiles, basically, that must form one connective river. But the water tiles may never form so-called 2x2 pools, basically. So getting to the actual development part of the talk. So at the beginning of the development, we set a few workflows that we follow to ensure that gameplay is always prioritized. So every change in addition to the game was constantly tested in the engine and more importantly in-game. And for myself, I set out that art can and should be messy at first and just do not be afraid of changing things, even midway, especially if they seem to distract from the game at one point. Other than that, it's really just a lot of iteration and a lot of play testing. So we first started off, of course, with building the board. And one of the first puzzles that we implemented into the game was our trusty default puzzle that you see right here now, and that you're going to see throughout the talk actually quite a lot when I'm sharing development screenshots and tests. I will now go through the iterations that we have made to the game board until we basically reach the visuals that you can find now in the game. So, starting off, simple, cube board, just to get the game working. So basically, we just were prototyping the simple idea. You have islands separated by water tiles. And admittedly, it was crude, but it was very, very playable. And for the next step, we decided to implement a dual grid system that I will show a little later once more. At this point, we were kind of considering the idea of like an infinite water board around the land tiles, but that unfortunately didn't quite work out, as separating the water of the board grid basically with the surrounding water just deemed too difficult. So instead, we went back to the simple board idea because it was easy to grasp and was visually just so much more simple. At this point, we also had the idea of creating like a visual indicator for those forbidden 2x2 pools. I then took some pre-made assets just to kind of test the general visuals of the game. And at this point, the game had more of a miniature look still going for it. At this point, we also decided to interpret the pools as like little swirly whirlpools which are spinning on the water, as we saw. That would be quite fitting. We were testing different art styles, in this case a bit more of a realistic look, which obviously doesn't work at all. It is just way too noisy. So back to the simple style we go. And at this point, I also have like put some first very rough like assets in there just to see like how everything is looking. We then implemented a water shader, but do note that like how the board has like a very uniform dark grid overlay to it, and it just was really hard to read, especially on the water. So we made quite a big leap forward in the general visuals of the game and added a foam to the edges of the water tiles. We also at that point matched the grid of the water with the foam color just for better readability and consistency again. And from there, it's just really just a lot of iteration until we get this. So no new additions were really made. Everything else was created by simply tweaking the assets and the systems that we had. As I mentioned earlier, we are using a dual grid system for the land, water, and foam tiles. A dual grid system basically means that the tiles are offset by half a tile to each direction. And this allowed us to get away with very little assets that had to be made for the board. So as you can see on the bottom there, this is the full tile set that we use for the land and the water tiles. I will now show a really quick example of how the board is built. So we start with the land tiles, adding some water and adding the foam. All three of these elements are based on a dual grid system, which looks like this when it's chopped up. And now pay attention to the land tile on the bottom right corner. It is chopped into basically 4 dual grid tiles, but once you stitch it back together, it looks like a single tile on the grid. Once we have that, we overlay a grid with a world space material. We add some decoration and you have a board. But having just a board is not enough. And it turned out that it is really important how we show it. So at the beginning of the development, we wanted to keep the camera kind of low to give the game more of a 3D feel rather than another top-down game. But with time, we realized that it just really doesn't translate well on larger boards, which we also unfortunately didn't test enough in the early stages, as you may have noticed from our default puzzle. So here you have a screenshot of like the old camera, and you may notice how in the back of the map is actually really hard to read. You can't really see the numbers and it's generally quite messy. So instead we opted for a dynamic camera system that will adjust the tilt and the zoom depending on the size of the board once like a certain threshold is reached. This was also important for like smaller screens such as Steam Deck, just to make the board really fully readable. Rendering grass was very close to our heart, as every puzzle starts, well, with an empty grass field, and we wanted to make that as good looking and non-distracting as possible. So one challenge that we have encountered was that the board becomes quite hard to read when the grass blades are overlapping with the grid. So we solved the problem by keeping the grass tufts in the middle of the tiles as much as possible. But in doing so, also caused noisiness and repetition, which was actually more harmful for the gameplay. So to tackle this problem, we borrowed a technique from the game Braid, where the highlights kind of fade in and out all the time, that we implemented through a scrolling noise in a shader. That same shader also blends the bottom of the grass tufts with the ground texture to give it that nice uniform look. So this is basically the end result, but do note that this is of course a sped up video. The game doesn't move that fast. While the grass is visible at all times, decorative assets only spawn once an islet is complete and surrounded by water. And since only the completed islands can spawn decorative assets, we also realized that unlike grass that is always rendered under the clues, decorations can just cover them without an issue because the completed islands don't change anymore, they are static. But we have also, of course, added a mode that renders those clues always on top if you want to see them. And watching the landscapes grow in completed islands just also served as a great visual indicator that the island has indeed been completed. The decoration, however, did come with a similar issue as the grass when it comes to overshooting those grid tiles and required a lot of fine balancing between the visual interest and the readability. So here we have an example of the trees overlapping with the tiles behind them by quite a large margin in the middle there, causing visual clutter and disrupting the gameplay. To fix that, we had to pay attention to the place where the trees, or to place the trees closer to the center of the tiles, which allowed for better visibility. But do note, as you can also see here, it is okay and all right and kind of necessary also to make to overlap them still a tiny bit above, just to make the scene feel a little bit more organic, because if it's taken too far, you end up with an example like this, where the trees look kind of unnatural and cramped now. So we opted for this look. Speaking of trees, something I discovered when creating the assets for the vegetation is that the plants have to be rather uniform, similar to the ground and grass once again, as adding too many details and color variations to the leaves of the trees kind of distracts from the board and draws attention away from the gameplay. So while the trees in this screenshot, like this older screenshot, do fit the color scheme somewhat already, there are a few outliers here and there that are drawing too much attention to them, and that is just something that I really wanted to avoid. So instead, I remade the trees, I unified the colors of the leaves, and with the ground, just to keep the focus on the number and the board, which is exactly what I wanted to achieve. We even had to kind of bend reality in some cases, like this, for example, that making the evergreens orange in autumn, which was not fully uncontroversial decision in the team. There's also one exception to this in Japan spring, where I used an own color scheme just to keep that iconic cherry blossom look going for it. The buildings, on the other hand, could stand out a little more as they cover less of the board. So, of course, some slight adjustments to the colors had to be done just to make them go on with the environment a bit more once again. But whenever I created new models, I would first take them into the engine just to make sure they ground well with the environment. This would happen a few times kind of back and forth until I was happy with the general shape. I would then add like a quick gradient material to the models with baked and ambient occlusion just to check the readability and level of detail. Once I'm happy with the overall look, I would start adding textures and repeat a similar workflow of constantly updating the models and textures in the scene. I also used, of course, this very same workflow for the vegetation earlier. But similarly to the vegetation, some color schemes were too distracting. So, for example, I planned to have green rooftops in all the seasons, but it just stood out too much in autumn. So I opted for a red color scheme instead, which worked really great. This is a little in-engine showcase, just so you can see what the board looks like from the side. As you will notice, there's quite a lot of warping and tilting happening in the models. That is because the models are adjusted to the perspective of the camera as the game is played from a top-down angle. So when you have a top-down game, you kind of want to cheat a little bit by pushing the things backwards to make details more visible, or even like shrinking the rooftops of the houses just so they make more sense with that angle once again. On top of the individual elements, we found it important to add small details here and there to really tie the scene together. And before we added these, the separate visual elements kind of still look disconnected. So, for example, when I added the sky, we also found that the board looked somewhat detached from the background, which was especially apparent in the thumbnails of our screenshots. So we added clouds of the bottom of the board as well, which ended up grounding the board really nicely with the background. And we implemented a dynamic system that would also take the uneven maps into account. Sometime into development, we felt that the decoration was still quite detached from the ground, so we did some testing with soft shadow decals on each tile, which worked wonders for the problem, as they added this really soft and nice ambient occlusion to the board. Lastly, there's a lot of overlapping like alpha planes all across the sky and board, just to add that nice hazy look to the atmosphere and create this kind of soft look that Nurikabe has. To achieve the final look, we still need a post-processing, and we knew quite early on that we didn't want to go overboard with the post-processing, just to keep the scene simple and increase performance. So Nurikabe World uses, for example, only color correction, a subtle bloom, and vignette. But especially color corrections through LUTs turned out to be incredibly powerful tool to tie the scenes together and create the desired vibe of the seasons. But due to time constraints, we kind of leaned too much into the color correction, which made tweaking any sort of color quite difficult. Because whenever I edited colors in the engine, we were actually editing colors that looked like this. So this is what the scenes look like without any color correction applied. And as you can see, they are quite desaturated. Color correction was also very screen dependent, which we realized during playtesting as I received a lot of feedback about it. This was also like a big learning experience for us, and in the future we will try to achieve the colors in engine as close as possible with very minimal color correction at the end. So now we have a nice picture, but we still have to bring it to life. And to really sell the mood of a landscape, we added a lot of subtle motion. So we made a wind system for the trees, which was funnily enough inspired by a God of War GDC presentation. And in this system, the trunk and the leaves could be animated separately. For the grass, we just added a really basic sway. The background is made of overlapping cloud textures that will fade in and out using 2 different masks. And you will also notice this really subtle cloud shadow, which is scrolling over the ground. So when adding motion like this to a landscape, it is important to keep the separate elements and sync just to create a really consistent wind direction whenever between those different layers. When planning the content for Nurikabe World early on, we initially wanted to lean on procedural generation and use randomly generated puzzles for the campaigns. These levels would have used the rule set for spawning the decorations, which is actually still part of the game right now because we implemented that part. Though as we progress in development, we decided to make a fully handmade campaign, which was a good decision as the campaigns are significantly more popular than the generated levels according to the Steam achievements. And to add even more flavor to the levels, we handpicked decorations for all the puzzles and tried to have some concept for each one of them. Like, for example, this one, or this one. So even though these are nice, if we kind of knew we were going to make this much handmade content from the start, we should have also made more assets to support that. But it was really fun to try to decorate the levels, even with the limited pool of assets that we had at hand. So even though we tried to focus on playability and art, we wanted to make sure that everyone would be able to play the game and to provide as many different accessibility options as we can. When implementing accessibility features, it was important to keep the player at full priority and push the art completely to the background. We, of course, took this into consideration beyond art as well. So I'm going to show now just how much the features affect the art. So here we have a scene with the default settings. We implemented an option to darken the sky to reduce eye strain, which we got feedback for doing the beta. The water can be darkened as well, just to make it easier to read. And there's a setting to draw the numbers in white with thicker outlines just to highlight them better. But as you can notice, the art suffers for this a little bit, but it is a worthy sacrifice to make. With the accessibility, we had to make sacrifices in the art for the gameplay, but in some cases, art can be the driver for better gameplay. In our case, we originally planned to have shape puzzles as a post-release feature, since we didn't want to stray too far from the classic Nurikabe at the start. But when we were making the screenshots for the store page, we realized that they were all just squares, and one of us asked, how hard would it be to make shape puzzles? Turned out not hard at all. It was very easy to implement compared to how valuable they were to the game. And we learned at that point not to postpone tasks just because they're easy to do, and maybe not necessarily required at that very moment because they might just turn out to be a core feature you didn't consider before. So what we ended up doing practically is pixel art with the puzzles, which really became an iconic part of the game. Like this puzzle, which looks like a little leaf, or some shapes with handpicked decorations, or even this fish, which was incredibly fun to make. So thank you very much for listening to my talk today, and I hope you have gotten something out of this. I guess some of the main takeaways are putting the players always first, then try to build the art as much as you can in the engine, and lastly, as we just learned, don't postpone tasks just because they're easy. Some might seem insignificant at first, but turn out to have a huge impact on the direction of the game. Questions?
Thank you so much. I absolutely love that talk. It's great to have somebody talking about art as well at ThinkyCon. We don't get many talks about art, and it's great to have that. And it's such a beautiful game as well. And I love that you've shown that you can take what is ostensibly just an abstract puzzle. It's normally just black and white and on paper, and turn it into something beautiful, which is great. We did get a few questions that I will ask you. I've lost the screen with the questions on. Where's it gone? Not there. There it is. Okay, cool. So a question from Feverish in the chat was, What sources of inspiration did you have for the art style?
Oh, that is actually a really good question. I guess the first thing that I did was just collect a lot of references for what kind of style I wanted to achieve. So as you saw, we went through different stages of the art style, but I guess kind of good old witness kind of was a really big inspiration, for example. And I just generally look for cell shaded games and so on, how they render the trees, and I just kind of went through different games that I really aspire and that I really love the art style for, and then just went through them and made a huge list of different references and had a big board of references, and then just from there went on to try to create my own style, kind of just take pieces here and there and then create my own style from there.
Here's a quick question based on that. Which of the seasons/styles in the game is your favorite?
I would almost say autumn. Autumn is
That's what the people in the chat said as well.
Yeah, autumn actually really grew on me. Just having that those red colors and such is somehow so cozy, and it just worked out so well in the end. And I actually really love the autumn scenes. Yeah.
Okay, so next question from Patrick Trainer is, during the iteration, especially towards the beginning, how did the team handle the workflow of needing programming to implement art ideas to iterate? What was the technical workflow like?
We had really tight collaboration with everyone, honestly, because we were a team of 3, and from the beginning we have made game jams and little projects before, and we knew that we can work together. So it was really just a question of I try to do something in engine. I tell the programmer, I would like to try to do something like this. Is this achievable? He would then make a tool for me. I would try it out, and it would go back and forth. But he usually made the tools for with me in mind, or with the art in mind that I wanted to create. But I also pretty often try to use tools which have been made already to make other art, and just kind of take it out of context and then just kind of rip it a little bit apart and see what I can do with it also. So it's not that every system in the game has its own little tool, but a lot of them actually share a lot of tools, because I just kind of took them, ripped them apart. I went to the programmer I would love to have these little features, this possible, and then just add a little bit of different things to it just to make it possible. So it was really just a really tight collaboration all the time. And we knew at what point we are, and we just tried to communicate a lot back and forth.
Great answer, thank you. We got another question from Patrick as well, which is about the you'll probably have more to say about the animations, but the question was, how did you go about animations and sound feedback when the player is creating and destroying the rivers?
Oh, that is actually a good question. It was, again, actually a really tight collaboration. I remember, especially between our programmer and our audio guy, basically, that they use the systems in Unity quite closely, that they try to delay it, and our audio guy basically knew how to use it and how to delay it. So it was just a lot of trial and error until it felt good, but it had a lot to do with we needed to implement, of course, first the animations, and of course the popping of the little tiles, then adding the sound, and then just repeat it over and over until we kind of get to it. It was just a lot of iteration. This game is actually just a hell lot of iteration, to be honest.
Did the when you're drawing the rivers in and they appear in place, did that affect your process at all? Did you have to adapt the models to work for that, or was it
not
all
even
just in code basically?
Yeah, I don't think that much actually. It went pretty seamlessly. That when I made the models, and I had the section that I had to, of course, adjust where the models sit. But once they were put in place, there was really not that much. I just tweaked the water shader then to the liking that I wanted, and then everything just kind of fell into place really quickly. Once those systems were in place, and I could play around with them, I kind of all just suddenly came together. It's really hard to explain, kind of.
Just seemed to work out. So I had one last question for you as well, which is, you mentioned at the point where you were talking about color correction, you did some color correction. You said that you got lots of feedback from people, something to do with the color correction on different devices or screens. Could you elaborate a little bit more about what kind of feedback that was?
It wasn't beta testing, because I had kind of set up the scenes at that point already. We then brought the game to the beta testing, and I received feedback like, yeah, the sky is a little bit too bright here, the colors are a little bit too saturated there, the trees are kind of too blending, they are too standing out.
Okay.
It was lot of like feedback like that. And then like, you know, like I took the feedback, I revisited the scenes then, and then like remade them again, or like not fully remade them, but I tried to like tweak them like little by little until I reached like a point that I was like, okay, I'm really satisfied with this now, and this is really balanced now.
Mhm.
But I did just notice at that point that on my screen it looked pretty fine, I would guess.
Sure.
And then somebody would come and it's like, yeah, this one spot looks really bright there. And I'm like, it's not that bright on my screen, but let me try to tune it down basically. And then it was better.
Did you end up having different color correction on different devices, or did you just keep it because you just found a version of it that worked well on most devices?
I feel like that because we have tried, of course, with different devices. Like I have my computer, then we have another computer, we have the Steam Deck, and we have the TV, and we had so on. So like I kind of went through different devices also, and just tried to like check through all of them as much as I can, and just try to balance it until they looked as balanced as they could be on all the devices, basically.
Okay, and then sorry, I'm going
No
very
worries,
deep
no
into
worries.
this question. How did you, when you were getting that feedback of like this is too bright, how did you balance that against the feeling that maybe that's just subjective and like you have your own personal aesthetics that you're aiming for versus what they are interested in? How did you?
Yeah, that definitely did come across as well. Like at some point, like when I got the feedback and then there was still some feedback kind of coming down, I'm like, okay, I'm kind of locking this in now because I am happy with how balanced this is now. I know this will most likely not make every single person
Sure.
happy,
Yeah.
but like I had an artistic vision still to some degree, and I was like, okay, like I will adjust it as much as I can. So because I don't want to like, you know, like distract people from the gameplay, of course. Like this was still first and foremost, once again, had to keep the player in mind. But I also took a little bit of liberty sometimes that I'm like, okay, I will keep it like this because that's what the look that I want to go with, basically. So like I at some point I still drew a line of like, okay, this is what I want now, and I'm going to keep it that way.
Great, thank you so much. We'll leave it there. The chat has turned into conversations about why autumn is so great, like both in the game and in real life as well.
It is.
I think we all appreciate autumn.
We do.
So yeah, thank you very much, Vivica, for joining us.
Thank you.
We'll this is the last talk of the day, so feel free to drop out and I'll wrap up with everybody. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Bye.
Bye. There we go, folks. Let me clear the... Is this going to work? Is this going to work? Yay, cleared the title. Great. Awesome. Suddenly I'm huge. Thank you so much for joining, everybody. Day one of ThinkyCon is complete. Everything pretty much went smoothly. I almost just knocked Baba and everybody off here. Don't know if anybody even noticed that these characters were back here. But yeah, thank you so much for joining. We'll be back tomorrow. We've got 2 more days of this. I can't believe how much good stuff we've got planned. So yeah, make sure everybody you're around tomorrow. It's 4 p.m. my time tomorrow, same time we started today. In fact, everything, like we made it so that all the breaks are in the same places every day. It's very neatly organized. So yeah, see you then. What do we have first up actually tomorrow? Let's take a quick look. Let's take a quick look at what's coming up tomorrow. Where is it? There we go. Day 2 of ThinkyCon. Oh, we're beginning with the sequel to Mathematics and Puzzles. So last year we had the first of this, and I'm looking very much forward to the sequel here. Yay, folks did notice them in the back. Yes, thank you so much to all the speakers that joined us today, and look at what you've got to look forward to tomorrow. All these wonderful people. I think that's showing up. Oh, sorry, I'm not actually showing it, am I? First mistake of the day. It's fine. It's in the outro. Who cares? But yeah, here's the schedule for tomorrow. It's looking real good. So get excited, folks. The math talks. We all love some math talks, don't we? Well, not every. I don't think everybody loves math talks. I enjoy some math talks. Doing this work has changed me. I now say math instead of maths. It's terrible. It's a terrible thing. But all right, okay, folks. We will leave it there. I will go fall asleep, and I'll see you tomorrow at the same time we started today. All righty, folks. Thanks for joining. Thanks to all the speakers. Goodbye. Bye.